that they were just expendable cannon fodder. It's already been used and it's broken, except they didn't throw it away. Does Dmitri know why? The guy said they're going to recycle him. They want to inject his body with substances to control his brain activity, to subdue him. Does he really think the ARCs are the only ones doing this? Their country, the purists, they're all the same. Everyone wants to either use or destroy them. The senior cadet said that humanity isn't worth defending. The cadets looked into each other's eyes. Petrov was excited and anxious. His opponent was indifferent and calm. Petrov said that he himself was not excited about the RC, but he had a family back home. Petrov, flashing his eyes, said that first he would kick that dragon's ass, and then those scoundrels who treated them like that. The terrorists, talking, decided that the Alpha team had done well, and warned that the enemies were heading towards the Delta group. However, Alpha's signal was lost. The Delta group, loading their weapons, decided to deal with the enemies. A terrorist was holding a large caliber gun and said that they would put down everyone at once with this thing. Li Han and his group moved forward. He was surprised that the Ark had such a place all this time. It was strange that the purists knew about it and they didn't. Li Han concluded that it meant someone was helping the enemy behind their back. Li Han stopped and squatted down. He saw a stretch in front of him. It was necessary to stay vigilant. Li Han already regretted bringing Kuro with him. That cadet would come in handy now. One of the hiding terrorists said they had found a group of enemies. The order was to destroy them. The terrorist was surprised. They were just children and unarmed. The colleague angrily replied to spare him his pity. He added that in the future their mothers would try to rule over their descendants. The freshmen pressed themselves against the wall in fear. The villain turned purple with horror. This is madness, he thought. This was just a massacre. The children had tears in their eyes. This terrorist didn't understand how a child could be destroyed. A colleague said that the rightness of their actions will be judged by the next generations. With the words that they must act, the terrorist pulled the bolt of his automatic rifle. A shot rang out, the whip fell. Blood splattered on the walls. Li Han and comrades pulled Knut around the corner to hide from the machine gun fire. Knut was shot in the leg. Li Han told Simon to act. Simon and Li Han were holding automatic rifles. Simon and Li Han jumped out from around the corner and opened fire on the terrorists hiding behind cover. Li Han saw that a rocket-propelled grenade launcher was being used against them and shouted loudly. A projectile immediately flew out of the weapon in the direction of the cadets. Simon thought that he wouldn't be able to put up a barrier in time. The events are moving very fast. Li Han thought that Simon's barrier wouldn't save him from the grenade. Li Han aggressively raised his hand upward, wanting to grab the flying grenade. The commander thought that he should just visualize grabbing the grenade with his hand. That's exactly what happened. Li Han used his internal resources to grab the grenade flying at him and turned it around with his hand. Li Han sent the grenade back to where it came from. It was quite unexpected and fatal for the terrorists. A powerful explosion sounded and the villains were annihilated. To record the result, Li Han fired another automatic rifle round. Coming closer, our heroes saw that the terrorists had been destroyed. However, something caught their attention. On the arm of one of the villains was a gadget that the ARC Corporation gives out to everyone. Easy could be heard calling Delta. The terrorist reported that the center was clear. Li Han was shocked at what he had just seen and heard. The villain reported that their squad was moving into the D-center. Dmitri Petrov, shattering the inner glass partition with his body, fell to the floor. A third-year student was involved and threw a punch at him. The opponent did not rest at this and continued to press Petrov. It was a consequence of the fact that he had lost his mind. The villain struck another blow, from which Petrov could not get away. His mouth was bleeding. The opponent was surprised and asked, "Did Dmitri still not get it, even after all his explanations?" Petrov sat with his head down near the broken wall with a bloody chest. The enemy stood with a long, sharp stick in his hand. The third-year student said that there was an opponent that, no matter how much they wished, they could not defeat. Petrov said with glowing eyes that it would be very strange if he lost to a coward like his opponent. Knut sat alone in the long corridor with his leg bandaged. He had time to think. The young freshman, after landing on a deserted island, was trying to get out of there on a raft he had constructed himself. Jose once asked Li Han if he knew that kid who was in Class B. Li Han replied that their squad would need such talent. Knut felt deeply ashamed that he had been injured and had let the squad down. There was no use for him now. Leaving Knut alone, the boys apologized and said they couldn't send anyone to him. He must wait for them here. Knut was left alone with a bandaged leg in a long hallway. The cadets, led by Li Han, went off to seek out and destroy the terrorists. Knut continued to sit sullenly alone. He continued to be overcome by sad and anxious thoughts. Training battlefield number 4. The cadet squads are still here. The terrorists have surrounded the area and are trying to attack it with rocket-propelled grenades. The cadets are forced to defend themselves. The cadets use their superhuman abilities to send the ammunition flying back at them. One of the terrorists says that their weapons are useless in this case. Why is there still no air support? They're almost out of time. One of the villains said their guys are about to be outgunned. Soon the rest of the ARC will be here too. They would wipe them all out at once if they could attack them from the air. One of the cadets said that Lihan was right. There was no need to try to shoot all the terrorists. They should wait for reinforcements and hold the position, preventing the enemy from moving on. The terrorists are trying to open the gate, holding them back. One of them said that the enemy is approaching them on a shortcut. Delta Squad seems to be taking a beating. The villain said, even though they are children, their bodies are developed on the level of adults, and their superpowers put them above any human. They sometimes think like adults. The terrorist assumed that these cadets were unaffected by what Delta had done to the center. Lihan continued to lead his squad with purpose. Using the navigation data from the gadget he had obtained from the terrorist, he was calculating the remaining squads. Lihan saw the location of the enemies. It was Easy's squad. Lihan's squad was not far away, around the corner. The commander said that he had a plan that he wanted to introduce everyone to. An airplane fired from the ground flew over the ARC base. From below, large-caliber guns fired at this aircraft from below. There was an explosion in the air. Out of the clouds of smoke and tongues of flame appeared the flying object, which was moving straight towards the target. It was announced that an unmanned bomber was moving in the sky. It was spotted by special detection equipment. The drone was moving towards the number 4 training battlefield. A co-worker asked, would Lihan really go into the vent? Our hero replied that the vent would lead him to his destination. Lihan said that he would get there before the enemies could open the door and get behind them. Simon said they don't know how well the metal lining of the vent protects against bullets. And even if Lihan manages to sneak in and distract the enemies, the risks are too great. He could be killed. Lihan replies to Simon that they don't have time to choose options. They have options. There are no others. A man approached the squad and said he didn't hear everything, but he thought he could help. The cadets looked around. Standing in front of the young men was Knut. He was holding onto his injured leg, but said he was feeling better. Simon said he now understood what the superpower regeneration meant. Knut replied that he would take that as a compliment. In the end, it was Knut who made his way through the ventilation shaft to the rear of the enemy. The main group still remained in a secluded place. Lihan said that he and Simon would go first. Knut would distract the enemy, and once that happened, everyone would carry out an active attack. One of the terrorists felt some movement inside the ventilation shaft. He said there was something above them and ordered them to open fire. Fire was immediately opened, and Knut, finding himself in danger, began to move forward faster, thus evading enemy bullets. Lihan shouted, "Attack!" A squad of cadets rushed out from around the corner and opened fire to approach the firing terrorists. Using the surprise factor, the cadets were able to inflict tangible damage on the villains hiding behind the barricade. The surviving terrorists returned fire at the cadets. Simon, using his inner potential, tried to protect his comrades in arms. Simon put his arm forward and created a protective field in the form of many honeycombs. The bullets of the opponents couldn't get inside. However, a projectile fired from a grenade launcher penetrated the protective field. Simon was wounded and flew backwards. However, the injury was not serious. One of the terrorists fired an automatic rifle round into the ventilation shaft and said that this guy was finished. At the same time, they were able to open the door that kept the bad guys from getting through any further. The terrorists, firing back, began to back away to hide behind the door. Lihan shouted to his comrades in arms to stop the terrorists from hiding behind the door and kept moving forward, blocking the villain's path of retreat. A bloodied Knut stood in front of them and asked, "Where are these rascals going?" The terrorists did not expect such an obstacle in front of them. For a moment, they even lost control of the situation. Wounded and bleeding, Knut looked at the villains and laughed. He asked, "Do they really think it's that easy? Do they have any idea how hard it is to get wounded at the most crucial moment and leave their own behind?" It was like a mountain had fallen from his shoulders now. Knut, twitching the bolt of his automatic rifle, said he was experiencing an amazing feeling. Thanks to his regeneration, he felt boundless power within him. Kuro sensed an unmanned bomber dive-bombing in the sky above him. Kuro grabbed his head. Jose fearfully asked what happened to his friend. Inspector James Ryu looked at the cadets in surprise. The dive drone bomber was approaching Earth. Kuro couldn't see it, but he could feel it all. The bomber dropped its bombs over the camp and, turning around, began to gain altitude. There seemed to be no escape. Kuro looked at the sky with sad eyes and thought how good it was that Lee Han was not with them. The bombs were inexorably approaching the location of the squads with the cadets. At some point, everyone saw that there were bombs in the sky. Had the terrorists decided to bomb them? How could this be possible? The inspectors cried out in horror that something must be done, for they were about to be killed. James Ryu stared coldly and doomedly into the sky. Kuro knew that life in the Ark was hard. However, the guy didn't want to go back to the life he had before getting here. Kuro was grateful to Lee Han for saving him and was glad he wasn't with them now. Kuro stretched his hand towards the sky and thought that Lee Han shouldn't die this way. Kuro held the stone in his hand, pointing to the sky. He thought, if Lee Han was here, he wouldn't give up. Kuro tensed up more than ever. He tried to use all his strength to prevent the inevitable. The surrounding people, embraced by terror, screamed in fear. Kuro glowed and directed the flow of his energy towards the flying projectile. Inspector James Ryu cried out in fright, "What is that?" It wasn't so much the flying projectile that frightened him, but Kuro's actions. A huge energy arm with incredible telekinesis extended over the training camp. All the projectiles fired flew straight into that hand. The projectiles crashed into this energy arm and exploded. The blast wave and tongues of flame rose into the sky. The people under this arm, like an umbrella, were not harmed. James Ryu had never seen someone use telekinesis like that, and on such a scale. One of the inspectors, looking at Kuro, traitorously thought that such freaks were really better off not living on this planet. The villain pulled out a gun from behind his holster and thought, it would be good if he could get rid of at least this one. The villain took aim and fired a shot. Knut opened his eyes. He was bleeding out. Standing over him was Lee Han and the other cadets. Lee Han wondered if Knut could hear him. Did he realize what was going on around him? Knut raised himself up on his hands and told the commander that he was fine. Knut was almost in one piece and almost unharmed. Lee Han said that overall it ended well, but the carnage was brutal and bloody. Knut didn't even have time to realize his strength. Knut wryly remarked that as soon as he said he was fine, Lee Han started lecturing him. Lee Han replied that he would do no more and helped his friend to his feet. The freshman area was now clear. The bodies of the destroyed terrorists were lying around. Reports were coming in over the intercom. Freshman evacuation zone, all clear. Zone A, all clear. Area B, all clear. Gym, all clear. Training battlefield number 4, all clear. Petrov, taking a third-year student on himself, transported him to the concentration zone of other cadets. 3 days passed. Lee Han stood on the roof of the ARC building and looked at the surrounding area. Mr. Ryu approached him. Inspector Ryu was accompanied by a guard as usual. He inquired how the head of the squad, Lee Han, was doing. Lee Han replied that he was fine now, although he couldn't sleep the first 2 nights without medication. The inspector, taking a drag on his cigarette, said that some are still in serious condition. They break objects and smash windows for no reason. It is too hard to suppress the desire and urge to destroy. During the mission, they noticed countless corpses in the freshman area. The freshmen didn't even have the strength to fight, just like they had a few months ago. Lee Han said that those terrorists treated them like monsters and destroyed them for nothing. Now the question is, which one of them is the real monster? They said they were afraid that the cadets would destroy humanity. Did it not occur to anyone that this situation would be the cause? Lee Han said he didn't want to become a monster like those people. Humans shouldn't be in the habit of destroying their own kind. The natural desire should be to preserve life. Silence reigned. Lee Han and James Ryu met each other's eyes. The inspector did not realize whether the child was now in front of him or not. James Ryu said he was horrified when he saw what Kuro was capable of. But Lee Han scares him in a different way. Lee Han thanked the inspector for saving Kuro. The inspector recognized that there was indeed a traitor in their midst who had done great damage on a day when there were the least number of soldiers on duty. Now the top inspectors would not be able to charge the ARC with anything. Inspector James Ryu was sure that Lee Han didn't like adults who only cared about profit and accountability. He thought, what's the point of all this if they suddenly lose to the dragon and everything goes to waste? People don't always act wisely and logically, stepping on the same rake even when they know it will hurt. Where would they point their weapons if not at the dragon? Lee Han was silent in response. James Ryu answered his own question, of course, thinking about how they affect each other. The inspector said he too is trying to secure a future for his country. It's hard, but someday Lee Han will realize that. Lee Han said that's a cheap excuse. If they know it's a mistake, there's no need to repeat it. It's just an excuse for their incompetence and weakness. James Ryu said that Lee Han really scares him. The two tragedies that followed the incident near the spatial crack left a scar on Ark's body. Lee Han carefully packed his travel bag. Most of the course died and many left the center. The surviving sophomores received psychological counseling on a regular basis. Lee Han made a decision as well. He was leaving the ARC's sophomore classroom. Lee Han was the only one who transferred to the third year. On the way, at the exit of the sophomore housing, our hero met Silence. Their gazes met. Looking into Silence's eyes, Lee Han asked, "Is something wrong?" Silence raised his hand and pointed at Lee Han's height. Our hero was also wondering when did he have time to grow up. He hadn't noticed it himself. Silence turned around and walked away from Lee Han. The boy looked at Silence with surprised eyes. Lee Han called out to his colleague, but Silence didn't react and continued to walk away. Third year, A8 Core, Telekinetic Forces. Our hero was met by a healthy guy and said that here they do not divide telekineticists into first and second generation and address everyone equally. The guy introduced himself and extended his hand. He said his name was Johnny Schwartz, asked who he was dealing with. Lee Han said he was Lee Han. Schwartz interjected, "Rechan?" Lee Han repeated his name. Schwartz replied that he understood Rechan, and it was a pleasure to meet him. Johnny Schwartz patted our hero on the shoulder and said the older man was waiting for him. Walking towards them was Silence. Schwartz wished him luck and said they would meet soon. Silence and Lee Han stood on the threshold of a large room. Lee Han noted to himself that this room was twice the size of the last room. Silence said that Lee Han could leave his things here and they would go to breakfast. In the dining room, the cooks were trying their best to prepare delicious food. There was a lot of seafood. Silence reported that there was any kind of food to his taste. Lee Han could choose whatever he liked. The abundance of dishes was indeed pleasing to the eye. Lee Han was slightly shocked at how different it was from the second course. There, everything was under very tight control. Silence favored sweets. He had a lot of cakes on his plate, and that was all for breakfast. Lee Han said that he didn't miss his native cuisine. He hardly ever got to eat properly. He wondered if Silence was overdoing it on the sweets. Silence logically replied that they needed to consume enough sugar since telekinesis requires serious brain activity. His powers worked the same way. Lee Han agreed. Lee Han thought that the rice dish reminded him of the old days. Silence stopped eating and stared intently at the person across from him. Lee Han asked what was the matter. Silence asked, "Does Lee Han really know how to use chopsticks? Wands are a mystery to the Western world." Lee Han laughed in response. Silence added that they even catch flies with chopsticks. Silence said that in the movie Dragon Ornament, the hero catches flies with chopsticks. He had watched that movie 10 times. Lee Han asked if Silence's mask was also from the movie. Silence replied that it was the face of the cyborg model C3 from the movie Chainsaw Killer Machine. It was specially ordered for him. Lee Han nodded understandingly in response. On the way out of the dining room, the young men were met by another expert. Turning to Lee Han, he asked if he was the super rookie who had been transferred to them. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Lao Cha. He was happy to meet the newcomer. Lee Han saluted, introduced himself, and gave his name. He was the tallest of the three present. Turning to Lao Cha, our hero called him Corporal. Lao Cha remarked that this guy was attentive. Lao Cha asked, was it because of Lee Han that the sergeant was left without a leg? Lao Cha and Lee Han, as is customary, silently stared intently into each other's eyes. Lee Han replied that he would have felt better if it was him who was left without a leg. The corporal laughed in response. Lao Cha told Lee Han that he was not a cute kitten but a frisky tiger cub. The corporal asked, "Lee Han doesn't have any classes right now, does he?" and suggested that he go to the training room right now. Lee Han thought this guy was offering him a sparring session. He and Dimitri, Chung's instructor, have something in common. You can see that Cobra is strong. Lee Han didn't want to refuse, and they ended up in the training hall. Curious people gathered around them. The corporal bare his torso and said that he would see what his opponent could do. Lee Han adopted a fighting stance and said that Lao Cha would be responsible for his own injuries. The people around him cheerfully said that there was a fight to be had and wished good luck to the newcomer. Lee Han was ready. Lee Han noted that the people present were all supporting him and not Lao Cha. Surely they must think the rookie will lose. Lee Han missed one punch from his opponent. The corporal told the guy to stay up. Lee Han responded by quickly attacking his opponent. Corporal effectively dodged the rookie's punch. Lee Han repeated the attack and swung with his foot and threw a punch. Corporal blocked that punch with his arm. It was a standard combination. Corporal noted to himself that his opponent was simple but strong. It means that he is training not only technique, but also strength. Lao Cha delivered an effective and powerful fist strike to our hero's forehead. He said that Lee Han's artificially enhanced body had one weakness. The corporal's next blow came with his foot to his opponent's chest. Li Han cried out in pain and surprise and flew backwards. However, he stayed on his feet. There was no way Li Han could make an intense attack. The corporal was dodging, like this. Li Han felt that he should kick his opponent's ass in this fight. Li Han pounced on Lao Cha and straddled his opponent's body and lifted him up. The corporal said it was a good attempt. Li Han tried to take his opponent to the floor, but he was unsuccessful. Lao Cha, smiling, said that the rookie had almost lost. The corporal broke free from his opponent's tenacious hands and pushed off and flew over him. Making a throw over himself, Lao Cha threw his opponent far back. Li Han flew away and hit straight into the gym equipment. The corporal looked at his opponent carefully. If the latter was an ordinary person, he would have already been seriously injured. However, that was not the case with this one. Lao Cha walked over to Li Han sitting on the floor and asked if he was in one piece. The cadets around were closely watching this fight. The enraged Li Han jumped up and stared stubbornly at the captain. Li Han held a metal dumbbell shaft in front of his opponent's throat. The corporal thought, "Is this really how this fight will end?" Li Han came to his senses, lowered his arms, and apologized to his opponent. Lao Cha said that it was fine. It's good to have that kind of fighting spirit. The corporal said that maybe the guy didn't realize when he fought with his peers, but an artificially enhanced body has one weakness. Lao Cha held out a towel to his opponent to wipe the sweat off his face. Li Han asked, "Does the captain really mean to say that the muscle mass has made the body heavier and slower?" The corporal nodded affirmatively. It was as if their bodies were now iron so they could fight well, but they also weighed more. Lao Cha said that the guy was smart to channel his strength into grappling. But if he knew that the opponent was stronger, he would have used a different grab, wouldn't he? Lao Cha noted that the young man's problem was his lack of experience. He has a lot to learn. He added that that was all for today. They would see each other at the same place tomorrow, at the same time. The next day came. The corporal was already in place. The other cadets were practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques. At the appointed time, Li Han arrived as well. The young men greeted each other. The corporal asked Li Han if he could see those two men behind him. Li Han replied that he could see a mountain of muscle in his gloves. It was the same Johnny Schwartz. He didn't even take off his sunglasses at practice. Lao Cha said this guy is a first-generation telekinetic, a close combat specialist. His size hints at that. He had participated in 2 battles against dragons and once even defeated a werewolf with his bare hands. The corporal suggested that Li Han should fight this mountain of muscle and asked, "Is it scary?" Li Han thought that without a reason, the captain wouldn't tell him to fight this opponent, so he would give it a try. Li Han approached his opponent and asked if he could challenge Mr. Schwartz to a duel. The mountain of muscle looked down at this kid with astonishment. Johnny Schwartz smiled and asked, "This is that rookie Ri Chan, right?" The boy replied that his name was Li Han and asked if the young man had any experience with telekinesis. Our hero realized that the opponent's trump card was physical strength. The opponent stood on the training mat. Li Han said that he would do without telekinesis this time. Schwartz remarked that he didn't mind. The mountain of muscle smiling said Ri Chan could begin. His opponent adjusted his gloves and reminded him that his name was Li Han. Johnny Schwartz shouted that he didn't care what his opponent's name was and rushed into attack. Li Han adopted a boxing stance and prepared to meet the oncoming opponent. After a short time, Li Han was lying on his back with his arms spread out to the sides. Johnny Schwartz put his hand on his chest and checked his heartbeat. He told Lao Cha that it was too early for this guy to compete with him. Li Han got to his feet and said he wanted to try again. Johnny Schwartz was surprised. Lao Cha said for Schwartz to give this guy a personal hell to make him realize everything. Schwartz only smirked in response. Mr. Mountain Muscle scratched the back of his head and said he would try it. Li Han adopted a fighting stance again. After the fight was over, the captain asked the young man, "Were you really upset about losing?" Li Han replied that no, he would have lost anyway. Lao Cha agreed. After all, the lad had no experience in fistfighting. The corporal handed the young man a can of soft drink. Lao Cha noticed that Li Han's use of weapons was excellent. Yes, and there's no point in fistfighting. He doesn't think that a hand-to-hand combat technique can be used against a dragon. Li Han remembered asking Petrov if he was going to defeat the dragon with sambo techniques. He would also try to strangle the beast if nothing else. Li Han opened a can of soda and smiled. Lao Cha watched his new acquaintance with interest. Li Han asked the captain, after all, he himself had said that if fistfight was unnecessary, then why was there a need for this circus? Why did the corporal tell him to fight Johnny Schwartz? Lao Cha invited his interlocutor to guess for himself. What would the guy do if he asked him to fight Johnny again? Li Han replied that he would go at that opponent with a gun. The corporal replied that this is the right answer. After all, they are not MMA fighters. Li Han must defeat his opponent. And to do that, he must use the method he knows best. Li Han said he understood and thought that this corporal had taught him a lot. His fellow soldiers treated Li Han like a little brother. Several days passed. As he continued to talk to his colleagues, Li Han asked, "Is this movie based on real events?" He was told that Lao Cha had indeed slaughtered 20 ogres with a machete alone. He is a national hero of his country, so they made a movie about him. The corporal asked Li Han, "Does he look even cooler now?" Li Han said yes and asked if they even cast a good-looking actor for his role in the movie. The corporal said that the day was coming to an end, but it was too early to go back to the dormitory. He suggested that everyone go to the bar and have a drink together. Li Han replied that he was not on this business and would not join us. On the way back to his place, our hero met Silence. Li Han asked his colleague, had he returned from the mission? 3 days had passed. Silence inquired, what was Li Han busy doing? Why did he come back so late? Li Han replied that he went to the movies to see Lao Cha's Jungle Hunter. In this movie, a young hero fought enemies with a machete in his hand. The case took place in the jungle. The opponents were bloodthirsty ogres. These monsters in large numbers tried to destroy the protagonist. Li Han said that he watched this movie and learned the story of Lao Cha, saw him in action. Silence listened attentively to his interlocutor. Silence informed that he could show the guy the movie too. However, the viewing of the movie could only take place remotely. Silence turned around and left. The young people wished each other good night and farewell. At first, Silence seemed very dangerously strong to Li Han. However, now our hero sees that Silence is a teenager like him. At another training session with the corporal, Li Han was already standing with a spear in his hand. The corporal inquired if the kid wanted a rematch, but only this time the rematch would be with a weapon. Lao Cha said it's only been 3 days. Did Li Han really think he was ready to defeat Johnny? Johnny was ready to fight with a sword in his hand. Li Han looked at his opponent and thought that he looked like a huge grizzly bear and seemed much more dangerous with a weapon. Johnny Schwartz shouted that he was going on the offense and called his opponent Ri Chan. His opponent reminded him that his name was Li Han. For the past 3 days, Li Han had been studying Johnny Schwartz's technique. He had studied his habits and fighting style. Now Li Han could predict his every move and therefore prepare effectively for this fight. It looked like Li Han was able to look into the future. He was forcing his opponent to make mistakes and using this to preemptively launch attacking strikes. Johnny wondered if he was really the freshman who had recently entered the 3rd year. Johnny Schwartz looked into his opponent's eyes and saw no fear or doubt in them. This guy was determined and confident. During the next attack, Li Han swung his spear and, taking advantage of his partner's mistake, tried to give him a powerful blow to the chest. Johnny Schwartz was much more cautious during this fight. Mr. Muscle Mountain blocked his opponent's punch by grabbing his weapon with his bare hand. With his other hand, he put his sword to his opponent's throat. Li Han admitted that he had lost. Johnny Schwartz was smiling with broken glasses. He realized that his opponent had made a mistake. If Li Han hadn't hesitated at the last moment, victory would have been on his side. Johnny said that his opponent was strong this time. He is satisfied with Ri Chan's fight. Our hero once again reminded that his name is Li Chan and thought that Johnny couldn't fix that. Schwartz replied, "What difference does it make?" and offered to go to lunch together, where he would introduce the guy to his friends. Lao Cha patted Li Chang on the shoulder and said he was good. Johnny Schwartz said for the young man to hurry up. The corporal said that it's not always just about winning. He hopes that Li Han understands him. In this case, Li Han kept his dignity and got a chance to make a good friend. Li Han was surprised. Does his interlocutor mean to say that you don't have to win to prove your strength? To be honest, he had learned a lot from Johnny. Silence and Li Han stood in front of Octo. The engineer told them to hurry up and said hello. The bald man introduced himself. His name was Siegfried Schumacher, chief engineer of the 3rd group. Li Han also said hello and remembered that the man's nickname was Octo. Schumacher said it was because he worked as fast as if he had 8 arms. Silence decided that Mr. Schumacher was the one who thought that. Li Han realized where that nickname came from. Octo reported that Li Han had no outstanding strength, physical development at a week 4. He was the first to reach the telearmor with such abilities. Octo showed the cadets his creation. Li Han was very impressed by what he saw. Octo told the boy to take a closer look. It was a veteran who had fought in the last war. Li Han wondered, is it really telearmor? On its appearance, only the skeleton seemed to be left. Octo said that it was an Oldman 3. He had remodeled the previous generation sample for training. Li Han will train every day. Li Han put on this outfit. Octo quickly entered the data into the computer system. Li Han said that it was impossible to put on such armor on his own. Octo agreed and added that that was why engineers and machines were needed. He warned the guy not to move while the frame was being fitted so he wouldn't get hurt. Li Han inquired what would happen if he wanted to go to the bathroom. Octo wondered how anyone could think of such a thing when lives are at stake. He can't manufacture telearmor without throwing away some conveniences. The guy figured that in that case, the hero would have wet pants. That sounds nice. Octo warned that when the assembly was complete, they would open the cylinder, and Li Han would make contact with the dragon component. The sensation will be like having a dragon weapon in his hands. He will feel his body absorbing the component. Today, they would find out how long Li Han could last in body armor. The helicopter was on its way to its destination, the Telekinesis Research Lab, Southern Province region in the eastern state. Johnny Schwartz said that this region was paralyzed by Ella's attack. The Chinese authorities have formally requested assistance. A staff member asked what is the size of the enemy. Johnny replied that there was only one. That's what the authorities told them. One monster, but it's extremely dangerous. 2 special teams were dispatched, and all died. The cadet asked, don't they need reinforcements? The situation is much worse than he thought. There was a good chance that the monster would use the tele-shield. An ordinary soldier wouldn't be able to handle it if the enemy did it in a narrow space. Schwartz said with a smile that they weren't ordinary soldiers. They could pierce the tele-shield. Schwartz asked if Ri-chan agreed with him. Li Han replied that he agreed. Schwartz wondered, why didn't the guy respond with his usual Li Han, sir? Li Han said that Johnny wasn't even trying to make amends. Everyone present except Li Han laughed. It was a successful joke. It had been a month since Li Han was transferred to the 3rd year. This was his first mission. Was it really Ella again? Bad memories flashed through our hero's mind. This time, the exceptionally aggressive monster had massacred everyone who was sent to destroy it. The helicopter landed successfully. It was the same laboratory. From the looks of it, it was just an ordinary desert. Many countries are actively conducting research on telekinesis, but most of them hide it. If such research centers are found, they could be attacked by purists. There are enough terrorists all over the world. Li Han remained silent for a long time. Johnny Schwartz thought he'd hit a nerve with the guy. They don't usually destroy anyone. What happened in the ARK was terrible, but there was nothing they could do about it. There was no other choice. Schwartz told Li Han not to get used to destroying people. Li Han asked if Johnny was going to call him Ri-chan again. The interlocutor only laughed out loud. The guy was cringing at him after all. The newly arrived vehicles approached from different directions, SUVs on one side and military vehicles on the other. From the military vehicles came out people in uniform. From the SUVs, people in white coats accompanied by guards. The ARC team that arrived by helicopter looked around in surprise. The men in white coats approached the young men and greeted the ARC. The main one thanked them for coming a long way and extended his hand to greet them. Li Han thought that these were the researchers of the Telekinesis Center. The ones behind them were soldiers. The men in military uniforms gave a friendly greeting and saluted the new arrivals. The ARC representatives responded by greeting their hosts as well. Schwartz said that he and Zai would talk to the hosts. The rest of them would stay here. Li Han stood to the side and silently studied the situation. This scene was like a scene from some action movie. A man in a white robe put his hand on our hero's shoulder and asked, "So he's an ARC soldier?" Li Han reacted lightning fast, grabbed that man's hand, and asked him not to touch him. The man holding his hand stepped aside. He snapped back and called Li Han a loon. His arm was still sore. The ARC representative stood in front of the elevator that would take them to the lab. This elevator would only take them to the 1st floor. All other passageways are closed to them. All 4 of them with their weapons entered the elevator, and it began to descend. There were a total of 3 floors. It was necessary to check the building plan and travel routes. The fighters had 2 objectives. The first was to get the research data, and the second was to find survivors. Schwartz said they shouldn't push it. If they don't encounter an enemy, they continue to work quietly. After the mission is accomplished, no one is stopping them from going back and blowing up whatever is here. Li Han asked if anything is known about the data to get. Schwartz replied that the researchers hadn't said anything much. So the soldiers were not very happy. They said their partners had died for nothing. Johnny Schwartz warned Li Han that even if the 3 of them died today, Li Han doesn't dare think about revenge. He immediately returns. His 2nd-generation genes are an extremely valuable resource. He cannot perish. Li Han replied that if he is weak enough to die on a nonsense mission, can't he do it right away? Johnny Schwartz announced that Victory Squad was starting their mission. The fighters once again defined their missions. Each one of them knew what was his responsibility. The first floor was clear. The group walked to the stairs leading downstairs. The commander said they were going down to the second floor. Lee Han thought that something was wrong here. He had missed something very important. The group stood in front of the door. The commander took the handle to open it. An odor caught the team's attention. They noticed that it smelled like blood. Lee Han realized what he had missed. There was terror in the guy's eyes. Lee Han ran his guesses through his head once more. Everything was coming together. Lee Han told his colleagues that from the first floor to the second floor, there were signs of struggle everywhere. He had a hunch that the lab had been attacked from the inside. Johnny Schwartz said he understood his colleague's point. There were many things that troubled him on the way here. Why, for example, is there no direct elevator to the third floor? They just need to maintain control on it. Schwartz had said they were going back. There's no point in continuing the mission. The researchers gave them the wrong information. We'll have to give them a hint that they'll have to answer for it. Suddenly, the lights went out. The squad lowered their night vision devices over their eyes. It seemed as if they were being bugged. Lee Han recalled the moment when the lab employee put a hand on his shoulder. Could it really be that they were being bugged? After that, the man was unfriendly. Why was he even approaching Lee Han in the first place? Lee Han tried to check what was on his shoulder, the place where the man in the white coat had put his hand. Schwartz inquired what was wrong. Lee Han removed the tag from his shoulder. Where did it come from? The guy told his coworkers it was bugs. These people put bugs on them. Schwartz replied that's what he knew. Now he's got it all figured out. So the only thing left for them to do is to keep working. Johnny Schwartz looked at his gadget on his wrist. He noted that the connection had dropped out. If they could get out, they would need to find the emergency power room and get the power back on themselves. Schwartz reminded them that they should proceed according to a previously developed plan and navigate as the situation evolved. Johnny Schwartz opened the door and the squad went inside. It was the second floor. A terrible picture appeared before them. The fighters saw the destroyed employees of the laboratory. Blood was everywhere. Some bodies were hanging, chained to the wall. In the eyes of our hero again appeared horror. His immature, childish psyche was not accustomed to such sights. Schwartz said it was despicable. They purposely left it for everyone to see. Real bastards. Johnny turned to the youngest member of the team and asked how Lee Han was feeling. Lee Han wasn't feeling well. Lee Han was motionless. His face was petrified. The boy did not react to the commander's appeal. A few sips of water brought the young man to his senses. Lee Han felt a little better. He tried not to look at what was going on in front of him. Lee Han apologized for his momentary weakness and said he had regained consciousness and was back in formation. Schwartz told the guy to hang in there. It was their first time seeing such horror, too. It's amazing that Lee Han didn't faint. He's the same age as his younger brother. Lee Han said that he has several younger brothers, too. Schwartz remarked that he had 2 brothers. His entire family died when they were ambushed by Ella's minions. Johnny added that he had thrown himself at one of them then with tears in his eyes. He knew there was no point to it. He just wanted to die. However, at that moment, he managed to chop his enemy in half. Apparently, a man can't just die like that, even if he wants it very badly. After that, Johnny became a soldier and rushed into every battle as if it was the last battle of his life. Even though he provoked death, he stayed alive, and his reputation as an excellent fighter only grew. Looking forward, Schwartz couldn't believe that such a thing could happen to Corporal Harold. Lee Han didn't even want to think about how he would behave if he lost his brothers. The group checked the rest of the second floor rooms. They too turned out to be clean. Johnny Schwartz said that there was no sign of surveillance or monster. They are headed to the third floor. They noticed that there was an unbearable stench. This floor has the only electronically locked entrance in the entire center. If the building is de-energized, the lock is disabled. Schwartz said we'd have to wait a while. The next moment, Mr. Mountain Muscle tensed up and grew in size. It was as if he was made of steroids. Lee Han realized the bonus of the physical enhancement. Johnny Schwartz was able to push the locked doors apart with his hands. Up ahead, in the darkened room, everyone saw a man with a bandage on his head. He was barefoot and holding something in his hands. The man had a firearm in his hands. Johnny Schwartz thought it was a soldier. Could it really be a survivor? The man's eyes lit up and he laughed. He pointed his automatic rifle at the fighters who appeared in front of him. Schwartz realized that they needed to hide immediately and shouted for everyone to take cover. At the same moment, a machine gun burst. The stranger started firing his automatic rifle. Johnny Schwartz, who had no time to hide, was hit. He was right in the line of fire. The villain stopped shooting and threw away the empty magazine from the machine gun. Opposite him stood Schwartz, riddled with a barrage of fire. The next moment, the fighter rushed toward the enemy while he seemed to be on fire. Schwartz ran up and swung his fist. The villain continued to laugh. He still had the check from the grenade in his hand. Johnny Schwartz was in close proximity to the enemy. The warrior saw in front of him the grenade that the criminal dropped from his hands. There was a powerful explosion. Johnny Schwartz took this explosion on himself. When the smoke cleared, the warrior became invulnerable. However, the enemy was missing. Schwartz said it was Ella. But how can monsters use human objects? It's never happened before. Besides, he lured one out of the group just to brutally destroy it. He fought like a human. Schwartz said he originally wanted to go to the room where the generator is, but they need to figure out what happened here. Ella met someone who is safe from a firearms attack, which means she won't attack again either. But where did that freak go, Ella's henchman, if it wasn't her? The strange man with the headband hid and thought, what was wrong with that big soldier? Why didn't the shots and the grenade hurt him? The man said he had to become stronger than he was now. He shouted that he wanted to gut those men, every last one of them torn to pieces. The villain stood by the bodies he had destroyed. It looked as if he was drawing energy from them. The monster laughed and looked up. A bright glow appeared on its forehead. Irreversible processes were taking place inside this monster. The emergency power was triggered and the room was illuminated. Lee Han put away the night vision device. Johnny Schwartz gladly put on his sunglasses and said that they were moving on. The squad cautiously moved on. As expected, one spot was not marked on the map. Schwartz said it didn't matter. Information was survival. They had always been lied to before. They tried to hide the truth after the squad dealt with Ella. The warrior said there was another one captured by Ella. Schwartz replied that they were probably going to make a soldier out of him. So that's what they weren't doing behind the backs of the Ark and the entire top brass. Next, the squad noticed that the road was diverging. A decision had to be made. Schwartz said the squad would not split up. Nearby, in the hallway on the floor, lay more dead. Must be the research team that died during the escape. The squad had infiltrated the lab. Schwartz said he knew it. All the lab staff had been wiped out. The capsule was smashed. After imprisoning the controlled Ella, they tried to research and modernize it, but only made it uncontrollably powerful. Members of the RK are responsible to others and must report to higher authority on all experiments involving telekinesis. But that's just a formality. Other countries sin similarly. It's just that no one has ever caught them by the hand. Lee Han thought that once again, things were turning into a battle of men. Schwartz expressed his confidence that the guys upstairs weren't planning to let them go so easily. He said that all the data in the computer is encrypted. He will copy everything they need, and after that, they will leave. Lee Han suddenly yelled out that he had been detected for 6 hours. The warriors turned around and saw a monster with a machete in his hand approaching them. The command fire sounded, and the squad started firing their assault rifles at the approaching monster. The tele-shield was activated. The monster appeared on the other side of the armor. Lee Han thought that if he wanted to disarm the villain, he would have to use the spear. Johnny Schwartz told Ri-chan to take a step to the side. Now it was his turn to engage in combat. It seemed the villain wasn't going to avoid this time. Schwartz grabbed his sword and said that he was about to cut this villain in half. He furiously moved to attack. In the next instant, the monster was split in two along its body. It didn't even have time to blink an eye. Everyone noticed that the monster had disappeared. It was as if it had dissolved. Lee Han stood there with a surprised expression on his face. One of the warriors felt something appear behind him. It was a monster. It was completely intact. Lee Han turned around and saw the monster behind Harold's back. Harold shouted for Lee Han to attack. The monster stood with a dagger in his hand. Harold yelled for Lee Han not to hesitate. Lee Han knew that it would be the right decision. If he wounded a companion in the shoulder and stabbed the monster while piercing through it. However, our hero couldn't hit his own. The colleague was not confused and opened fire to kill. Having shot Harold through and through, he hit the monster. The wounded Harold fell to the floor. The wounded monster was holding onto his shoulder while keeping the machete in his hand. Schwartz said for Ri-chan to gather himself. Lee Han put his spear forward and approached the monster. Lee Han and the monster looked into each other's eyes. The fighter saw a glowing crystal in the monster's forehead. The monster sensed danger again and left the area. Schwartz turned around and asked Zai how Harold was feeling. Zai closed Harold's eyes. Lee Han and Johnny Schwartz were silent. They had lost a fighter, but the monster had managed to slip away. Lee Han told his colleagues that they must catch up with the monster and finish it off on the spot. They have no other option. Schwartz asked reproachfully, "Is Ri-chan really trying to get revenge?" Lee Han replied that now is the best time to pursue. The monster is badly injured and has wasted most of his telepathic power. Johnny Schwartz looked at Li Han with a firm gaze and said that he agreed, and added that they were starting the hunt. The 3 fighters of the ARC unit were now the monster hunters. They decided to scour the entire area. Schwartz asked if Li Han took anything out of this situation. Li Han replied that the monster couldn't disappear several times in a row or use both shield and teleportation at the same time. That was why he had taken cover with Corporal Harold. It was risky, but it worked. However, fortunately, they were able to wound the monster. This might be their only chance. The moment had come when the squad members had to split up. There were 3 directions of travel, and everyone went their own way, but Johnny went his way. He said that one of them would meet the monster. But no one must die, that was his order. Li Han had to move again through the corridor, along which the corpses were arranged. It was as if someone had nailed them to the wall. Carefully moving along this room, Li Han noted that everything was fine for now. Li Han passed the corpses and proceeded further. One of the corpses' eyes lit up. It raised its head. There was something sinister about it. Li Han felt some movement behind him. It was the monster that was just now skillfully hiding. Our hero thought that, judging from his experience in the gorge, this exhibition did not carry the intention of intimidating and torturing the enemy. It charges the crystal to gain the power of telekinesis, mental strength. The creature remembers all the hatred it felt when the humans tortured and wounded it. The creature needs the pleasure of seeing its enemy defeated. This is how it increases its energy reserve. Li Han was absolutely certain that the monster was here. Therefore, he was extremely concentrated. Our hero ducked down at the exact moment the monster's machete whistled over his head. He put his automatic rifle above him and fired a series of shots backward, in the direction where he thought the monster should be. In the fall, Li Han turned around. The monster was indeed behind his back in close proximity. The guy continued firing his assault rifle, shooting the monster practically at point-blank range. However, the injured villain continued to stand on its feet. It only growled viciously. Li Han pulled out a spear from behind his back. Our hero knew that the monster could not be allowed to escape. Li Han thrust the spear into the monster's chest with all his might. The villain's blood rushed out in all directions. He roared in pain. The beast began to disappear again. Li Han continued to hold the spear in the enemy's chest, but it didn't help much. Li Han saw the ghostly shadow of the monster moving away. He threw his dragon spear after the enemy with all his might. The boy hit the target. The monster was dead on the floor. Harold's body was placed in a sack. The brothers in arms stood over him in silence. Li Han said that it shouldn't be like this. Schwartz added that they wouldn't have died if the top brass had handled the situation more intelligently. But the leadership doesn't care if there are a few more dead soldiers. The Grey Cardinals dispose of the lives of hundreds of people with a mere word or movement of the hand. And they wouldn't be capable of doing what the soldiers do after experiencing the responsibility for each of their lives. Schwartz added that eventually the feelings would dull and the soldier would get used to it. Li Han realized that this was the real reality. This was human nature. Even something like this can become routine. Johnny Schwartz said that Li Han's heart could become so numb that he wouldn't even feel it in his chest. However, a warrior must always keep in mind that all lives are precious. Li Han sadly said that he hadn't forgotten anyone who died beside him, and he didn't plan to forget in the future. The elevator doors leading from the open area to the lab were closed as always. Li Han and Zai did not get off the dead man. Johnny Schwartz followed in front of them and carried a sheet of metal that should protect everyone from bullets. The squad made their way outside. Schwartz firmly anchored the metal sheet into the ground in front of him. In front of our heroes stood the laboratory staff surrounded by armed men. By the number of people, the forces were clearly not equal. Schwartz, pondering, asked, what would they do? Break through or what? In his mind, he had various options for how things would unfold. Zai said he would try to talk to the people on the other side. The fighter doubted they would order the destruction of unarmed men with so many witnesses. The armed soldiers recognized the guy. Someone said it was Zai Jun. Zai turned to his fellow soldiers and said that the research center had deceived the military. They created a monster through sadistic experiments. And to cover it up, they destroyed all the soldiers in the center. A lab employee got scared and shouted that it wasn't true, and ordered that this saboteur be destroyed immediately. For that person to immediately shut up, they would listen to Zai Jun. Zai continued, for the soldiers are not slaves. They came and took up arms voluntarily. But don't they feel that the weapon is aimed at the wrong person? One of the soldiers thought that the order seemed pointless from the beginning. Why would they open fire on the ARC soldiers if they had just come out of the lab? Zai shouted that soldiers were an invaluable source of the nation's military might, and as such, they could question and challenge unreasonable orders. Li Han silently and intently stared at the soldiers standing in front of him. The soldiers were indecisive. None of them wanted to open fire on their colleagues. The soldiers were penetrated by Zai's speech and deployed their weapons against the lab staff. It was a natural outcome. There was nothing to be surprised about. Zai Jun was a national hero who had made the greatest personal contribution on the front lines of the First War. Most soldiers went into the service seeing him as an example for themselves. An outraged lab employee tried to pounce on the soldier and shouted, "What are they doing?" The scientist yelled that this was treason. The commander should order his men to shoot the traitors. The lab representative shouted that if the RK personnel were not eliminated now, not only the soldier commander but his entire family would suffer. These were words that were said in vain. Schwartz, Li Han, and Zai looked on in amazement at what was happening in the ranks of the opponents. The military commander fired a shot. However, this shot was at a lab employee. All the military men pointed their weapons at the lab representatives. The helicopter was ready to take off. The ARC unit saluted the military, and the military responded in kind. Zai, bidding farewell to the unit commander, asked if everything was all right. The commander replied that they should be prepared to be punished for disobeying orders. And now, it was only a matter of time before the entire top brass found out about what was going on in the research center. So if they want to prevent the conflict from escalating throughout Northeast Asia, these lab rats will have to answer for everything. Zai thanked them for hearing him and acting accordingly. The commander replied that it was all thanks to his brave subordinates. The military man said that even if he is punished, he probably just won't be able to get the next position. The real heroes here are Zai, for he gave up everything to join the ARC. The ARC squad, having accomplished their mission, were heading back to the unit. Johnny Schwartz said in surprise that this was the first time he saw this guy sleeping. He pointed his finger at Li Han. Zai replied that it wasn't surprising. After all, they had been through a lot today. Li Han, with his head down on his chest, was sitting up, sleeping. The expression on his face was like that of a child. The military conducted Harold's last journey with honors. The honor guard fired a shot in the air. Colleagues came to bid farewell to the soldier. All stood silently with their heads bowed. Our hero Li Han also came to salute his battle buddy. Thanks to Harold, they were able to complete the mission. Returning to the unit, Li Han told Zai that when he entered the negotiations, he was very frightened. If the corporal wasn't such an important person to those soldiers, they would have all been shot before anyone spoke. All ordinary soldiers in the ARC, including Harold and Lao Cha, are considered heroes in their home country. Zai said he's not so special, really. His accomplishments have been embellished to impress and gain more recruits. People approached Johnny Schwartz and told Zai not to be modest. He has more than earned the title of hero since he joined the ARC. Johnny Schwartz, dressed in his dress uniform, told Richan to follow him. And right now, he's being summoned urgently. Li Han and Johnny Schwartz arrived at the top management office. Schwartz, leaving our hero, told him to wait here. They would be coming to see him soon. In this room, the monitor screen showed Jose and Knut, cadets from his squad, fighting. Li Han thought that apparently the second year, cadets were having another competition. I wonder who their opponents are. Jose and Knut worked very harmoniously as a team. Jose was yelling for Knut to charge straight ahead. Jose has always worked wonders with fire. Li Han watched the activities of his former underlings with satisfaction. He could be proud of them. Li Han, watching the fight, thought that Simon had become incredibly strong. He should have avoided a close fight, Jose. If he had faced Simon face to face, the consequences would have been different. However, Li Han didn't see Kuro. What happened to that cadet? Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour appeared in the room. He said that he had summoned Li Han about his former cadet Kuro. The officer introduced himself to the young man and said he was the Chief of Staff of the ARC. Li Han thought that there is only a commander-in-chief above this man in rank. Surely he must be one of those who really have authority in the RK. Lacour offered a seat and asked if the guy liked red tea. Over a cup of tea, the officer said he was trying to figure out if Kuro should be considered incapacitated. Lacour added, given everything that's happened, Li Han seems to be the only one who can figure it out. Because of the purist's ambush, Kuro had awakened his S-rank abilities, and that was unimaginable. But then something happened that was an agony for him. It was an assassination attempt on him by one of the traitors. Inspector Ryu and Jose then noticed that the attack on their camp was continuing. Kuro was already unlike himself at that point. He clearly didn't expect such abilities from himself. Kuro shouted furiously and was trembling with tension. The energy was just pouring out of him. Kuro tried to influence the drone that kept circling the base. The drone came under Kuro's control and was forced to change its trajectory. The drone began to descend and flew low over the forest. The bomber flew directly at the terrorists near the camp with the cadets. Eventually, the drone crashed into the ground and exploded. This was due to Kuro's actions and his telekinesis abilities. Kuro is convinced that he committed an act of violence with his powers and refuses to train. LaCour has Lee-Han convince Kuro to continue practicing. They can't just let a telekinetic with this level of skill go. Lee-Han came to the appropriate room. The cadet said that the guy could pass through. Lee-Han found himself in a room with a large glass in the wall. Behind that glass in the next room was Kuro. He was being watched closely. Lee-Han opened the door and entered the room where Kuro was. The guy sat obediently at the table. Kuro immediately said hello and said that he and Lee-Han hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kuro inquired if his friend was doing well. Kuro's hands were tied. Lee-Han sat down at the table across from him and said that it wasn't Kuro's fault. It was just the way the circumstances were. Kuro wondered why Lee-Han was talking, as if he'd seen it all himself. Could it be that he really subconsciously wished for their demise? Lee-Han replied that even if that was true, Kuro was protecting his friends. No one blamed him for that. Kuro remarked that everyone says that. Kuro added that he doesn't think he can continue. He thinks it's the end of this kind of activity for him. Lee-Han thought that Kuro is a very kind person, so kind that Lee-Han can't understand him. Sympathy for the enemy in his life is a luxury. Unlike the other children who had their own motives, Kuro tolerated and followed Lee-Han. If this continued, he might lose another close friend. Lee-Han didn't want to face this pain face-to-face again. Lee-Han told Kuro to drop everything and give up. He is clearly not the one who should be on the battlefield. Lee-Han added that it would be perfectly fine for Kuro to surrender. Lee-Han reiterated that it's okay for Kuro to surrender. Kuro looked silently at his feet while doing so. Lee-Han added that if a friend was in danger and surrounded by enemies, he would destroy everyone to protect Kuro. Lee-Han once again told Kuro to give up. He would find a use for his abilities in another endeavor. The officers behind the glass heard Lee-Han suggesting that his friend surrender. That was not part of their plans. They decided that Lee-Han had to be taken out of there. Lee-Han realized that he didn't have much time. They might come for him now. He said Kuro had to make a decision. Lee-Han sensed something wrong and immediately rushed to the door, grabbed the handle and locked it. The military men outside couldn't open the door. The officers shouted for Lee-Han to open the door immediately. The pounding of a fist on the glass sounded. The military officers shouted for Lee-Han to open the door immediately. Lee-Han, losing his temper, shouted for those to immediately shut up. After all, he was negotiating. The military men shouted that they would open the door by force and ordered a battering ram to be brought in. Lee-Han pushed the table to the door and said that at first he had tried to persuade Kuro to do as he was told. But now, even if Kuro survived this war, that burden would stay with him forever. Kuro looked at his friend and realized that Lee-Han was taking a huge risk for his sake right now. Kuro added that Lee-Han would be punished for what he was saying now and for his actions. Lee-Han said that he is a soldier who can be sent to the battlefield at any moment. So the maximum he will face is a reprimand. Kuro said his friend is smart, so he can calculate all the consequences. The military men outside brought a battering ram and broke the glass. They wanted to get in by any means necessary to get Lee-Han and Kuro apart. The officers burst into the room and ran up to Lee-Han. One of them grabbed the boy by the shoulders. Kuro saw his friend being pulled to the ground and his hands twisted behind his back. Kuro was outraged. Kuro's eyes filled with anger. He told the two men not to dare to hurt Lee-Han. The officers raised their heads and looked at Kuro. Terror appeared in their eyes. Kuro got to his feet and shook with anger. His entire body was glowing. The officers' bodies immediately vaporized, only their clothes remained. Lee-Han, rubbing his wrists, walked out of the room. The young man looked up. Alexander Lecour, the chief of staff, was walking towards Lee-Han. The officer wondered, was everything really planned? Even he believed it at first. Lecour remarked that Lee-Han should have told everything at once. The officers, seeing Kuro's anger, were indeed very afraid of it. Each of the military men grabbed their throats. They felt that something strange was happening to their necks. However, the military men were restrained by fear. It was probably an illusion of fear. Even in his current state, Kuro was more than willing to destroy all the people in this room. Kuro said that Lee-Han had convinced him, and he would continue training by going to the 3rd year. Kuro added that even someone as confident and strong as Lee-Han could be weak sometimes. Kuro added that he now has the strength to help Lee-Han. Before, Lee-Han used to protect him. Now it will be different. Kuro added that now he will be by his friend's side as an equal. The chief of staff looked back and watched Lee-Han walk away. Our hero was not happy that he had to resort to such methods of influence. Lecour told the approaching John Red that this guy does have a natural charisma, just like the sergeant said. John Red said that's what scares him. Lee-Han continued to intensively develop his hand-to-hand combat skills. He regularly sparred with the corporal. Also regularly, our hero met on the wrestling mat with Johnny Schwartz. Once after an evening training session, the young men split up after the gym. Lao Cha and Schwartz said goodbye and wished good luck. Li Han told the Silence that he shouldn't have told those guys that he wanted to learn how to fight like them. Come to think of it, those two have fun every time he gets humiliated. Did Silence see the look on their faces? Silence wondered why the guy was studying martial arts. After all, he won't even need them. Li Han replied that one must be prepared for everything. That way, he would be able to prevail in any situation. Schwartz once said that this guy should chill out. He was referring to Li Han's zeal. Silence has seen the corporal make a spectacle of himself every training session by loading up Li Han. Right now, our hero was walking to his room, barely dragging his feet. The training was not an easy one. Silence asked if Li Han needed help moving around. Li Han replied that he would try to get there himself. Sergeant John Red opened the door with his foot and stepped inside. Smiling, the instructor said the commander entered the building. Li Han, Silent, Johnny Schwartz, and Lao Cha looked back and looked at the sergeant. They definitely didn't expect to see him. What caught everyone's eye was the prosthetic leg on Sergeant Red's leg. Schwartz laughed and said that his friend had new boots. The sergeant smiled and said hello. Li Han wondered, is Sergeant Red still performing his duties? John Red replied that he would be a temporary coach with the freshmen. He needs to recruit more guys for the sophomore class, and he needs time to recover. John Red said he heard that Li Han did well in his mission as a third-year coach, and the guy is even matured. His shoulders are right at head level. Li Han disagreed and said that couldn't be true. The sergeant, as always, took out a cigar and lit it. Li Han, as a responsible cadet, asked, "Does the sergeant not care about smoking areas as usual?" Sergeant Red responded by asking where in the ARC is smoking even allowed. The instructor added that he brings it up at every meeting, but he's always ignored. Li Han thought there was nothing strange about that. John Red asked if Li Han remembered the Ella magician he'd caught. Li Han replied that he would never forget it. Kid asked if they had managed to get anything out of that monster. The sergeant said they got the information right out of his head. In 3 years, it won't be a war. It will be an attack by the main squad. The Vanguard, on the other hand, has almost finished all the preparations. The prophecy that Earth would be attacked again in 10 years was true. But if there was a Vanguard, the war would start much faster than they thought. There was a knock on Li Han's door. The boy opened it and asked what was the matter. Johnny Schwartz stood on the doorstep. The big guy handed the young man a flash drive and said it was a gift. Li Han was surprised, as usual. Johnny explained that it was a recording of yesterday's sophomore competition, Squad 13. He remembered that Li Han was their leader. Schwartz asked why Li Han was sitting in the room on his day off. Doesn't he enjoy hanging out with the old guys? Li Han said that it's usually old people who pour dirt on someone. He didn't know a woman could be called such an extensive amount of swear words. Schwartz laughed again and said that there were only men present. Johnny turned around and said he went to rest. Li Han can enjoy the video, but he had enough of thinking about useless things in his room for days on end. Left alone, Li Han immediately inserted the flash drive into the player and turned on the screen. Li Han commented on what was happening out loud. His guys were once again fighting with the third squad, most likely because they didn't have many sophomores after the attack. Kyo had become the deputy head. Did Knut and Jose give in to him so easily? Li Han thought that maybe that guy's temper might not be that nice, but he was quite smart. Thanks to Kijo, the 13th squad was victorious. Kijo cut Simon off from everyone and harassed him until the sun went down. Li Han lay in bed, but he couldn't sleep. He thought about his squad and was sure that someone would soon be transferred to the next course. I wonder who, Simon, Dimitri, or Knut? Kujo decided he would deal with Del Simon himself. Knut and Jose. There had always been a rivalry between them, but a healthy, athletic one. Didn't he say last time, if they put him up against Simon, I'd rather shoot him right away, or something like that. Kijo saw that Knut and Jose were constantly competing. However, he couldn't understand the nature of this phenomenon, but it was still annoying. One day, while going over the strategy of the upcoming battle, Kyo and Jose had a disagreement. Because that time, Jose was planning a direct attack. Kyo pointed out that if the three of them attacked the opponent head-on, they would be eaten in a flash. Jose angrily told them not to talk to him like that again. Kidjo didn't plan on going head-to-head with Simon. Simon was bad at teamwork, and he might be getting better. But if challenged one-on-one, his self-esteem wouldn't let him back down. Jose recalled that Kidjo didn't want to go one-on-one with him. Kidjo said he would just pretend. He'll distract him, and in the meantime, Knut and Jose will deal with the others. The third squad against the 13th squad. Capture the flag. The command to start the championship was sounded. Kijo shouted bravely for Simon to attack. He, the great Chan Kijo, was ready to face him. Kijo was, in his opinion, at a safe distance from Simon. Simon didn't think so. Simon turned around and ran away. He showed that he didn't want any confrontation. Kijo wondered, had he been too cautious? Kijo thought that he didn't mean to do that at all. But apparently he would have to be bad Kijo. Kijo began to provoke his opponent. He said that Simon was a fake. How could he even be called a genius? Lee Han is much better at fighting and Kuro is cooler at telekinesis. Kijo added that Lee Han is taller than Simon. Even he's taller than Simon. Kijo was clearly in trouble. Simon didn't react in any way or pretended not to. Kijo was at a loss. Suddenly, Simon turned around and lunged at Kijo. Kijo no longer thought he was at a safe distance and turned around and started running away screaming. Their battle turned out to be the most protracted in RK history. 7 years ago, John Red was patrolling the city. Red approached a man standing with his back to him. The man whose back Red was currently behind said he warned Red not to follow him. John Red put a cigar in his mouth and said that the man knew it was his mission. There were orders to take him to the ARC. The man turned to John and said he understood, but he is deeply indifferent to this circle of telepaths. Besides, when you consider that in the RK children are taught destruction, as a child he was turned into this organization at the whim of his father, who was an ardent fanatic. It was all called a peace mission, and that place was one of thousands of cults founded during the war. He was raised as one of the best members of the organization and trained in inhumane methods every day. He started with small animals, then moved on to dogs, pigs, cows, monkeys. Eventually he got to humans. His first extermination was very quick. The man said he couldn't let other children go through what he had to go through. If Red understood that, he could get out. Red put out his cigar with his foot and said that if they lose the coming war, humanity will die. They can argue about human rights when they survive. John Red said that he would not give this guy an order to wipe someone out. He should at least accept the role of instructor. The guy wondering if John Red was listening to him at all. There's no way he wants any part of this. Red wondered how he should be then. After all, he has to bring him in, and he's stalling. John Red asked if he should just knock him out and drag him back to the base. The interlocutor said that Red could easily shorten his lifespan right now. John Red tried to carry out the plan and threw his arm forward to drive his opponent in the jaw. The guy dodged that punch. In response, his opponent threw the same punch. Red ducked in the same way. The man said that he could take Red down right now. He hoped the man was satisfied. Red still drove his opponent's fist into his nose, from which blood flowed. Red noticed that his opponent really should have finished him off. A huge passenger airplane flew over the fighters fighting in a deserted alley of the city. The fight continued. Now Red received a powerful blow to the chest and, unable to stay on his feet, fell to his knees. His opponent said it was time to stop. Red couldn't beat him. If he wanted to end things, he could grab the knife that lay on the ground. The opponents stood against each other and stared intently into each other's eyes. Red said that he seems to have hurt his opponent. Does the man take pride in his martial arts skills? The man said he would finish the sergeant off with his bare hands. The sergeant replied that he wouldn't die that easily. John Red thought his opponent's hand looked much more dangerous than a knife. In the course of another exchange of blows, John Red's hand ignited, as it had done before, and he grabbed his opponent's head. Johnny Schwartz approached the opponents lying on the ground and asked what it all meant. Who destroyed who? Or did they both die? John Red got to his feet and said that guy got knocked out. He used pyrokinesis and choked him. Schwartz wondered if we were talking about the pyrokinesis the sergeant used to light cigars. John Red showed the crystal and said he got it from Schumacher. The stone increases the strength of his abilities, allowing him to better control his pyrokinesis. John Red asked in consternation. He couldn't have burned his face, could he? Schwartz said that Red was fighting weird somehow. Johnny Schwartz rolled up his sleeves and said it's time to get this guy. The subject is ready for transport. Johnny Schwartz added, after thinking about it, that mission accomplished, and asked what that guy's name was. Ri Chan. John Red replied that it was Wei Chung. Lee Han silently watched Johnny Schwartz greedily drinking soda from a can. Schwartz offered the same can to Lee Han. The guy replied that he had his own. Schwartz said the situation is a little strange. The person he's talking to has the body of an adult, but he's still a kid inside. Schwartz said not to let Lee Han die on a mission. In 2 years, when he's older, they'll have a beer together. Lee Han said he wasn't interested in talking about beer and alcohol. Schwartz cringed at such words. Johnny Schwartz said that in 2 years at most, Lee Han would be a better fighter than him. By then, even the ARC won't be able to control these guys. At this time, the third-year cadets ran past the interlocutors. If the full-fledged soldiers who were former ARC disciples turned on him, it would not be a small matter. Johnny Schwartz remembered how he had dealt with another monster. He added that if the cadets went against the ARC, then humanity would end. Ri-chan must not turn into a monster. Li-han, in an experimental spacesuit, was trying to toss and catch a ball. Octo was standing by the computer and fixing something. Li-han thought cost efficiency was a magic term for engineers. Octo thought that this guy Li-han was extremely efficient. As far as they know, he has the lowest telekinetic abilities in the history of the organization. The same goes for his minimum power. However, that's a good thing because there is no extra cost involved, allowing for increased control. The guy, overcoming difficulties, tried to fulfill the tasks assigned to him. If someone is able to divide his power into 10 parts, Li-han divides it into 20. Octo thought that Li-han was a true treasure. If he continued like this, he would achieve incredible results. The training session was completed. Octo told the exhausted guy that the activity period was 25 minutes. That was better than last time. Li-han remarked that he still had a long way to go before he could actually fight. Octo replied that they just started, so there's no need to rush. Li-han couldn't get up. He said he didn't have any more strength. He couldn't even lift his head. Octo apologized and said that he would take off the armor now. After the exoskeleton was placed on the stand, Octo asked, "Now how is the young man doing?" Li-han replied that it was as if his muscles were all twisted into a knot. The engineer said that was understandable. After all, he uses all his muscles in telekinesis until he faints. Octo said the second-generation tele-armor will be much more comfortable. It will be Telebane 2.0. Octo added that they will only be able to create 80 sets because they don't have enough dragon component. Li-han asked, "Is it already known who will get the armor? If there are 50 people in the third year now, does that mean there are plans to recruit 30 more?" Octo waved his hands and said that he was just an employee of the technology department. He wasn't really interested in the training and practice processes. On the way out of the lab, Li-han met Sergeant John Red. The impression was that the sergeant was expecting a guy here. The sergeant asked if Li-han was returning from the third-year building and added that he had just seen Silence. Li-han assumed that Silence had just finished his assignment. Red said that Li-han would probably be happy to see him. Li-han said that Silence is his only one-year-old. He even gets bored when Silence isn't around. Sarge, pulling out his favorite cigar, said that the young men seem to have become friends. It takes him a while to type anything, but he's used to it. All the guys at the ARC treat him well. John Red, looking at Li-han, thought that this guy has always been very caring despite his age. Contrived caring is always easy to recognize. And Silence isn't a fool and can detect falseness, so he should talk less to most guys. The sergeant asked if Li-han really wanted him to treat him like a sick person. Li-han replied that he didn't want that. Li-han asked his older comrade why Silence wore a mask all the time. John Red wondered, doesn't Li-han know? The guy replied that if he knew, he wouldn't ask. This mask has nothing to do with his central nervous system, right? The sergeant clarified that the mask was just for beauty. A few days passed. Johnny Schwartz extended his hand and greeted the newcomer. He introduced himself and said he was a first-generation telekinesic soldier. Schwartz informed the newcomer that he would give him a tour of the local sites and added that the guy should follow him. The newcomer turned out to be Del Simon. The guy was feeling a little tense in his new surroundings. Johnny Schwartz asked if he was the genius everyone was talking about. The big guy added that he had big plans for this rookie. Simon thought that everyone had big plans for him. Ever since he was a kid, the young man had been considered a genius. Amazing Simon. Even as a child, Del was able to lift and hold various objects with telekinesis. Everyone said that he possessed telekinesis at a very high level. This young man had a great future ahead of him. He would be the best even when he entered the ARC. The day came when Del Simon found himself in the ARC. The boy looked up to his peers. Del Simon found himself in an unfamiliar environment with no friends or acquaintances. Del figured there were a lot of people around, and they all possessed telekinesis. In any case, he expected to be number one. Del saw Kuro crying and thought that this guy obviously didn't belong here. Kuro annoyed Simon all the time. Del treated him with disdain, and Kuro pissed him off all the time. Is this slob really a telekinetic? Kuro got his ass handed to him by Del Simon. He beat him up on a regular basis. And yet there was something he couldn't accept. Kuro's telekinesis skills were definitely better than his. Kuro had become an S-ranker at some point. S-rankers are different from everyone else. Their level couldn't be reached by training. Simon angrily thought, what did he even do? All he did was cry all the time. Simon, on the other hand, had been practicing as hard as he could all this time. Even when all the cadets were asleep, Simon practiced at night. He wanted to beat Kuro. It was critical for Simon to retain his rank. The guy still wished to be number one. Lee Han and Silence sat across the table from each other in the office for a meeting. Lee Han asked what the topic of the unscheduled meeting was. What was the matter? Silence informed that if they had been summoned, it might be another special mission. Corporal Zai entered the office. He said hello to everyone and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Lee Han stood up and asked the corporal, would he really be the deputy squad leader? The corporal replied that they don't have many first-generation TSI fighters, so they don't have many leaders either. Lee Han knows about the spatial rift in Tirana, right? Tirana is the capital of Albania, the place where the second spatial crack opened during the First War. At that time, people were unable to stop the enemy army, so the entire Balkan Peninsula, including Albania, became a wasteland. Lee Han assumed that the enemy was trying to open the crack again, like in Siniju. Corporal Zai said it was much more serious. All the combined forces defending the crack have been destroyed. A second wave of attack will be announced soon. All the ARC forces should be ready to join the fight. Lee Han wondered, is the enemy really that strong? Some of Ella's mages can open warp tunnels. Therefore, the enemy forces can move in large groups. Their numbers are constantly growing. They might even be able to open an interdimensional portal this time. Listening to the corporal's story, Lee Han clenched his fists until his joints ached. His hand was even sweating. Things were getting worse and worse. This time, the dragons might truly invade this world with their entirety. He had to do something about it, and he had to think about it carefully. The door opened and new visitors entered the room. The corporal and the cadets looked at them. One of them apologized and said that they were a little late. Standing on the threshold were Johnny Schwartz and Simon. Schwartz introduced his companion and said that this was the last member of the squad. Schwartz looked into Lee Han's eyes and said that there was no need to introduce them since they had already participated in the same operations. Lee Han and Simon looked at each other silently with serious expressions. It was something like a greeting. Simon remembered the conflicts from freshman year. This guy always stood in his way as if he was better. Simon was still standing there now, clenching his fists. They would have been thrown out of here by now if it weren't for him. Figured he'd be better than Lee Han no matter what. Johnny Schwartz said that if everyone was all in, would go over the highlights briefly. The purpose of the upcoming mission was to stop the opening of the spatial rift. 7 members of the first generation of PSI fighters will be assisting them. Each fighter will be wearing tele armor. Schwartz added that they can only offer 3 air support units. That's all they have. The warrior added that if they fail, and the dragons infiltrate this world, they will have to fight them face to face. Lee Han clenched his fist tightly and thought that he was prepared for that. After all, they were trained for such purposes. Without further ado, Lee Han asked when they were leaving. Schwartz, fixing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, replied succinctly that they were leaving right away. There was no reason to delay. The outpost in Tirana. It's 20 kilometers from the interdimensional rift. The military base is equipped with everything we need. The representative of the general staff showed a satellite image of the fissure and said that several teleshields had been spotted in the area. The dragon summoning ceremony is probably taking place in one of them, so the areas are closed. However, they can't guess which one. It would seem that one could simply bombard the area, but such shields cannot be penetrated even by nuclear warheads. The military officer added that their landscape was urban and the monsters could dig underground tunnels, so an airstrike would not help them. The members of the special operation gathered together. Lee Han offered to go over the details of the operation. The large caliber vehicles, tanks, were manned with crew and ammunition and were moving to the front lines. The monsters rampaged through the center of the city. They were heavily armed and acted recklessly. While the combined forces were fighting the enemy army, the P and F squads were each searching for a shield and destroying Ella's mages. There were 7 fighters in the air wearing telebrons. 3 of them should be asked to back up, but only as a last resort. Lee Han added that they should hold out as long as they could despite the potential casualties. The monsters want to seize resources and deal with their main weapon, that is, the tele-armor. The military, using large caliber machine guns, opened fire to defeat the enemy. The number of monsters destroyed was in the dozens. The monsters didn't pose too much of a threat, considering the modern weapons of humans. What you should be afraid of is their collective sleepwalking. They focus completely on the enemy and attack, sacrificing themselves. The growls of their fellow creatures only help them enter the sleepwalking phase. 40 such monsters will gladly throw themselves under the tracks of a tank just to destroy it. If not for their persistence, they would be extinct as a species. The ARC Special Forces, led by Li Han, moved out to accomplish the task. Li Han, using the detection sensors in his spacesuit, said that the enemy was right on course. Indeed, 4 monsters appeared in front of our heroes. They were Grants. One of them, the largest one, was Ogre. Ogre showed maximum activity and stepped forward. Opening its mouth, it roared loudly. Li Han told Corporal Zai and Silence to deal with the grenades. Li Han, on the other hand, suggested to Simon to destroy the Ogre. They dispersed to their stations and began the task. Ogre was particularly impulsive. Li Han fired a machine gun round at the enemy. The monster rose up on its hind legs and screamed loudly. Li Han summoned the monster towards him. He shouted for Ogre to come out to fight him to measure his strength. Li Han jumped up high and said he was behind the monster's head. He asked Simon to clear the way for him. Simon replied that he understood everything. Under the effect of telekinesis, huge rocks began to rise into the air. Li Han jumped from rock to rock and climbed higher and higher. Simon shouted for Li Han to move forward. Simon continued to hold the atmosphere. Li Han moved toward the monster with his spear in front. Li Han jumped on the ogre's front paw and started climbing higher up its body to reach its head. Almost reaching his target, Li Han pulled out a grenade and pulled the pin. The seconds were counting down. Li Han jumped back to a safe distance and threw the grenade right into the open mouth of the bloodthirsty monster. There was a powerful explosion. The blast wave threw our hero far away. Tumbling, Li Han was uncontrollably moving away from the ogre's body. Simon watched as the monster's head flew apart. He also saw Li Han fly off to the side. Silence and Corporal Zai worked on their part of the mission. There was no trace left of the grenades. All 4 of them came together again. Zai, looking at Li Han, thought, "Is this really the man he had seen before?" Even then, it was already clear that he stood out among the others. The corporal thought that even though he had spent most of his life on the battlefield, he felt like he was being led by a trustworthy commander. The squad, under Li Han's command, continued to move through the ruins of the empty city. The young men turned down an alleyway. In front of them lay the bodies of civilians. There was blood everywhere. Li Han bent down and touched the traces of blood with his fingers. With a quick examination, our hero determined by eye that these people had died recently. The colleagues immediately adopted a circular defense. One of the cadets discovered a werewolf hair. Li Han was sure there were Ella's hunters here. We must be vigilant. The commander told Simon and Silence to keep their melee weapons handy. Our hero thought that if there were werewolves here, it would be more convenient to destroy them by hand than to shoot them. Li Han crouched down and threw a stone forward. The stone bounced off the surface and flew farther and farther away. Li Han took out a grenade and pulled the pin. The rest of the squad had their weapons at the ready. Li Han threw the prepared grenade forward because the monster was coming towards the squad. Li Han calculated it correctly. Before the grenade could even land, all the squad members scattered in different directions to avoid the effects of the blast wave. After the explosion, the deed was done. Several monsters that were here were destroyed. However, from the top of the ruined building, another monster began to fire arrows at the squad. Li Han saw it in time and sounded the alarm. Li Han turned around and shouted loudly for everyone to take cover. There was no time to think about it. The villain had time to fire several charges. The warriors did not have time to hide. The released charges managed to hit the corporal. Simon tried to use his telekinesis abilities to stop the enemy, but he failed. Corporal Zai lay on the ground in front of his colleagues. Simon said that he couldn't do anything right now because their lives were more important. Li Han grabbed the grenade and intended to pull out the check. He said that we have to stop this monster. Simon shouted that the villains are too far away. He would be able to dodge or the blast just wouldn't hit him. Li Han didn't listen to his colleague and decided to act in his own way. He swung and threw the grenade far forward. The grenade received a strong momentum and flew straight towards the monster and reached it. The monster tried to hide. The villain tried to slip out of the grenade's range. He decided to change his position. However, the explosion that erupted left the monster no chance. Li Han saw an explosion on the roof of the building where the enemy had just been, and flames lit up the entire area. Silence approached our hero and let him know that Li Han had acted magnificently. Corporal Zai said that he didn't know much about telekinesis at all, but he felt like the hunter had just done something very cool. It's a complicated technique like hitting a three-pointer from the middle of the court with your back to the basket. We've received a report of a teleshield in Sector 9. We need to eliminate it. Li Han warned that the Izzy squad is heading towards the target location. It's about 1 kilometer away. They'll be there in 5 minutes. Li Han said to have Corporal Zai build a stretch and extend it to this point. Also need to add some more grenades. The commander said that the enemy will immediately come running here when they hear firing. We should prepare a present for them. Corporal Zai thought that this guy was the fastest to become a real soldier. However, deep down, it hurt him. Li Han was a child who was barely 10 years old. The monsters surrounding the armor were closing in on her. The circle was inexorably narrowing. All of the squad members except for Silence would clear a path to the teleshed. Li Han added that they would provide an escape corridor. Silence will go behind the shield and destroy Ella's mage. Silence replied that he understood and was starting to take action. Li Han added that they were all counting on Silence. The girl sat down in front of the television screen. The room was dark, and she was determined to watch the movie. The child inserted a videotape into the player with the title, The Samurai Who Chopped the Moon. It was her favorite movie. Silence thought he was air. A warrior was advancing on the intended line with a sword at the ready in his hand. Silence envisioned a samurai with sword in hand against the backdrop of a huge bright full moon. He is air. Li Han and the other team members moved straight into the monster epicenter. Silence was moving behind them. The warrior was almost invisible. He became like air. Silence, using his skills, was right in the thick of things near Mage Ella. The villain was destroyed. After that, Silence jumped high up and became out of reach for the monsters. The explosion that occurred as a result of the explosion of ammunition did not affect Silence in any way. After all, the warrior had become almost like air again. Li Han reported to headquarters that Izzy's squad had destroyed Point 9, and they could return early. Silence joined the main body of the group. Simon said that Silence was acting like a child, though he got goosebumps. A flying machine appeared in the air. From this flying machine, a huge capsule was lowered down. Li Han told his colleagues that they had been sent one tele-armor for support. They should hurry up. Now they would see it in action. The Alpha Squad called out to the Izzy Squad. Li Han replied that Izzy could hear Alpha well. Alpha said they were nearby and could join and follow together to Point 8. Li Han asked if the colleagues had already cleared their locations. The answer was yes. They are very happy that they had time to do everything. Replied that they have a small problem. Li Han inquired if there is a race. Alpha said they just dealt with Ella's mages. They ignored the others and just ran away. That's why they now have a bunch of monsters on their tail. The enraged monsters were indeed chasing the Alpha group, and the Alpha group was running away from the monsters with all their legs. Li Han checked the information. The leader of the Alpha Squad was Derek, and he possessed electricity. Our hero was wondering if there was an area where Derek could use his abilities. The warrior told the Alpha team the coordinates, reaching which they could cross. The Alpha group, after receiving the detailed information, adjusted their route of travel and continued on their way to meet up with Izzy. The contact said they would see a large outdoor pool along their route. There's sure to be some water there. The city's water supply was out, but there had been recent rains. The Alpha replied that she understood what the contact was getting at. The warrior thought that in such a short time, Li Han had strategized using his power. Alpha said that if they survived and returned to ARK, they would become good friends. Li Han replied that he was fine with that. The guy devised an operation in which he could rescue his colleagues and destroy the monsters chasing them. Alpha was steadily approaching the target point. All the while, the monsters were chasing them. However, the monsters were catching up with the warriors. One of them asked if they had much longer to run. The leader shouted that they were almost there. The commander saw the necessary turn and thought that once they got there, he would roast those monsters alive. However, when Li Han and his men approached this pool, they saw that there was no water. It was empty. Simon said that the walls and floor are broken. There is no water. What should we do now? Everyone looked at the commander. Li Han, lowering his head, thought that he had miscalculated here. Li Han was very upset. Had he really set everyone up? Alpha was on the line. They reported that they were approaching. The corporal told the commander to calm down. It's all right because no one's dead. Silence, with swords at the ready, turned around and prepared to face the monsters with dignity. Li Han pulled himself together and shouted that the enemy was approaching. Everyone get ready. As they entered the corner, Alpha saw Izzy's squad on the horizon. We should pick up the pace. The warriors ran as fast as they could. The monsters were chasing them. Li Han and his soldiers were at the ready. Li Han shouted with all his might for his colleagues to increase their speed. This was very important right now. The monsters were about to catch up with those fleeing. Their tentacles had already almost reached their target. The distance between them had shrunk to a minimum. Li Han shouted to his warriors to cover the Alpha Squad. The monsters were within range. Izzy's squad launched an attack. Each of the attackers performed their task and acted according to their available weapons. Li Han looked back and shouted that the enemy had come from the rear. It was only necessary to destroy those who were too close. They have no time at all. From a bird's eye view, a huge number of bloodthirsty monsters could be seen approaching the armed men. The forces were clearly unequal. Corporal Zai told the commander that they wouldn't be able to hold back the onslaught of the enemy for long. We have to use tele-armor. Li Han thought that such a decision could not be made against the backdrop of emotion. After all, the lives of all the soldiers depended on it. And as Corporal Zai said, if they requested armor, it would help win the battle. However, they only have 2 armors. If they request it now, the other squad would only have one more opportunity to ask for help. Li Han decided that they should handle this situation on their own. He forced himself to think. Li Han looked around. He searched his gaze for anything that could help him, and something caught his eye. Our hero saw a water tank. How had he not noticed it before? The tank was relatively close by. Li Han ordered Silence and Simon to redeploy to the other side of the pool. Simon, doing his part of the mission and using his abilities to destroy the monsters, but began to move to the other side of the pool. Li Han told the Alpha staff to pull the wire. It is necessary to lure these creatures into the pool. The commander told Silence that there was a water tank behind a tree. We need to cut the top off and check its contents. Silence replied that judging by the size of the tank, even if the water in there is half, they will have enough. Simon had already reached his seat. Li Han told him to be ready to blow up the support of the water tank. At the same time, the commander continued to fight the advancing monsters. Skillfully wielding his spear, he struck the enemy, piercing them through. Li Han ordered the squad to gradually retreat. The path of retreat is clear. The Alpha squad must make preparations. At the right moment, Simon carried out the order and detonated one of the supports under the tank. The tank of water lost its balance, tilted, and the water rushed into the pool. The bloodthirsty monsters were waist-deep in water. It was a trap. One of the fighters of Izzy's unit stood at the edge of the pool and decided it was time to prove himself. Placing his hands in front of him, the soldier began to emit a huge amount of electricity. As he did so, he said that the main course of the evening was an electrical charge. The electric charge, which had a high voltage, was sent straight into the pool. The monsters were truly toasted. Even from afar, from a bird's eye view, one could see huge discharges of electricity appearing above the pool. It was like lightning bolts were striking the sky. When it was over, the bodies of the destroyed monsters were floating in the water. It was an unconditional victory. The cadet who had gotten the electricity said that he had no strength left at all. Li Han said that it was necessary to take care of the Alpha squad. Li Han supported his colleague and said that it was necessary to move, even if it was hard. The cluster of monsters that were on the outskirts of the city were targeted with a targeted double strike. The monsters were not having a good time. It was clear that all the tele-armor for ground support had already been used. They could only count on themselves. While moving, Li Han reported that they had defeated these monsters. There was one last point left. The warriors moved along the street strewn with the bodies of the destroyed monsters. At the same time, they remained vigilant and looked around intently. Li Han wondered if they would be able to get rid of all the monsters. There seemed to be too many of them. Hordes of monsters were flocking towards the defense shield. A final push was needed. Warriors in armored suits with exoskeletons entered the battle. The destruction of monsters was taking place everywhere. Izzy's and Alpha's squads were once again surrounded. The monsters encircled the approaching warriors from all sides. Li Han shouted for Silence to pierce the shield. Silence did the job, and the warriors continued forward. However, the soldiers were all confused. They didn't understand what was happening. The monsters turned around and no longer paid attention to the soldiers. They turned their gazes to Ella's mage, who was calling out to his subjects for something. Li Han turned around and shouted to his unit that they didn't have time to think. They must defeat Magician Ella. A bright glow occurred around Ella's magician, who was in the epicenter of the monsters. This glow could be seen from afar. There was a huge release of energy. All this was the result of our heroes sneaking up to the main monster and destroying it. In front of the kneeling monsters, Li Han stood with a spear in his hand. Blood was dripping from the tip of the spear. At his feet lay the slain mage Ella. Li Han took off his helmet and threw it at his feet. The monsters kneeled down and were afraid to move. But that wasn't all. A dragon began to appear from the crevice. Only part of its body was still visible. The kneeling monsters trembled in fear. Li Han looked up from below. Only the front paws were visible, but even from them, the extent of the disaster was clear. Compared to the dragons they had studied at ARC, this one was at least twice as big. Li Han looked under his feet. There was a strange purple liquid flowing from the dragon towards him. It could carry danger. Silence was already rushing to the commander's aid. Bypassing the kneeling monsters, he approached Li Han. Before this battle, when the group was assembled, Li Han had warned that a dragon was appearing from the crack. and that was obvious. Silence reported so that the commander would not dare to die. Courage is not denying fear, but overcoming it. Li Han looked Silence in the place where the eyes should be under the mask. Li Han responsibly stated that he didn't intend to die. He had plans for the future. Li Han asked Silence, where did that beautiful phrase come from? Silence replied that it was from the movie Moon about a samurai. Silence grabbed the commander and jumped over the monsters and tried to carry him to safety. Li Han thought that when they got back to ARK, they would watch this movie together. Silence and Li Han swept over the monsters, moving away from the dragon. The dragon's mouth had already shown from the crevice, and an endless number of monsters were flying out. Li Han and Silence fell to the ground in a relatively safe place. The young men looked back. The dragon head was already outside. It was a giant dragon with glowing eyes. It roared loudly. Li Han shouted out, "What about the rest of his fighters?" The commander was naturally worried about his personnel. The dragon, flashing its eyes, continued to climb out of the crevice. Its terrifying paw with huge claws stretched far forward. Li Han thought that the crevice was small, so the dragon only had its head and front paws visible. It is necessary to request a body armor right now. The dragon kept screaming loudly and trying to get out. Armed units arrived at this dangerous place. However, the aftermath of the dragon's scream did not go in vain. The warriors grabbed their heads and fell to the ground. This sound was maddening. The dragon raised its head up towards the moon and screamed even louder. Li Han also felt the dragon's influence on him. The dragon used telekinesis to address each of the humans, saying that he could see the pitiful humans. Each of the warriors' head was splitting with pain. The dragon informed them that when the crack got bigger, he would destroy them all. Simon screamed for the dragon to get out of his head. It was unbearable pain. The dragon said that first he would get rid of all the ugliness that humans had created out of their flesh and blood. At this time, a huge military air vehicle flew over the dragon. Li Han, overcome with pain, realized that the dragon wanted to shoot down the aircraft. It was necessary to stop it. The dragon opened its maw and roared loudly, spewing out huge streams of dangerous energy. Simon thought in fear that they could all die. Li Han and Silence were once again in close proximity to the dragon. It was necessary to stop it and prevent it from having a detrimental effect on those around them. Li Han thought that perhaps doom awaited them. The boy raised his head upwards. He thought that this might happen if he didn't act right now. The dragon continued to roar and spew energy, trying to affect the flying machine. Li Han grabbed his spear and moved straight at the huge beast. Silence looked at the commander in bewilderment. Li Han shouted and continued to move forward with his spear out. From the outside, it looked like he wanted to scare the dragon with his shout. Simon, with his assault rifle in hand, wondered what his boss had decided to do. Clearly, he had some kind of plan. Simon turned into a raging source of anger. He shouted that all the monsters around him were about to die and he would have a hand in it. After the rage passed, Simon wondered how they should proceed. Another thing that was incomprehensible to Simon was how his commander was the only one who could keep his sanity. Li Han continued to move towards the dragon's head. The interlocutor held out a folder and said that these were the documents he had requested. John Red inquired what they were going to do with the third-year promotions. Johnny Schwartz, after studying the contents of the folder, only smirked in response. He said one of them would be sent on an operation in Tirana, to Richong's unit. Sergeant Red asked who Richong was. Schwartz said it's Li Khan, he just calls him that. What's so funny about the name Richong? Sergeant Red said Schwartz pulled the same prank on Wei Cheng. He's not developing at all. Schwartz pointed out that you can't smoke in here. Johnny added that Newt Meyer, the hitman, was on the same squad as Li Han. The interviewer said he liked the other warrior and pointed his finger at Dmitry Petrov. He added that they had something in common. The colleagues argued for some more time which of the cadets presented in this dossier was better and more capable. Some of the cadets were more capable, others more obedient. However, a choice had to be made on someone. Sergeant Red said that none of these cadets would fail the mission. None of them liked to lose. Simon continued to hold on with his last strength. His nerves were at their limit and he screamed loudly. Simon didn't want to give up. He thought if Li Han can do it, who can do it, so can he. Li Han, overcoming the obstacles in the form of bumps on the dragon's body, continued to move upwards. A little more, and our hero found himself on the face of this fearsome beast. Li Han was like a small bug to the dragon. Li Han, pulling his spear forward, ran across the nose of this vile creature. Li Han and Dell established a mental connection with each other. What Li Han was about to do couldn't destroy the dragon, but he wanted to at least change the trajectory of its attack. The guy ran past the eye and attacked the dragon, thrusting his spear forward. The dragon continued to spew a stream of energy directed vertically into the sky. This glow in the night was visible from afar. The flying vehicle was exposed to the attack and an explosion occurred, just what the dragon wanted. However, the impact didn't hit the fuselage, but one of the engines. Li Han stabbed his spear into the dragon's mouth, lost his balance, and fell down. There was a chaotic fall of the warrior. Li Han fell to the ground. He felt pain all over his body. The dragon similarly reported that it was a pathetic attempt. Worthless humans were incapable of anything. Li Han couldn't feel his left arm and leg after falling. The dragon turned his head and seemed to look at this man with his fiery gaze. He said that in this world, this guy was the only one who hadn't lost hope. The dragon informed that he didn't like the look of this man, and so he should prepare to die. He turned his muzzle towards Li Han and began to approach. The dragon raised its paw from outside and tried to strike our hero. Li Han was on his knees, finding it difficult to move. Li Han looked up at the enemy from below. He thought that this was it. There was no fear in his eyes. Li Han was almost trapped. It seemed like nothing could save him anymore. The dragon's claws were about to close. However, the dragon wondered why the man was sitting there doing nothing. Li Han sat calmly and without fear. The dragon realized, was the crack closing? The beast screamed loudly again. The dragon began to be sucked inside the crack. He raised his paw and pulled it away from the man. Li Han remained motionless. The dragon informed him that the man would answer for this, and he would remember it back to him. Li Han held onto his left shoulder and thought he couldn't even stand up. Half of his body was numb. The dragon had almost all disappeared into the crevice. Only his paw remained outside. The powerful energy beam he was sending into the sky weakened considerably. The next moment, a warrior in telearmor appeared in front of our hero. Did he really jump without any extra protection into the middle of nowhere? Li Han thought that only one person could dare to do such a thing. That person informed Li Han that he seemed to have made it, and added, no one else seemed to have survived. Li Han noticed that the clawed paw of the dragon, which was still outside, had grabbed the legs of the telearmored warrior. In front of Li Han's eyes, the claws closed in and pinned that warrior's entire exoskeleton underneath. Li Han shouted for the man not to dare to die. In response, he heard, "Reach on." The dragon clenched its paw and lifted the telearmored man high above him. The dragon's head once again appeared above the ground. The dragon completely disappeared into the crevice. Li Han continued to sit still and shouted loudly in grief. Li Han couldn't forgive himself for this. Because of him, his battle comrade had died. When the smoke cleared and everything more or less calmed down, a huge deep hole was formed in front of the crevice. Warharmut, the code name of the 8th dragon that appeared during the operation in Tehran. The image of this dragon was on a large screen. Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour, who was present, said that an interesting name was given to this dragon by Sasha Grace. Grace said that this dragon is different from all the dragons that have appeared before, much stronger and bigger. The speaker said that it took 4 pieces of telearmor to make this dragon. Even if the entire budget was used, success could not be guaranteed. Fortunately, the number of countries willing to support the ARC in fighting the dragon had increased. Lacour thought that even if there were purists among them, their situation would worsen with the appearance of Warharmut. The chief of staff took the microphone and told the video to pause. Lacour added that someone had been shot in the eye by the dragon. The picture clearly showed it. On the tatami, Li Han and Johnny Schwartz were doing hand-to-hand combat. Schwartz said that sometimes an opponent is like a person with no emotion at all. Johnny added that this may be the rationality behind his actions. Even if that path leads to death, he thinks it's the only way. Even so, Li Han still chooses this path. If that's not stubbornness, what is it? Johnny Schwartz grabbed his opponent's torso and knocked him to the ground. Li Han had no chance of winning this fight. Li Han was lying on the tatami on his back with his arms spread out to the sides. Schwartz told the guy not to lose consciousness. He must surely survive. Johnny held out his hand and told Li Han to get up. The big man smiled his good-natured smile. Li Han opened his eyes. The guy was in a hospital room. Sergeant Red said he was finally awake. Li Han got up from the bed and asked how long he had been here. Li Han's arm was bandaged. The sergeant replied that the guy had been here for 2 days. Anticipating Li Han's question, the sergeant replied that Johnny Schwartz had disappeared along with that creature. He was considered missing, not dead. Li Han grabbed his blanket and told the sergeant that he wanted to be alone. The sergeant looked around. In front of him in the chamber stood Li Han's battle comrades. John Red asked in surprise, "Why did they all come together?" "The patient needs to rest." The sergeant added that Li Han wanted to be alone. He had just woken up. Li Han continued to sit pensively on the bed. He was tormented by various thoughts. In all countries, there was almost no data on the enemy's movements. This means that most of them died in Tirana. The chief of staff, taking off his glasses, said that it was now safe to exhale. It is worth finishing for today. Sasha Grace remained silent in response. Schumacher jumped in and said that there was a problem that needed to be addressed. Octo said that the second-generation prototypes entrusted to the first group should be entrusted to the third. The old man disagreed and said that was utter nonsense. Octo stated that the prototypes could be launched right now. The old man wondered, what kind of launches could we be talking about? They could barely be made to move. The dragon's material factor is too high. Octo said that if you trusted the weapons to a team, only a proven one, they were supposed to be disassembled and sent to the factory anyway. Passions between the bald man and the mustachioed man were heating up. The old man said he wouldn't give these prototypes to Schumacher. It's not clear what he's up to. Octo said there was only one talent that was perfect for the prototype and asked the chief of staff to trust him. Liqueur asked that Octo explain his plan. The shouting of the two did not add to the understanding. 3 days passed. Moving between the floors of the building, Li Han with a bandaged arm met a colleague. Li Han and Simon came upon each other. The young men walked past each other without saying hello. As they passed each other, Li Han looked back and thanked Simon for helping him with the dragon. Simon remembered the moment when Li Han had accelerated in front of the dragon and rushed towards the monster's face. Simon angrily said that Li Han was talking nonsense right now. After all, he has been the head of the squad for so many times, and Li Han keeps messing around. Simon angrily told Li Han not to compare him to the guys in his squad. Li Han asked how many times has Simon beaten them. Not too long ago, he even lost to Kijo. What a shame. Simon suggested that Simon go to the gym and added that he'd rather have both of his arms broken. Li Han replied that he didn't mind settling the matter at the gym. The young men went to the gym in silence. Li Han thought that this guy looked upset. Maybe he should have pushed him for nothing. Simon thought that he shouldn't have shown his insecurity like that. Simon thought, what should he do now with this guy who had an injured arm? Each of his opponents thought that he couldn't appear weak in front of his opponent. The young men were called out. Could it really be Li Han and Simon? They stopped and looked around. In front of them were Petrov and Knut Meyer. Petrov said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Knut added that they were now third-year students too. Li Han told his interlocutor that they both needed to calm down. Simon warned him not to let Li Han get in his face again. Knut and Dmitri waved happily and moved closer to their colleagues. Everyone was happy to see each other. In the canteen, everyone cheered Li Han and said that he had really cooled the dragon with his spear. The guy stood silently in line with a tray of food. Knut asked how was the mood of the universal hero. Li Han replied that he was not amused. Another cadet said that it was much easier for everyone to pass the time talking like this. Li Han and Knut looked around. A cadet asked if Li Han remembered him. They promised each other to talk to each other in the ARC if they survived. Li Han remembered and smiled. It was Alpha 1 Derek. Derek was surprised that Li Han already recognized his name. That's awesome. It's a pleasure to meet him. The young men sat down at the same table in the dining hall and made conversation while eating their food. There was a general cheer in the dining room. Everyone looked in the same direction. Derek said, starting up again. Silence appeared in the dining room with a huge cake and various sweets on his tray. Li Han got excited because it was silence. 5 days had already passed. It is said that when he has something to think about, he can sit for ages staring at the wall without drinking a drop of water. Said he's practicing wrestling with the wall. It's very interesting to watch him when he finishes his meditations. Li Han said that he usually eats quite a lot, but how does he even get so much into him? Silence decided to park at the table where Li Han and company were. Li Han, not hiding his joy, asked, "Does Silence have a new mask?" The companion replied that he had forgotten to charge the old one. Li Han thought that with the old mask, he definitely wouldn't be able to eat. With the new one, at least the lower jaw would move. So he asked why Silence was practicing fighting the wall. Silence replied that after being trapped in memories, he couldn't stop remembering the day he watched Li Han fight alone. Silence asked who is with Li Han. Li Han replied that it was Knut Meyer. Knut looked out from behind the cake and said hello. Silence said that he would remember him. Silence lifted his mask. Knut saw a woman's lips and chin under the mask. Knut became covered with a blush. He looked at Silence with a sagging jaw and couldn't understand what was happening to him. The young men were gathered in the gym. Everyone was doing something useful for themselves. Knut was pulling iron, and this time he took an inexcusably heavy weight. The guy purposely wanted to load himself up to distract himself. Knut couldn't believe it. There's a girl in the ARC, and if he didn't, did he really like the guy? He chased those thoughts away and increased his physical activity. Knut thought that to get rid of this stress, there was nothing left for him to do but check it out in person. Knut engaged in self-soothing. He, Knut Meyer, is a pupil of the northern Norwegian Sea. He doesn't run away from problems, but meets them face to face. Knut thought this was the perfect moment. This automatic mask would keep him from knowing the truth. As he walked past Silence, Knut thought that there was a rumor that Silence's face was covered in scars. Silence was doing a stretching exercise nearby at the time. Knut thought that if it was true, he would have to apologize. Knut made a sudden movement towards Silence with the intention of pulling the mask off his face. The boy did not succeed. He received a lightning-fast kick in the chest before he could reach the mask with his hand. The guy shrieked in surprise and flew backwards. Silence got up and headed toward the lying Knut. Silence walked over and calmly said that Knut needed to grow eyes in the back of his head. Without this rule, the soldier could not survive. Silence turned around and left the room. Knut thought, what rule are we talking about? He would still try to accomplish what he had in mind. Li-Han came up to Knut and told him that the guy shouldn't do it anymore. Knut replied that they are different. He can't resist what he is interested in. Derek approached Knut and took the guy by the shoulder and told him that he understands him. Derek suggested that Knut meet on the roof of the dormitory at lunchtime and discuss the details there. Knut got excited. Did a coworker really have a plan? Knut and Derek engaged in arm wrestling. Li-Han thought they had definitely already agreed. The four met on the rooftop. Knut, Derek, and two of his comrades. Derek said he wanted to introduce himself. They call themselves the Discoverers of the Mask of Silence, abbreviated PMT. They all have one goal: to find out who is under the mask. Knut was welcomed by those present. The guy was presented with a brooch made of a pin and a beer lid. PMT was scratched on the lid. Knut looked at the paraphernalia with surprise. Derek asked, "Don't you like it?" Knut said it's not well done. It looks like garbage. With a symbol like that, the organization itself could end up looking like a dump. Derek wondered, what does garbage have to do with it? It's what they're striving for. One of the details their organization keeps secret. Derek said it's impossible to defeat the Silence alone. But if Knut joins, there will be 4 of them. What is the minimum number of participants the RK can have in an operation? Knut replied that there would be 4. Derek was pleased and said that the 4 of them could handle everything and achieve their goal. Knut agreed and asked what was the nature of the operation. Derek said that Silence had an interdimensional travel practice scheduled for 7 o'clock. After a while of practice, the Silence will be exhausted. That's when they will be able to attack her. Knut was surprised and said that was very sneaky. Derek asked if Knut really didn't know anything about Silence. Derek suggested he watch it first, and then Knut would figure it out for himself. Silence was in the meantime warming up for practice. Silence got ready and thought it was time to start. He assumed the starting posture. Today, 6 runs of 35 meters as usual. The last one, by all rules, is vertical. Silence got ready for the start. Everything on the pad was ready. The PMT team was secretly watching from the sidelines. Silence said go and then disappeared. He was simply not seen by anyone. Silence was, as always, efficient in carrying out this mission. At this moment, it became like air. Silence moved from tag to tag, but he wanted to do it even faster. On the last mark, Silence made a jump as planned. After that, Silence pushed off and jumped high up. The acceleration didn't decrease even when using the jerk. When falling, kinetic energy was also added. The fall occurred on the air mattress, and the Silence became visible again. It was incredible. Derek told a surprised Knut that there was no catching him during the tug. Knut said with surprise that he didn't expect that. That's how the 2 sets go. They need to get down and get ready. Silence was getting ready to repeat the practice. Derek and Knut smiled as they looked at each other. Finally today, they would reveal the biggest secret of the arc. Li-Han were us to him for mental training. He thought back to the moment when Derek and Knut were practicing arm wrestling. Li-Han hoped the boys would be okay. Their antics wouldn't get them far. Silence was a little tired after the training session and was about to go back to his room. The members of the PMT faction, in full confidence that they were operating stealthily, were approaching the facility. At some point in the narrow room, Silence found himself surrounded. He realized it was an ambush. After a short time, all 4 of them were lying on the floor. They had been deactivated. Knut asked why these PMTs were so weak. Derek replied that they are not weak. It's just that the Silence is too strong. Derek added that his skills are useless on him. Knut stated that it can't go on like this. Knut stated that they need a commander. someone to strategize and coordinate. There was a knock on the door. Lee Han opened the door and asked what Knut and Derek needed. The guys entered the room and told the gist of the problem. Lee Han replied that he didn't like doing things that the others might not like. Knut asked honestly, isn't Lee Han interested in finding out the truth? What does the silence really look like? Lee Han looked at his interlocutors in bewilderment. Of course he's not interested. Knut thought Lee Han answered without thinking. Then he'll help me too. Knut decided to be sly and said that he remembered the good old days, their 13th squad. Lee Han was so cool that he had assembled that squad himself. Whip got up and headed for the exit. He said it was time for them to leave and said goodbye to Lee Han. Lee Han mentally apologized to Silence. He called out to Knut and said that this was the first and last time he would help them. In return, Knut had to promise that if it didn't work out this time, he would quit. Knut got excited and smiled and said he agrees. Lee Han said they need to make sure Silence is on the roof. He hopes it works out. There are traps set up all over the building. He has designated the locations and will make everyone aware of it. Lee Han has dropped the relevant information to everyone and said that there is not much time left. We need to deal with this as soon as possible. Everyone was amazed at how Lee Han detailed everything and made a clear plan of action for everyone involved. Lee Han said for these guys to try to walk in pairs. It's none of his business, and they shouldn't come within 20 meters of the Silence. There is a high probability that he will catch them. Lee Han added if Silence suddenly disappeared, they should run away with all their legs, and then maybe they would have a chance of not getting hit on the head. The leader told everyone to disperse to their positions immediately. There was no time to think at all. Lee Han had prepared the traps on the roof by himself. Everyone had an individual communication device. Lee Han checked the quality of the work and made sure everyone could hear. The commander looked down from the roof and said that very soon the target would appear near the first team. Fighter number 2 should lead the target to fighter number 1. The whip began to pursue the Silence. It seemed that Silence had accepted the rules of the game. He began to run away from Knut. Suddenly, Derek appeared ahead on the course. He tried to attack Silence. The attempt was unsuccessful. Silence drove Derek in the chest with a U-turn, and the guy was forced to go out of action for a while. Knut and Derek were already in pursuit of the victim. Knut reported that the target had infiltrated the building. The commander told the 2 fighters to go back and meet him on the roof. Silence was hit in the head by an empty drink can. It was quite unexpected. Silence stopped and scrunched up his face. He looked at that empty can lying under his feet. Ahead of Silence was an empty hallway. He figured there must be traps set somewhere. These guys had become much more organized than before. Silence looked at the pursuers. It was unlikely they had a brain in their head so quickly. Apparently someone smart had joined them. Silence looked at the pursuers and thought that they had some sort of plan for further action, and they weren't doing things spontaneously right now. Lee Han looked at the tracking devices and told everyone that the target had accelerated. Knut said they didn't do anything but throw a can at him. He flew out of the room at a tremendous speed. Before the pursuers could even realize it, Silence had disappeared. Lee Han assumed that Silence wasn't going to attack. No one should forget about the traps that had been set. Lee Han once again warned everyone to take precautions. Silence. As he ran past the traps, he began to guess whose handiwork it was. It seemed to him that there was no way this guy should have gotten involved in any of this. Silence, without realizing it himself, was acting on the right script. He started climbing up the ladder to the roof. Silence was constantly disturbed by the feeling that someone was definitely leading these fools. The pursuers were following on their heels. They saw Silence continue to move away from them, following them to the roof. Lee Han received a report that the target was approaching the roof. Upstairs, everything was ready for the rendezvous. Silence went up to the roof. Lee Han stood in front of him. Silence was sure that this guy was the one who had engineered the whole thing. 2 traps were set between Lee Han and Silence. The victim stopped and looked around, assessing the situation. Silence was outraged. This was simply astounding. Was he some kind of animal? Silence continued to run, moving away from the place where the rooftop exit was. The pursuers appeared from behind. Lee Han stood directly in front of them. He noted to himself that Silence had run past the first trap. Lee Han tried to figure out Silence's next plan of action. From the looks of it, he was counting on using a flicker to get past Lee Han when he crossed the second trap. Silence had hoped to cross the second trap without touching it with his foot. However, the moment the target was above the trap, it triggered. Silence was surprised. It's not like he even touched it. Lee Han pulled the string at the right moment. After all, he was responsible for the second trap. There was no need for the victim to touch it. Silence, and Li Han thought that the opponent wouldn't be able to use his abilities right now. Silence found himself in close proximity to Li Han. They stood next to each other. Li Han immediately placed a bucket on Silence's head, thus depriving him of visual control. Silence found himself surrounded. Knut and his colleagues rushed towards Silence, stating that there was no need to delay now. Li Han thought that he had actually only seen such techniques in movies, but he had always wondered if anyone could do something similar in real life. It turned out that Silence could. His abilities were simply astounding. All 4 attackers were violently deactivated and were lying around on the roof of the building. Silence, with a bucket on his head, clenched his fists, stood in front of Li Han. He was determined. Silence took another step towards him and removed the bucket from his head. The young men looked at each other directly in the eyes. Silence informed Li Han that in his opinion, he was a cum. Silence tossed the bucket aside and, maneuvering between the lying cadets, headed for the exit. Li Han looked after him. Li Han made a deep thought. Apparently Silence would take offense to that. Knut called out to him. Knut asked in surprise if Li Han could put the bucket on his head. Why didn't he take off his mask? Knut was surprised after all. They had agreed and Li Han did nothing. Li Han replied that he was no longer on their team. Li Han stood in front of the door to the Silence room. He timidly knocked and called out to Silence. Silence heard the knock and a voice from outside. Li Han added that he had come to apologize. Li Han said that he was sorry for what happened. Nothing came in response. Silence, without a mask, stood outside the door. It was indeed a girl. Li Han got a message on his gadget. Why did he do that? Li Han replied that he just couldn't give up on Knut. Knut had done a lot for him in his time. Li Han added that he felt like an idiot, but to be honest, he was also curious about something. Li Han explained that he wanted to see if he could catch the Silence with his power. Furthermore, he was very curious about what the Silence looked like after all. The girl in the room was watching the expression on Li Han's face through the intercom. The guy clearly looked embarrassed. The door to the room was ajar. Li Han stared without blinking with his eyes wide open. Would he really see Silence's face? The door swung open and Silence appeared in front of our hero, masked as always. The boy said that apparently she had recharged enough. Silence warned the interlocutor not to do that again. Li Han replied that it wouldn't happen again. Li Han thought that Silence definitely has a personal reason for hiding his face. He has no right to insist. Li Han said he wanted to talk to Knut and could call him now to apologize. Silence replied that it was fine. She wanted to hear an apology specifically from Li Han. Li Han apologized again and said he wouldn't bother again and it was time for him to leave. Silence held Li Han back, taking him by the shoulder. The boy turned around. A thought flashed through our hero's mind. What would happen next? He didn't feel like parting at all. At the Naval Military Air Base, 4 aircraft were in full combat readiness. Around them there was a bustle. There were many personnel. Today was the day they would finally catch them. The military personnel were in full combat gear with weapons and ammunition. One of the military asked a question. How did they find out where the headquarters was? The reply followed that it was all thanks to that dragon war Harmut. The corporal said that due to the appearance of a sworn enemy, it was inevitable that some of the leaders would still have to surrender for their own safety. The sergeant replied that it was an unpleasant situation. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. All this is done for the sake of humanity and the bright future of future generations, so that there will be world peace. The cadets traditionally ran in a circle in the stadium during the morning jog. Li Han asked Knut if he had apologized to Silence. Knut replied that he had gone to see him recently. He didn't seem to be angry. He replied that on the contrary, he enjoyed kicking them all in the head. Li Han hoped that Knut wouldn't be looking for any more adventures in the same place. Knut said he promised not to do that again. Petrov was catching up with the cadets from behind. Petrov, approaching, shouted for the 2 men to part. Petrov, accelerating, jogged onward. Li Han asked his interlocutor if he wanted to watch a movie tonight. Silence had given him a flash drive of the movie yesterday. Li Han remembered the situation the day before when Silence stopped him and invited him to his room. Silence asked if Li Han remembered that he wanted to watch the movie. Li Han remembered and said it was the samurai who chopped the moon. Silence said for Li Han to wait for a while. We need to find the file. Li Han looked around the room at Silence. The guy was amazed. There were movie posters on the walls. The posters were for movies of different genres. There were also cold weapons on the wall. Li Han made a bold assumption. Apparently Silence really likes to watch movies. Silence replied that it was the only way for her to see the outside world. Li Han was surprised at this answer. Li Han remembered that Silence had said that she had been in ARC for a very long time. Silence must have gotten here when he was about 7 or 8 years old. It's hard to imagine that. Apparently his whole life consists of nothing but studying at ARC and movies. Silence turned around and showed the movie flash drive he was looking for. Silence, handing the flash drive to Lihan, touched his hand with her fingers as if unintentionally. Silence added that she knows that movies are very different from reality, but movies still fascinate her. Silence, saying goodbye, wished Lihan a pleasant viewing experience. The cadets were heading to the showers after their run, tired but satisfied. Lihan thought that there weren't many of them left. There were only third-year students here. Where did the rest of the cadets go? An officer appeared in front of the young men. He turned to Lihan and said that he had an urgent matter. The boy must change his clothes immediately and go out. He must be sure to take a shower. When Lihan was ready, the officer gave our hero a helmet and told him to get into the motorcycle sidecar. It was time for them to go. No questions should be asked on the way. Lihan replied in his military way that he understood everything. Lihan didn't ask any questions but wondered what had happened that the major decided to go on a motorcycle while taking an ordinary soldier with him. The major and Lihan arrived at their destination. The motorcycle was left in an underground hangar. The ARC unit was also called a gift. It's a popular joke among the soldiers. What Lihan saw was nothing like what he had imagined. A senior officer appeared in the hangar. He pointed at Lihan and said that the guy would go with him. Lihan thought it was the chief of staff. Before proceeding further, an identity check was conducted. A fingerprint scan was required. Entry was only allowed after facial identification and retina scanning of the chief of staff. There was a heightened level of security here. Only after going through all the security procedures did the automatic door open. Our hero followed the senior officer down the long corridor. The chief of staff didn't utter a word the entire way. Lihan wondered why he had been summoned here. As far as he knows, he is not allowed to be here. He doesn't have the proper level of clearance. The chief of staff agreed, but said that someone wanted to see this guy, even though it was against the rules. Lihan must remember that person doesn't have much time. Lihan was led to a big, beautiful door. The officer said they were in place. The chief of staff said that it wasn't an ordinary person who wanted to meet with the guy. The officer stared straight into the young man's eyes and said that the second commander of the ARC unit, Mr. Jürgen Teller, wanted to meet Lihan. Lihan was led into an expensively furnished room that looked more like a palace. There was a huge table in the middle. Behind the table, on the other side of it, sat a gray-haired old man. By his side was an IV. Jürgen Teller was administering medication at this time. The old man asked in a hoarse voice, "Is this guy the same Lihan?" The old man held out his hand and told the guy to come closer and not to be shy. Lihan paid attention to the old man's hand. There was an IV needle inserted into one of the veins. Mr. Teller said to the guy not to worry. He had nothing to fear. The old man held out his hand to greet him, and Lihan felt something unnatural, as if they were trying to siphon energy out of him. Lihan closed his eyes and threw his head back. He had never experienced such a sensation before. It seemed as if the old man was trying to extract some kind of information from him. The young man couldn't understand what was happening to him. He felt like the little kid he was before he came to the ARC. The old man continued to hold him with his clinging hand. Anticipating Lihan's question, the old man said in a hoarse voice that this was his underside, his true appearance. The old man looked intently into the young man's eyes. He said as he quickly relaxed, "Everything is happening exactly as he heard it." The old man went down on one knee in front of the child. He said that the boy was incredibly good for his age. And who made him that way? The environment in which he lived. Jürgen Teller stretched his hand forward and asked if the boy would let him look. The old man's eyes glittered strangely at that. Lihan recoiled backwards. He yanked his hand away and felt like an adult again. Lihan tried to come to his senses. The chief of staff shouted for the boy to keep his temper. The old man looked at the young man sternly. Lihan stepped back and leaned against the wall. He felt squeezed like a lemon. He didn't want this kind of contact anymore. Lihan raised his head at the old man and asked what he was doing. "This is a real invasion of privacy." The chief of staff shouted indignantly whether the guy realized who he was talking to. The old man calmed the officer down and said it was okay. He's a kid. It's typical for kids to react that way. Jürgen Teller said that Lihan was very susceptible but shielded his consciousness well. Even he couldn't see anything. Lihan said, to the best of his knowledge, it was Teller, the commander, who interrogated Elo Macy. Besides, he was the only person in the entire headquarters who possessed telepathy. The old man looked at his interlocutor, and it seemed as if Lihan had uncovered some secret of this man. The old man said that now that he had met the guy in person, he had no doubts. Li Han can definitely be trusted. Jürgen Teller added that this guy could definitely be trusted with the second-generation telearmor. Li Han was dumbfounded by what he heard. Was it really the second generation? The old man held his head and said that he was tired. He asked to be left alone. After a while, the officer and the young man were returning down the same corridor. Li Han asked the chief of staff if Mr. Teller had mental problems. The chief of staff replied that it was none of the guy's business. No one can know about this meeting. Li Han replied that he understood. He just wanted to see if he was wrong in his assumptions. Li Han remembered the marks on the old man's wrists. It looked like Mr. Teller had been tied up. He also remembered about the security device on the door that locks from the outside. It seems Commander Teller has a limited amount of time when he can stay sane. Li Han concluded that Jürgen Teller spends most of his time handcuffed. The chief of staff shouted for the young man to shut up. What is he trying to accomplish? Does he want to be praised for his inquisitive mind? The officer added that Li Han wasn't wrong. It's because Teller has worked hard and long. The time when Teller can be himself is limited. Most of the time, in those rare moments, he's dealing with paperwork and solving cases related to headquarters. So this precious time today he spent on Li Han. The kid should understand what that means. The chief of staff added that soldiers wearing second-generation telearmor are able to fight the dragon as equals. That is to say, if the fighter is not up to par, the telearmor will become as much of a threat to humanity as the dragon. Li Han realized that the old man wanted to test whether he would become a threat to the world. The officer said that Li Han should remember it was a difficult decision. Li Han agreed with this statement. No doubt it was a difficult decision. After all, one would have to entrust everything to a 10-year-old child. The chief of staff said that this kid was a man of his word. Even he, the chief of staff, sometimes forgets the real age of the cadets. It's cruel and shameful to entrust the salvation of mankind to little children. But maybe they've been looking for a special kid like Li Han all this time. A superhuman who doesn't have a guilty conscience even though he carries a heavy burden. The officer said it was time for the kid to go back. Li Han agreed that he had no business being here. Near the crevice, work was going on. A special elevator was set up to get down to the bottom. Tents were set up for the personnel. Kurt Meyer could not stand it and shouted loudly that he was very hot. The cadet's face was bleeding with sweat. The young men were in the shade. Petrov was consuming a soft drink. Kurt continued to be hysterical even in the shadows. Simon silently endured all the hardships. Simon couldn't stand it and told Kurt to stop whining. Can't he just sit still for a little while? Kurt replied that it was boring to sit still. Petrov threateningly said that if that was the case, Kurt might fly off the cliff straight down now. Li Han thought that they were now in the middle of the desert in North Africa. In the past, this was where the fourth dragon had appeared. This dragon was incredibly strong, shooting beams that could destroy anything. The chief of staff added that it created a deep crevice. The locals called it the Dragon's Gorge. Recently, some sort of fossils were found there, which are very much like the remains of a dragon. According to radiocarbon analysis, they are older than mankind. Kurt wondered how Silence was feeling. Didn't his brains boil over? It's unbearably hot outside and he's wearing a helmet. Silence said Kurt didn't have to worry about him. Back at the ARC, he asked the development department to attach a portable air conditioner to his helmet. So he's feeling much better than the rest of us right now. Silence even showed off the belt-mounted portable auxiliary battery. Kurt said enviously that he too wanted such an equally indispensable device in this case. Silence could not allow his privacy to be interfered with, and Kurt, having been kicked in the chest, had to fly away from the shade of the sun, falling directly onto the sand. Li Han was agonizing from the heat like everyone else. Clutching his head, he thought, I can't wait to get back to ARC. The routine work continued onward. Nothing foreshadowed any radical changes. Researchers in white coats approached the cadets. One of them said hello and said that it was a bit hot outside. Would any of the cadets like to go with them and see the dragon remains? None of the cadets took the initiative. There were no willing participants. Everyone pretended that it was none of their business. Li Han raised his hand, stood up from the bench, and said that he would go. The girl was glad that someone had responded to her request. Silence joined Li Han's initiative. He said that there should always be two in a group. Besides, the heat doesn't bother him. The elevator doors closed, and it began to descend downwards. Besides the cadets and scientists, there were armed military personnel in the elevator. They were providing security. It was completely dark at the bottom of the crevasse. The group moved around using powerful flashlights for illumination. Someone initiated to the far corner and told the cadet that it was in that place. Li Han took a close look. On the wall was something that looked like the clawed paw of a huge dragon. Could it really be a dragon of that size? All the lanterns were pointed at this find. Li Han said that this dragon must be of the same class as Warharmut. The research girl said to have the soldier scan it. Li Han, fulfilling this request, placed his hand on the dragon's paw. The young man listened carefully, sniffing and looking closely. He approached the scanning process responsibly. Li Han felt a flow of energy appearing. It seemed as if a part of the dragon's body was trying to suck the energy out of the young man. The scientists looked up and shrieked in horror. They hadn't expected to see such a thing. That entire dragon limb was glowing. It gave the impression that it was coming to life. Silence was the quickest to react. He jumped up and pulled Li Han's hand away from the dragon's paw. Apparently, the guy was unable to do it himself. Li Han looked mentally and physically exhausted. He thanked Silence. The girl researcher glowed with joy. She couldn't believe her eyes. It really was the remains of a dragon. She said that they would now proceed to their duties, thanked the cadet for doing a good job, and added that the guy could go rest. Li Han, leaning on Silence, was having trouble moving around. They were approaching the elevator. Li Han thought if it really is a dragon, then the consequences will be unpredictable. If it really is a dragon, then they really existed already in those times, long before mankind existed. One of the researchers leaned over. He said he stepped on something. The man dedicated a flashlight to that spot. He touched it with his hands. It was something unusual. The researcher said he didn't realize what it could be. Li Han in Silence heard a loud scream coming from the direction of the people who remained near the dragon paw. The military men became wary, and with a machine gun in hand, they decided to check what was going on. The fellow scientists also moved out to reconnoiter. The man who had fallen into something was screaming in terror and pain. This something unknown began to swallow him and increase in size. The scientist's hand was no longer visible. The man screamed for someone to unhook him from this horrible creature. The absorption process continued. A green glow appeared. The cries for help grew louder. The man who had gotten himself into this thing was screaming louder and louder. The creature was climbing higher up the arm. The scientists begged the military to do something. The military did what they could. They opened machine gun fire. It was decided to destroy this thing with bullets. The scientist disappeared completely into the goo. The military was too late. The thing had completely swallowed him up. Besides, the bullets fired by the thing didn't make it any worse. Li Han made the only correct decision in this situation. He shouted loudly for everyone to move to the elevator now. Don't waste any time. Everyone realized that this was the way to proceed. Li Han and Silence were already in the elevator. The others were running to the same place. One of the scientists retreating suggested that it was a death worm. But how did it survive? Li Han heard this and became frightened. Could it really be a death worm? He remembered the ARC classes they had been told about this thing. Very soon, he would have to turn into a cocoon to give himself a new appearance. After everyone loaded into the elevator, Li Han commanded for everyone to go up immediately. The guy was trying to relay information upstairs. From the elevator, they could see something terrible approaching the people. Li Han said that it was necessary for everyone to prepare for battle. Their opponent right now is the very same worm. Li Han tried to establish a connection with the outside world. It looked like the worm was about to enter the second stage. It has already developed eyes and teeth. Soon, it will be able to move around. Very soon, this creature would turn into an even more horrible creature. It was already a huge monster that could move fast and had a large mouth. It looked terrifying. Li Han thought that this creature was transforming very quickly. The transformation process is going at an accelerated pace. The elevator began its upward climb. The giant insect approached the cage. It was like a nightmare movie in reality. The scientists in the elevator began to call loudly for help. A real hysteria began. The elevator was ascending to the surface. The creature was traveling with the elevator. This monster had climbed to the top of the elevator and was trying to get inside. The metal elevator creaked and buckled under the onslaught of the powerful insect. Just a little more and the monster would get inside. Already the huge teeth of this monster were showing. Li Han said for everyone to calm down immediately, for they were almost to the surface. Li Han looked calm. He said for everyone upstairs to listen to him carefully. We must catch this thing, immobilize it, and cut off its head. It shouldn't eat anyone. It only makes it stronger. The elevator has reached its highest point. The giant insect has had a chance to get to the surface. No one in the North African desert had ever seen such exotica. Information was received that the target was approaching, and everyone must move to their positions. According to the instructions developed earlier, the cadets moved into their positions. Kurt grabbed his automatic rifle. Some of the cadets went into position with a spear. Petrov, using his skills in the art of hand-to-hand combat, decided that he could defeat the monster with his bare hands. When the monster got to the surface, they opened automatic fire on it from all available means. The unarmed people, including the maintenance staff, scattered. The monster wanted to grab someone for himself. After all, it was still hungry. One scientist eaten at the bottom of the crevice wasn't enough for him. The bullets flying out of the automatic weapons did not do any damage to this monster. It continued to move around, searching for prey. Kurt realized that the bullets did not take him, and throwing the automatic weapon aside, decided to act in a different way, using his superpowers. Kurt, feeling no fear of the monster, approached it at a fairly close distance. The giant worm was trying to straighten out this cadet. Kurt, dodging, shouted that he was in great pain and yelled for Petrov to grab this monster by the tail. Petrov, with rage in his eyes, came at the monster from the rear. He decided to act together with Kurt in a coordinated manner, and now it was necessary to grab the monster by the tail. Petrov had completed his part of the task. Kurt, using his internal energy and the superpowers available to him, tried to stop the monster's advance. Simon and Derek came up to the young men. Derek had a spear in his hand and was traveling on an arrow board. Derek climbed onto the back of the huge worm and thrust his spear straight through the shell with all his might. The recovered Li-Han and Silence also ran to their colleague's aid. Kurt opened the worm's mouth and held it in that position. He shouted to Li-Han that he had everything ready. Li-Han, approaching, told Silence to get it over with quickly. Silence replied that it would be done. Li-Han pulled the pin out of the grenade and threw it straight into the insatiable worm's open mouth. Our hero told Knut to step aside now. There was a massive explosion. Various parts of the monster's body went flying in different directions. Silence was in the air at this time and watched the process of destroying the giant worm from a bird's eye view. After gaining the appropriate height, Silence turned around and began to dive directly at the monster. The distance between Silence and the giant worm was inexorably decreasing. The warrior readied his swords. He used the flicker at high speed. The giant worm's head was severed and flew off to the side. That wasn't all. Li-Han noticed that the decapitated body was moving around. Our hero realized that the monster body was looking for the head. The two couldn't be allowed to connect. One of the military men got behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle and said that he was about to push this body down into the crevice. The heavy vehicle was approaching the decapitated monster. Everyone parted and did not interfere with the process. In the end, everything ended as planned. The body of the worm flew down. The military man told it to die, the wretched insect. Kurt and the armed soldier began to approach the insect's head in order to satisfy their curiosity. Li-Han shouted loudly for them not to get close. It was very dangerous. The military man opened fire on the monster's head and said that he could handle it. It was fine. The military man did not calculate his strength. The head pushed off the ground and jumped up. Bullets were not afraid of it. A look of terror appeared in the military man's eyes. Li-Han and Kurt saw that this martial artist had died. It was a horrible sight. Simon shouted in anger that those damned amateurs were only ruining everything. After all, they were told not to get close. The head began to regenerate rapidly, absorbing the dead soldier in the process. It reshaped itself and increased in size. Li-Han said not to relax. The monster was entering the third phase. It had a crossbow in its hand. The guy told Simon and Silence to get ready to fight in the air. The monster's head transformed into a full-fledged monster. That monster soared upwards. An aerial battle could not be avoided. The huge insect acquired wings and flew around, searching for a victim. It could be seen that this monster was preparing to attack. However, the monster turned around and began to gain altitude. Li-Han thought that it might escape. Li-Han shouted that it couldn't be allowed to get away. People might get hurt, and ordered Simon to launch the drones. Simon launched the airborne drones into the sky. Li-Han decided to take aim with his crossbow. Li-Han fired a shot. The arrow with a string attached to it went straight at the monster. The harpoon hit the target and the monster was hooked. Li-Han held tightly onto the crossbow. Li-Han said with anger that the bug may have forgotten, but they didn't belong in the sky. The guy got closer to the bug and gave it a stabbing blow. The insect, having lost its aeronautical abilities, began to fall haphazardly to the ground. The cadets, seeing this fall, rushed to the beetle and to the aid of their commander. The new uniform was being tested in the laboratory. It was a next-generation telearmor with pre-installed artificial intelligence functions. The researcher recording the output data said that it was quite high, even for an A class. That's just astonishing. A colleague remarked, "Doesn't it seem a little difficult to manifest the S-class on its own? There must be some external stimuli for that." The scientist remarked that above all, it means that the cadet is now in the potential S-class phase. The test was completed and all sensors and instruments were turned off. Kuro took off his helmet. The research girl said the guy did a great job and asked if Kuro would like to eat now. Kuro declined and said he just wanted to rest. Smiling, the girl said that in that case, the guy could go back to the dormitory. They wouldn't detain him anymore today. Kuro thought that all this kindness was just for show. If he stopped being useful to them, they would stop being kind. As the young man walked away, the girl said that there wasn't much left to test. Soon he would be finished. He would soon be transferred to the third year. Kuro looked out the window at his reflection. He thought that when he was in his third year, he would definitely be able to protect him. After all, he had the strength to do so now. Silence! Kurt and Derek ran with all their legs to the place where the bug was supposed to fall. Lee Han, while on the beetle's body, wasted no time and struck endlessly with his spear against the monster's body. The beetle fell to the ground. Its motionless body was bleeding green blood. Lee Han, as always with a sense of accomplishment, wiped the sweat off his face. In front of Lee Han, a drone was hovering in front of Lee Han. Lee Han was very surprised. At this time, the guy was approached by his team. Lee Han held the drone in his hands and thought, Simon has saved him. His friend stepped around the commander and asked how he was feeling. Lee Han replied that he was fine. Simon stood a little to the side. Lee Han walked up to Simon and thanked him. Simon didn't say anything in response. Turning around, Simon headed towards the base. He swore at that soldier and said that he wouldn't leave it like that. Walking away, Simon continued to grumble. How dare they allow themselves to do this? What kind of soldiers are these? Kurt wondered with surprise why Simon was always angry. Quiet, he replied, because he has a hard temper. You have to get used to it. At ARC headquarters, a report was given on the recently found fossils of a Kronos dragon. The scientist showing slides in front of the audience said they appeared around the time of the Cretaceous period, thus disproving many theories about the origin of dragons. They may believe that this is the true theory of their appearance. The chief of staff said that such research would be better done after the invasion was established. What matters most to them is that they are in a position to produce even more equipment and telearmor using dragon cells. Alexander Lacour says that he now wants to talk about the Oracle. Their plans include awakening him. Sergeant John Red took this information with wariness. The indignant sergeant jumped up from his seat and looked angrily at his chief of staff. Did the commander really order this? Colleagues tried to calm the sergeant down and asked him not to raise his voice. He shouldn't do that. The sergeant yelled that they didn't even have medicine. The chief of staff watched the sergeant in silence. He was tense, but he didn't utter a word. Sergeant John Red scattered his co-workers in anger and told them to stay away from him. The sergeant, blazing with rage, continued to glare at the chief of staff. Alexander Lacour rose from his seat and looked at the sergeant with the same look. To bring the sergeant to his senses and calm him down, the chief of staff went over and hit him in the jaw with his fist. This was done purely for educational purposes. Alexander Lacour told the sergeant to come to his senses immediately. Does he really think that emotions are more important than moral duty? The sergeant calmed down and stood with his head down. The commander added, Warhammet, Kronos, all of this changes the picture of the world for them. What if the dragon invasion comes much faster? How will they be then? John Red came to his senses. He raised his eyes and looked calmly at his interlocutor. The sergeant stretched his arms out in front of him and said they could take him to the holding cell. He was ready. Lacour said for Red to calm down. He understands more than anyone what the sergeant is going through right now. A few days pass. In the mess hall during meals, many people were discussing the Oracle situation. Kurt told his comrades that everyone has been talking about him lately. There is talk that the Oracle has awakened. Derek asked if it wasn't the Oracle that predicted the dragon invasion again. Kurt confirmed that was correct, and so he sort of woke up. Kurt asked Silence if he had seen the Oracle. Silence was busy, as always, devouring sweets. Petrov teasingly said that Silence is a glutton. Suddenly, everyone in the dining room became quiet. Everyone turned their attention to the blue-haired girl who suddenly appeared. Someone whispered that it was an oracle. Kurt looked around. Derek had taken the world without taking a bite of his hamburger. The tension in the air was building. The girl noticed everyone's attention fixed on her and asked, "What are they staring at? Is this the first time they've seen people?" Kurt assumed that this was the oracle. Could it be this girl? Derek said that since his generation, PSI fighters were mostly guys. Silence ate the candy and defiantly ignored the oracle. Lee Han envisioned exactly the kind of fighters of the first generation. They were discussing the girl, and wondering how someone so young could be a first-generation telekinetic. She looked about 20 years old, no more. How old was she at the beginning of the war? Silence looked at the Oracle and thought she hated this girl. It must have been unreasonable jealousy. Oracle took a cigarette in her mouth. Someone called out to her. Everyone present looked in that direction. Sergeant Red appeared beside the girl. He looked down at her very sternly. The sergeant showed with his whole appearance that he was not pleased with her appearance. He asked in surprise, what was she doing here? The girl angrily asked, what did he care? She was allowed to come out. The sergeant said she was only allowed to walk around a bit. John Red took the girl's cigarette away from her. She's smoking before she's even outside. Is she out of her mind? Or does she want to die right here? The sergeant was very angry. His hand became hot and fiery. His eyes were glowing furiously. John Red grabbed the girl by the arm and dragged her. He said she would go with him immediately. The girl grimaced. Who was he to tell her what to do anyway? Oracle continued to swear, stonewalling and refusing to go with the sergeant. John Red ignored her and dragged her along in cold blood. Everyone present watched the scene with their mouths open in silent amazement. No one understood why this was happening. Petrov said that these two people scared him very much. Derek wondered why the Oracle hated Sergeant Red so much. And only our hero Lee Han thought there was more to it than that. It's something else. The girl broke free from the sergeant's clutches. He moved through the corridors looking for her. Where had that nasty girl gone again? The blue-haired girl hid behind a corner and didn't want to come out. She waited for the sergeant to disappear from her sight. Engineer Schumacher studied all the inputs. There was a lot of incoming information in front of him. The engineer said that he thought Lee Han was absolutely ready. Lee Han was clad in a new tele-armor. Octo said that this would become one of the most legendary training. Octo, the important thing is that the suit fits. Lee Han felt comfortable. He had his dragon battle spear in his hand. Lee Han felt confident. However, the consciousness of doing this for the first time added a slightly anxious feeling. Lee Han was in anticipation of the emergence of the power that should soon become a part of him. After getting rid of the sergeant's pursuit, the Oracle moved wherever she could see. She thought she could even breathe easier without him around. That John Red, the loyal dog of the ARC. Without realizing it, the girl was approaching the lab. Schumacher announced that the training session was over. Lee Han felt drained like a lemon, and there was hardly any strength left. Octo, smiling, said that for a first-timer, the guy moved pretty well. There was a reason he had chosen Lee Han after all. When Lee Han changed his clothes, Octo went over to him and said that at this rate, the boy would do well in the test. Lee Han asked what kind of test were we talking about. Schumacher said that very soon the young man would have to take the test in front of the Arc Majors, but with his abilities, he can handle it easily. Lee Han asked how well Octo knows Sergeant Red. Lee Han continued, maybe Octo can tell us something about the Oracle. Octo replied that they said she had recently woken up. Lee Han inquired why she had been sleeping. Was it because of an injury or something else? Octo said it was cryogenic sleep, though it cost a lot of money, about as much as it costs to create armor. But her abilities are worth it. Lee Han asked why this girl was frozen. Schumacher said the Oracle had mental problems. Some of the first telekineticists couldn't handle the pressure, and they started having problems with their heads. Octo said it's like these people get stony, which leads to their demise. She didn't have much time left, and no one would be surprised when Oracle simply died. Suddenly, Oracle appeared in the lab and asked what interesting thing Mr. Octo was talking about. Octo was startled and covered his hands. He didn't expect that a girl could appear here. Schumacher asked in surprise, where did she come from? The Oracle said she wanted to ask him something. Octo was even more surprised. The girl wondered if he still had those handheld consoles, right? She asked for one of them because she was sure she'd go crazy with boredom. Octo said he wouldn't find them in the ARC for sure. The girl got angry and grabbed Octo by the jacket. After all, he is an engineer. He should think of something or do something himself. The girl calmed down and turned her head and looked at Lee Han. The Oracle ran up to the guy and took his hand. She asked in amazement, is he really from the second generation? How huge his muscles are. She's straight up all on fire. Too bad he's a schoolboy. The Oracle told the guy to come clean. He must have been eating steroids and spending time in the gym around the clock. The girl suggested that the young man go somewhere where no one would interrupt them. At that, she smiled strangely. Octo started shoving the guy out of the lab and said she could take him. Training was over for the day. Schumacher quietly whispered to the young man to get her out of here now. She's really annoying. The girl said she could hear everything. Looking away, Oracle said for Octo to take care of her attachment immediately. Already out in the open, Lee Han stopped and asked what the girl wanted to talk to him about. Oracle asked if Octo had told him everything regarding her condition. The girl added that she really didn't have much left. Even her hair was originally different. Oracle added that she would like to spend her last days happily and asked the guy if he wanted to go far, far away with her. Li-Han said if that was it, he was leaving, turned around and walked in the other direction. The girl tried to stop him. Oracle said the guy apparently doesn't get jokes at all. That's what Sergeant Red had told her about him. Li-Han wondered if the Oracle knew him. The girl said she wouldn't have called him with her otherwise. She had something to show him. The Oracle touched her fingers to the young man's forehead. Oracle said if Li-Han wants to survive, he must not show his face on the battlefield anymore. Red is worried about him. The boy should know that. Li-Han wondered if she had seen his future. The Oracle says exactly what she didn't see, and that scares her. That's why she's warning. The girl said that if you can't see the future, then the person is likely to die. She thinks he understands the logic of that himself. Li-Han inquired. She said most likely. So there is also a case of people surviving? Li-Han thanked the girl for warning him. He really appreciated it. But his life was walking on a razor blade. No matter how it is, the chances of dying are always high. The young people broke up. The boy went his way and the Oracle went his way. The girl looked back and thought that he might continue to live like that, only to die like a dog at the end. A month passed. Military helicopters made regular flights between the ARK military base and the mainland as part of their program. Sergeant John Red reported to the personnel that their troops had returned to ARK. John Red informed Li-Han in silence that Corporal Lao Cha had died heroically during one of the sorties. The young men took this news with deep sorrow, for they were well acquainted with Corporal. Silence clenched his fists with anger. Li-Han was more cold-blooded and looked at his colleague. The sergeant told Li-Han not to touch him. Silence needs to be alone for a while. Even veterans have a hard time losing comrades. Li-Han couldn't believe that the corporal was no longer with them. It felt like he was just somewhere very far away. Li-Han told the sergeant that he felt less and less sadness every day. Is it normal for him to react like this? The sergeant said that Li-Han was different from the beginning. But if he had been normal, it's unlikely he would have stayed alive. The sergeant said that it wasn't the harsh circumstances or the environment he lived in that hardened Li-Han. He only survived because of his own strength. John Red turned around and said that it was time for them to go. There was an important test waiting for the boy. Li-Han remembered Johnny Schwartz's words. Even though Ri-chan had erected walls in his heart and wasn't testing anything at all, he shouldn't forget that he had done it himself, and not someone else did it for him. The committee watching the proceedings from a neighboring room behind glass asked if Li-Han was okay. He should imagine that this is just a training session. The main thing is to relax. Li-Han shouldn't be nervous. There's a lot of time. He must be careful. The guy said he's calm. He's worried they're in a big hurry up there. Engineer Schumacher says it's all right. Behind him, a large committee watched the process without showing their emotions. Octo thought that nasty old man Smith was watching him closely behind his back, wouldn't want to embarrass himself. Smith figured that in all this time, no one had ever been able to match the Telebrons. He's not sure this kid can. This kid just wants to show off, but that doesn't mean he'll get the prototype. Li-Han thought that this second-generation tele armor looked really great. It was like a real weapon of the future. You couldn't even tell it from a cyborg now. The command to begin the test came in. Li-Han insisted to himself that he would succeed. The young man felt an inexplicable surge of strength. From the outside, it would seem as if he forced them to give him this project, but he wanted to prove that he was worthy of it. The test itself was quite simple, although the basic operations should be more complicated. The guy had an obstacle course in front of him. First, there was the usual walking, running, and jumping. In fact, you don't need to be some kind of athlete to accomplish all of this. It's enough just to move. But our hero still had a hard time with even such simple movements. Engineer Schumacher thought it was amazing. Who said the guy couldn't do it? So far, so good. The final push was coming up. All we have to do is attack a stationary target. There was a machine gun burst. The bullets hit the fighter's chest. Li-Han was knocked down and flew backwards. He fell on his back with his spear out of his hands. Li-Han didn't understand what had happened. Why was the cannon firing at him? He couldn't recover from what had happened. Schumacher inquired how Li-Han was feeling. Is he all right? The guy replied that he was fine. The armor held up. Li-Han added that as far as he could remember, it shouldn't be in the test. Octo apologized. There was no way he'd do that. Octo yelled that it was 100% set up by that old man Smith. Li-Han could smash that cannon into little pieces. Li-Han rose to his feet. The cannon fired another shot. Li-Han behaved differently. Using his skills and telearmor capabilities, he dodged the projectiles while getting closer to the cannon. At the crucial moment, Li Han pushed off and jumped high up. The members of the committee were surprised at such a jump. Octo advised that the guy should aim for the roof of the gun. That was his blind spot. Li Han did as Engineer Schumacher advised him. After landing in the right spot, the guy thrust his spear into the cannon with all his might. The cannon was put out of action. Everyone present gaped in amazement, especially Old Man Smith. Octo shouted loudly that Li Han was doing a great job. Li Han made a spectacular pause, freezing for a few seconds in that position. This jump was pulling in an Oscar nomination. Li Han knew that he had done well. Judging from the reaction of the panel members, Li Han realized that he had done well. Schumacher said that the guy could now change his clothes and come upstairs. After evaluating this test at the commission meeting, the chief of staff said that Octo exceeded all their expectations. That's a good job. Now they should try to secure additional budget. Engineer Schumacher has lost his hands. The prototype will now belong to him. Old Man Smith sat next to him with a disgruntled look. The chief of staff wanted to say something else. However, he kept getting distracted by Oracle playing loudly on the game console. Alexander Lacour asked Sergeant Red to deal with the girl before he got a migraine. Oracle paid no attention to anyone. Putting her feet up on the table, she continued to play with the game console. Sergeant Red called out to the girl. She didn't respond in any way. John Red cold-bloodedly knocked the console out of Oracle's hands, and it flew off and fell to the floor. The console fell and shattered. The girl with a disgruntled look screamed loudly. Sergeant Red walked up to the girl and said that they were having a meeting right now. Oracle shouted. What else was she supposed to do? What did she care about this telearmor? The chief of staff said he wanted to clear up a few more things, and we could move on. Lacour said War Harmon showed up out of the blue. No one was expecting him, and it must not happen again. The commander turned to the girl and asked if she hoped she could still predict the future. The Oracle said that another Dragon Vanguard should appear. She saw the blazing city and the death of many people. Everyone was frightened and even stood up from their seats at what they heard. The chief of staff shouted at the girl, "Where and when will this happen?" The Oracle said in 10 days in Paris. In the vision was the Eiffel Tower. Sergeant Red angrily asked why she had come here and now. The blackened chief of staff yelled loudly that they needed to act now. John Red grabbed the girl by the arm and dragged her towards the exit. Oracle screamed for him to let her go. She was in pain. The sergeant slapped the girl on the cheek and she fell to the floor. The girl looked at John Red reproachfully. Sarge looked at the girl angrily and asked her to explain to him what her problem was. John said not to let Catherine lie to him. She obviously didn't see the dragon attack today. Why didn't she tell him about it sooner? Catherine replied that she wasn't worried about what was going to happen to the world at all. John Red asked Catherine to stop acting like a child. She wasn't the only one who had to make sacrifices. John asked if the girl knows how old these second-generation kids are. They're only 13 or even 12 years old. But even they, being children, sometimes sacrifice their lives. Catherine replied that she didn't care. The girl was very upset and angry with the sergeant. She said that she felt better in her heart when the sergeant called her a victim. The case was very nerve-wracking and continued in raised tones. Catherine asked, what should she sacrifice? She would die before the dragons attacked a second time. Other people can plan their lives. John said that planning is possible in a world where the dragons are defeated. They all piously believe that someday they will be able to live in peace. The girl tearfully asked what should she do. The only thing she has the power to do is just look to the future where she will have no place. She has no hope, only stupid powers. John said Catherine should know. She's a good person. The girl looked at her interlocutor and continued to cry. Catherine turned away and walked away, leaving John Red alone. She nervously said that he was also bullying her. Military transport helicopters circled around the Eiffel Tower in Paris. Operations to prevent the dragon invasion had begun. The representatives of the ARC organization, knowing what could happen in the city, were surprised that it seemed completely calm at the moment. But still, they were somehow uneasy. Knut said that now that all the people were gone, Paris had become like a ghost town. Petrov asked incredulously, could this city also turn into ruins in a week? Simon replied that anything could be possible. Li Han knew that according to the Oracle's prediction, spatial gates should appear in Paris in 7 days. More often than not, these gates and dragons appeared in new areas, where rifts had opened up before. Li Han and his team were prepared for the upcoming operations. Now elite troops and special forces from all over the world were gathering in these places. A warrior appeared in front of our heroes, accompanied by his colleagues. Judging by the tag on his chest, it was a representative of the United States. Two teams met and could not share the road. It was impossible to separate. The U.S. representative said he saw the ARK Psi fighters in front of him. He wanted them to give way. Petrov laughed and said that the road was wide so they could go around. The American replied that his opponents were kind of magicians. They could just fly over them. The American support group laughed amicably. Petrov called the American a bad word. Li Han told Dmitri to be quiet. You shouldn't give in to their provocations. Li Han inquired who was in front of him. If he understood correctly, they were U.S. soldiers, right? The interlocutor said that they were from the most elite unit in America. There's no one cooler than them. Li Han remembered what he had heard about them. They are peers. Although they don't possess psychic abilities, but as far as we know, these soldiers have undergone many operations to improve their physiques. As for their standards, according to physique, they are much higher than the ARC. That's probably why they are many times larger than the same Dmitri. The American said, laughing, that if the opponents weren't psychic with their muscles, the same orcs would have made sandwiches out of them long ago. Li Han said it was a very funny joke, and warned his boys that it was time for them to go about their business. The American responded by saying that these ARC guys are pretty boring and wished them good roads. Petrov, parting, said that this American should not worry, they will meet again. Kurt got to his hotel room. He said that it was a magnificent palace, and that he had never seen anything like it before. Li Han was also surprised at what he saw. Kurt made himself comfortable and started jumping on his bed. He was enjoying it like a little kid. Kurt didn't stop. He told Li Han that the bed was very soft and comfortable. Li Han replied that he had never seen anything like it either. Li Han ran his hand over the bed and determined that it was silk. Now he understood what it meant to live in luxury. Kurt looked into the minibar and his eyes shone with joy. He hadn't seen such abundance before either. Kurt told his friend that there were many different drinks in the fridge and offered to have a can each. Li Han politely declined. Kurt tasted the French cookies and said they melted right in his mouth. It's unclear what the package says since he doesn't understand French. Li Han said that he is in solidarity with his colleague. Kurt has made his decision and said he's leaving. Li Han asked where the guy was going to go. Kurt replied that he wanted to check out the other rooms to get more of those cookies. The other fighters aren't likely to want to eat it anyway. Li Han said he shouldn't do that. There are a lot of other soldiers here, not just them. It's not worth getting into trouble. Kurt, walking away, said he didn't recall Li Han being appointed commander here. Li Han took his head, nothing new. What could he hope for? Kurt was still a child. Li Han unfolded the holographic map of the city center in front of him on the table. He wanted to learn how to navigate the area better. While there was time, the guy decided to check out the new buildings nearby. He realized that they definitely couldn't win without preparation. The Li Han remembered the corporal telling him about an old saying about a samurai. Even if you need a sword once in your life, you should always carry it. Our hero remembered it forever. The door to the room opened and the oracle entered. Li Han looked at her in surprise. Silence sensed something. She heard someone saying to wait. Silence listened to it. The oracle was telling him to stand like this. Silence didn't understand what was even going on. What does that wench want with Li Han? Catherine stood crying and exhausted in Li Han's room. The guy walked closer to the girl and took her by the shoulder. Silence couldn't find a place to be. Something was bothering her. At this time, Li Han was in his hotel room trying to comfort Catherine. Silence decided to check what that girl was doing with Li Han and ran to his room. Petrov saw his opponent and gloatingly asked if he was scared to come alone. Petrov added that otherwise he didn't understand why this guy brought a team of big guys with him. The opponent said that the guy cannot worry. He's the only one who will fight. His friends are just here to watch. But if he tried to escape, things could change. Petrov laughed. Is he really telling the truth? Petrov added that his opponent could relax. He is not going to use his magic powers against them, which they are so afraid of. Both opponents looked into each other's eyes, as boxers do on the eve of a match. It was a battle of looks. Each of them was ready to start the battle right now. Catherine, sad and lonely, was in Li Han's room. Silence stood in front of that room and contemplated whether to enter. Silence made up her mind and cautiously opened the door. She saw Li Han and the oracle sitting with their backs to her. Silence fixed her mask. She thought she was getting hot and should go get some air. Silence stood waiting for the elevator. Kurt appeared next to it, holding packages of cookies. Kurt wondered where Silence was going. Dmitri Petrov swung and delivered a staggering blow to his opponent with fury. The blow came straight to the chest of his opponent. The opponent was so tough that he withstood this powerful blow. In response, he only grunted. The American didn't even move. He held his fist near his face and, adopting a boxing stance, defended himself. Petrov thought that this guy was very tough, and he would have to sweat over him. Petrov's punches came from all sides. The American went into deep defense, covering his face and stomach with his hands. His opponent's punches didn't reach the target. Petrov thought that this guy hadn't missed a single attack. It was the opponent's turn. The American blocked Dmitri's arm and swung to hit him back. Petrov tilted his head to avoid missing a punch to the jaw, and the blow went straight to his forehead. The blow was so strong that his forehead was immediately stained with blood. The opponent was not satisfied. He said that now his opponent could hold on. It was his turn. Dmitri, using Sambo technique, grabbed his opponent's arm and prepared to give him a painful hold. The American grunted but held on. Petrov shouted and pulled his arm back. He said his opponent had better give up if he didn't want his arm broken. The American screamed in pain, but he held on and didn't give up. He tried to free himself from the painful hold. Finally, freeing himself from his opponent's grip, the American threw Petrov far backward. Petrov lay bloodied on the ground. His opponent's leg rose above his head. The American brought his foot down to the ground with a clatter, but Petrov was not under it. The fighter had time to dodge and, bouncing aside, rose to his feet. The big man looked at his opponent. Petrov raised up, glared at the American. Dmitri, smiling, gloated. He recognized that in front of him was a real machine and warned that from now on the jokes were over. Suddenly, the silence appeared on the battlefield. She definitely wanted to blow off some steam. The big American told the masked man to get out of here. If he accidentally hooked him, what would he do then? Silence's eyes lit up furiously. Everything around her was pissing her off. Silence wanted to break something or someone urgently. This time, the American's index finger was unlucky. In the blink of an eye, the finger was broken. The American cried out in pain. The American looked menacingly at Silence. His look was more eloquent than any words. The big American swung and intended to hit Silence. He shouted, "Has that mask lost its fear?" Silence sharply repelled his opponent's arm. The American's blow was ineffective. With his other hand, Silence delivered a sharp and painful blow to his opponent's side. The American began to realize who he was dealing with. However, it was too late to do anything about it. With the next punch to the stomach, Silence thoroughly deactivated his opponent. The big man folded himself in half and screamed loudly in pain. His huge abs did not help to contain Silence's powerful blow. Already in a moment, the big guy was on his knees with his head down in front of the fragile Silence. The fellow Americans disagreed with the way their colleague had been treated. They looked at Silence. Silence, having let off a little steam, calmly looked at the approaching Americans. Kurt and Petrov, without uttering a word, looked in amazement at the actions of the Silence. The events before their eyes were developing very quickly. Kurt said, "It's not that the big guy was weak, it's that Silence is very strong." In the process of figuring things out, another American was hurt. The other two decided not to test their fate and parted to the side, letting Silence pass. Petrov thought that this American had absolutely no chance against Silence. Li Han tried to comfort Catherine as best he could. The girl said that she was going to tell the head of the ARC headquarters the whole truth. If Li Han joined the operation, he would be killed. The girl added, "One word from her and Li Han will be sent to safety." The boyfriend stated that this topic is closed for discussion. Catherine shouted in rage that the dragon would appear. She had seen it. And then Li Han would definitely die, for he was still quite young. The girl started to get nervous and lose her temper again. Catherine fell to her knees and began to scream in pain. It seemed as if someone had possessed her. The next moment, the girl's body collapsed, and the young man picked her up. Catherine was completely weakened. Li Han decided that it was necessary to call a doctor immediately. Catherine put her hand on Li Han's shoulder and said that there was no need for a doctor. She is fine. She just needs to rest. The young man thought that this was the mental problems Okta was talking about that doomed the telekinetics. Armed men were hiding behind the fence, engaging the enemy. It was a liberation operation. A young girl appeared in one of the window openings on the top floor. She stood on the windowsill at full height. The soldier in his sniper scope saw this girl. "What is she doing there?" The warrior gave orders to his men not to shoot. There is a survivor out there. The soldier saw this girl take a step forward out of the window. "She's going to fall and crash, isn't she? What is she doing?" The soldier shouted in horror. Catherine was lying with her eyes open on the bed in Li Han's room. While the girl rested, Li Han paced the room thoughtfully from side to side. Catherine continued to lie motionless and stare at the ceiling. She had just had a dream. Li Han was standing off to the side with his back to the bed. Catherine got up and crouched on the edge of the bed. She looked at the young man silently. Figured that this guy was pretty stubborn. She won't be able to change his mind. All the while, Li Han stood over the desk and studied the holographic map of the city center. Catherine figured that's what John Red was doing now, too. The girl decided that the two were very much alike. They probably socialized regularly. Lee Han turned around and asked how she was feeling. How long has it been since she woke up? The young people looked into each other's eyes, embarrassed. Catherine said she was feeling better now. Immediately afterward, Lee Han pushed the girl out the door and said goodbye to her. Closing the door, the guy told her not to come here again. She's interfering with his work. The girl was indignant at the behavior of this rude, in her opinion, young man. In the lab, Oracle was talking to Sergeant John Rada. Schumacher, as always, was tinkering with his instruments. The lab was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy doing their own thing. Octo asked the sergeant, "Does he really want to take the body armor?" Catherine said indignantly that the sergeant was out of his mind. "Does he really think he has 2 lives?" The girl told the guy to look at his feet. John Red, taking a drag on his favorite cigar, told her to shut up. His legs were the reason he was adjusting his tele-armor right now. There aren't many fighters left, but another team could form with him. Octo tried to explain something to the sergeant on his fingers. Catherine told the sergeant that the engineer wanted her out of here and suggested that John go somewhere with her. The young people ended up at a bar. John offered his companion a drink of orange juice and added that if she was worried, she could look into his future, whether or not he would survive. Catherine said that she didn't care about his future. It's just that he looks pathetic from the outside. The girl poured out the contents of her glass and asked for something stronger to be poured. She wasn't a child to drink juice. Sergeant said that strong drinks are bad for your health. Catherine wondered if it was too late to worry about her health. John Red angrily replied that scientists are still trying to find a cure for her. He hadn't given up hope. That's the reason they locked her in the lab, to wait for it to be made. Catherine sadly said that John knows everything. Even if the scientists do make a cure, she will already be feeding the worms. Sergeant was very upset. If Catherine only knew how much he didn't want to be woken up. John suggested that they call it a day and reached for his alcoholic beverage. The guy said that if a girl really wanted to get drunk, he wouldn't hold her back and poured her a glass of whiskey. Catherine told the interlocutor to have a drink too. The sergeant replied that he didn't mind. Time passed, and Catherine and John remained sitting at the bar drinking alcohol. The number of empty liquor bottles in front of them increased. None of the young people were in any hurry to get anywhere. As is always the case in such cases, the tension between the young people subsided. The conversation flowed into a more relaxed direction. Catherine ruffled the sergeant's hair and said that so he looked even more beautiful. When the girl came to her senses, she found herself in Red's room on his bed. On a table nearby were empty liquor bottles. The other half of the bed was untouched. The girl thought that apparently the sergeant must have slept elsewhere. Catherine thought with regret that the sergeant had turned out to be a gentleman. As the girl stood in the window opening, the soldier saw her through his sniper scope. He brought the picture closer and got a good look at her face. The soldier shouted for no one to shoot. "There's a survivor. She's giving an SOS signal." The military man looked at the girl and thought it was amazing. Could there really be a survivor out there? Terror flashed in the guy's eyes. The girl threw herself down from the window. Throwing his weapon aside, the military man rushed towards the girl. He was determined to catch her by all means. The rescue operation was successful. The girl opened her eyes, finding herself in the arms of the military man, her savior. The warrior looked at the girl with still frightened eyes. She also looked her savior in the eyes. The guy asked, "Wasn't she the one who sent the signal for help? Why did she jump out of the window?" The girl's eyes read gratitude and confidence that she was already saved. The girl, smiling, said that she saw that soldier catch her. That soldier was Sergeant John Red. Catherine was in the bathroom looking at herself in the mirror. The girl looked in the closet behind the mirror. All the things here were neatly arranged and systematized. Various boxes were in large numbers. It seemed as if he had collected them in reserve. Catherine thought that this sergeant was not a woodpecker after all, but somehow they were similar to him. It was the same with his favorite cigars. The cigar case was full. Catherine took one cigar for herself. The girl went out on the balcony and, leaning on the railing, looked down at the city. Catherine looked down thoughtfully with the cigar in her mouth. Catherine remembered telling John that he looked prettier after she ruffled his hair. Catherine waved her hands in indignation. Was she out of her mind to say such a thing to him? The girl became sad again. The cigar remained unlit on the table. Catherine did not find a lighter anywhere in the room. Catherine, leaving the room, saw a masked man in the hallway. She asked, "Are you Silence?" "Silence," she thought as she remembered this was the sergeant's room. Catherine looked away embarrassed. She didn't know what to say to Silence. Silence informed Catherine that decent girls don't act like that. Catherine was surprised at such a statement. Why did they think badly of her? Silence turned around and went about her business. Catherine followed her and said that there must have been some mistake. She didn't know what was going on with Silence. but she assumed that Silence obviously didn't like her. Li-Han stood there, packed in body armor. Schumacher said he had set up some interesting quirks. Octo stretched his arm forward and showed his fingers like Spider-Man does. He said the lotions were something like this. Li-Han looked at the engineer in bewilderment. Octo wondered if the guy had never seen any Spider-Man movies. When he does that, a spider web flies out of his hand. Li-Han replied that he doesn't know such a person. Octo added that somehow his left arm is now equipped with hook gun replacement equipment. It's also removable, so if not needed, it can simply be dismantled. There is also a satchel mounted on the telebrons. You can catch flying creatures, but you have to be careful and make sure that you don't get hit on the back by someone. Otherwise, it will hurt. The engineer's assistants noticed. If the chief says that it will hurt, it means that one should be careful not to get killed. Indeed, one must be cautious. Li-Han thought that it didn't take a genius to realize that if this thing exploded, it wouldn't hurt much. Octo looked into the young man's eyes and said seriously that what they had predicted would happen very soon. Li-Han must realize that he was now the main fighter in the arc. The 4 first-generation soldiers would face the dragons first. Of course, it would be ideal if they could defeat the dragon on their own. The engineer added that in just 10 years, humanity has become too carefree. If they can't stop the dragon today, they will be finished. Li-Han, looking at the monitor that had a picture of the Eiffel Tower on it, said that he wouldn't let that happen. Li-Han said that he would not fight for the sake of humanity, but for his brothers and comrades. The sky over Paris had darkened. It was clear that the interdimensional gate was about to appear. The chief of staff said that if nothing changed and the gate remained the same, then very soon the earth should split and monsters would appear. It was reported that all the troops had arrived at the place where the interdimensional gate was supposed to appear. The map showed this point. The armed soldiers looked up. In the sky, transformations were taking place right above the Eiffel Tower. Lightning bolts were emanating from the epicenter. Those present noticed that the lightning bolts were beginning to converge at one point, right at the intended location. The chief of staff said that everything was going as expected and ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle. The soldiers and military equipment, not far from the tower, surrounded the supposed location where the burst appeared. It was at that exact spot that the lightning bolts were striking. Heavy equipment, firearms, and personnel, including our hero, were sent to the epicenter of events. A brave American warrior with a large caliber machine gun in his hand asked why nothing was still happening. Had the monster gotten scared? One of the military men shouted that something was happening upstairs. It was necessary to pay close attention to it. The sky was indeed turbulent. The number of lightning bolts and their intensity increased. It seemed as if there would be a rupture in the sky. Chief of Staff, Engineer Schumacher, and even our hero Friendly, as in a single impulse, swore. From the sky, from the very place from where the lightning bolts were striking, a huge number of foul things appeared, and they all moved to the ground. It was like a huge swarm of insects rushed vertically down from the sky, and there was no end to them. The armed soldiers approached the place where the monsters were falling. The monsters fell to the ground and were smashed to pieces. The soldiers didn't understand what they should do now. What is even going on here? Why are these monsters falling to the ground? Li-Han watched what was happening through the monitor screen while in the headquarters next to Engineer Schumacher. It was a mystery. Why did the gate open in the sky? Li-Han thought that all they had to do was watch. The commanders must be in shock right now as well. They had purposely placed the troops and guns like this because they thought they would fight on the ground. Gradually, the surviving monsters appeared, and the ones that died in the fall served as cushions for a soft landing. The surviving monsters activated their activities. They dispersed in different directions with the goal of destroying anything they could get their hands on. The American opened fire with his handheld machine gun. Laughing, he said that it was more like a game, only played on an ice-eye level. The ARC representatives opened fire in the same manner with their assault rifles. Where are these monsters going? If it ends like this, it'll be just fine. The monsters were destroyed like pesky insects. The monsters falling from the sky didn't stop. They arrived more and more. It seemed that they were more than the ammunition in the machine guns. Petrov said that these things just climb and climb, probably hoping that they would run out of ammunition. The next category of monsters appeared. They were already flying monsters. Simon shouted that another category of monsters was coming, and everyone got ready. The winged ones were approaching. The command was given to activate the cannons that were aimed upwards at the flying creatures. The number of flying monsters was off the scale. The sky was almost invisible. Loud buzzing and continuous flickering of wings could be heard. The cannons fired at the flying monsters. The sky lit up with bright explosions. Many monsters were destroyed, but others were arriving in their place. Suddenly, the flying monsters lowered down began to explode. The chief of staff realized that these were self-detonations, a unique tactic of the enemy. The flying creatures, as they descended toward the ground, began to swell and eventually explode. The soldiers, shooting back, shouted that there were too many monsters. At this rate, they would soon cover the entire land. There was a command for everyone to retreat. The first sector must be blown up. Simon shouted the need to retreat to other positions faster. When the cadet looked back, he saw a flying monster approaching him, ready to explode. There was a powerful explosion. Such explosions occurred in different places. Silence and Simon came out to hunt with the monsters. Simon, using his telekinetic abilities, diverted the blast wave to the side, reducing its impact area. While holding back the monsters, Simon yelled for the soldiers to keep moving and move back. The chief of staff was informed that the preparations for the explosion of the first sector had been completed. The executors were waiting for the order. Alexander Lacour reported that he wanted to wait a little longer. A colleague was trying to get a wounded American to the safe zone. He said there was still a little more to go. The wounded man said that soon the place would be nothing but ruins and advised his colleague to leave him behind. The fellow should survive. The colleague said he would not leave his comrade in distress. If they were to die, they should die together. After all, they are warriors who inspire terror in the enemy. A winged monster appeared in front of the two soldiers and was about to explode. As expected, there was a powerful explosion, but a shadow flashed in front of them. It was a cadet from the Ark. Using his telekinetic superpowers, the warrior protected the American soldiers from the harmful effects of the blast wave. The Americans were saved. They screamed in amazement and stood with their mouths open for a long time. The soldier who saved the Americans turned out to be Dmitry Petrov. He said that these guys had some kind of childish slogan. Petrov added that he liked the fact that they did not leave their own in trouble. Dmitry and the American looked at each other. Kurt, using his addiction to fire, was destroying the advancing monsters in every way possible. Kurt was continuously pursued by a huge number of monsters. The guy, occasionally fighting them off with fire, was trying to find a safe place. Turning around, Kurt swore and said that now he would destroy them all. They would regret messing with a telekinetic like that. The chief of staff was informed that there were still troops on the field. It was necessary to wait. Lacour declared that there was no more time left and ordered the detonation. The center of Paris lit up in bright flames. A powerful explosion erupted at the epicenter of the monsters. This was the final hour for Paris. Schumacher said that even such a city is just a tool for the ARC to fight their enemies. If they won, there would still be nothing left of Paris. Li Han thought it was a huge explosion. He hoped everyone had time to evacuate. The chief of staff was told that most of the monsters had been destroyed. Furthermore, there would be no more new ones. They were the last ones to come out of the gate. The chief of staff said that in that case, the stormtroopers should destroy the remaining monsters and prepare the first-generation telephoto armor at the same time. Looking at the dark blur, it was clear that it was about to appear, judging from those incomprehensible blurry outlines. Ark warriors wearing first-generation tele-armor appeared on the battlefield. They were here for a sweep. One of the soldiers recalled what their chief of staff, Alexander Lacour, had told them in his parting words. This battle ends on their line. A huge monster appeared in the sky from the bursting point. The dragon, flapping its huge wings, was rushing towards Earth. The command to begin the operation was given. The dragon tried to attack the soldiers in tele-armor. The soldiers readied their swords. The commander said they were working according to plan. It's not much different from the dragon they dealt with in the First War. Plus, it's much smaller. Even though it's not a war harmad, they still have to be extremely careful. The warriors moved from place to place, avoiding the dragon's attacks while trying to hit it with their weapons. The most optimal in this case was to attack the dragon's wings to take away its ability to move through the air. Dragons stay in the air with psi energy, but without wings, they lose their ability to fly. In this case, the wings are just a tool, and everything is tied to psi energy, but without that tool, the energy is useless. One of the warriors tried to approach the dragon from behind to block its view. After getting the necessary distance, the warrior, using the flames as a flamethrower, aimed a jet of fire directly at the dragon's head. The two men climbed on top of the dragon and were about to cut off its wings. They told their colleagues to start preparing for a ground battle. Soaring through the air, the dragon began to spew out a huge amount of negative energy. Its wings survived. The warriors were thrown a considerable distance away. The sergeant in the tele-armor couldn't believe what he was seeing. This had never happened before. One of the soldiers still managed to reach the dragon once more and swung his huge sword. The dragon received a significant wound. Blood rushed in all directions. The dragon held onto the air as best it could with its last strength. The sergeant said it was commendable, but the dragon is trying for nothing. He doesn't have much time left anyway. Losing altitude, the beast began to descend toward Earth. Its aeronautical abilities were impaired. The wound was making itself felt. The warrior still in the air noted that the dragon had landed, but there was no time to delay. It was necessary to finish the beast. The dragon, raising its surviving wing upwards, realized that it was now facing a ground battle. Standing against it was a determined fighter in telebronze with sword at the ready. The warriors surrounding the dragon couldn't understand what he was doing now. How was he trying to survive? Sergeant Red noticed that this dragon had just changed its form. It has a different appearance now. The dragon, like a wild cat, began to approach its opponents. The sergeant thought that this was something they hadn't seen before. Their usual fighting pattern wouldn't work in this case. John Red said they couldn't just stand by. If they fight on the ground, they still have a chance to win. The sergeant told his colleague to put his jetpack on maximum recoil and follow him. They will take turns attacking. He will jump first and cause an electric shock. Sarge added that if he was lucky, he would be able to finish off the dragon before it incinerated him. The sergeant added that now was not the time to hesitate. It was necessary to go on the attack. The dragon was also going to attack. The two soldiers put their swords forward and moved towards the dragon. They already had a plan of action. The wingless dragon roared loudly and glared at its opponents with glaring eyes. John Red realized that the monster wanted to use telekinesis in this fight. John Red was fiercely attacked by this terrifying monster. However, he managed to resist and survived. The sergeant's colleagues were less fortunate. The dragon massacred them. John Red watched in horror. The sergeant had never seen anything like this before. He wondered, does this dragon not get fed? John Red thought that he needed to stay alive as long as possible, only to die when he recognized at least one of the dragon's other abilities. A command came from headquarters for Li Han to begin his mission. John Red was surprised that such an order was given. What were they thinking? Li Han advanced to the starting point. John Red shouted loudly for Li Han not to interfere in any way. Oracle asked the chief of staff, would he just leave John Red to die? Alexander LaCour was silent. The soldier tried to lead the girl out of the office. Catherine screamed not to be touched. The chief of staff asked if the Oracle realized how serious things were now. He looked intently at the girl. The dragon that has appeared now is a new species, and no one knows what else it is capable of. If they lose their only normal second-generation fighter due to unforeseen circumstances, it would be unforgivable. It could mean the end for all of humanity as well. Catherine remained silent with her head down. The girl suddenly grabbed the medical injection gun and said that she was ready for anything. If Sergeant Red is killed, she also has nothing more to live for. Catherine, looking straight into the officer's eyes, said that if the sergeant died, she would also die. At that, the girl leaned the gun against her neck. Catherine turned to Li Han. She said that she realizes how contradictory her actions seem right now. After all, she told him, if she wanted to stay alive, she'd better keep her head down. The guy may hate and despise her, but Sergeant Red was in danger now. The girl cried bitterly and asked that Li Han save him and added, please. Li Han, without thinking long, told engineer Schumacher to get ready immediately. Schumacher was naturally surprised. Li Han told the Oracle that he was going to follow him anyway. He didn't want Sergeant Red to just die like that either. The chief of staff and Catherine watched through the monitor screen as Li Han, who was clad in second-generation body armor, followed him. Li Han was already standing in front of the modified dragon. The guy was ready to fight from the start. His spear was at the ready. He approached the dragon from the other side of Sergeant Red. The sergeant in his telebronze looked at the dragon and his colleague. The dragon's eyes were glowing furiously. The sergeant was closer to the dragon than Li Han. The sergeant called the cadet's name and asked what he was doing here. Li Han asked if John Red could set the dragon on fire in the face again like last time. Red replied that he couldn't, but he would try to bait it, and that's out of the question. Li Han said that in that case, Red will really die. Li Han added that he wasn't fighting to protect humanity, but because he didn't want to watch his comrades die. Each of the warriors began to act in a way to straighten out the dragon. Roles were assigned. Red warned that the dragon was using telekinesis. Li Han rose above the dragon. At this time, John Red tried to ignite the monster's head using his telekinetic abilities. Li Han said to block the dragon's view with fire, he would shoot it in the face. John Red said he would do his part, and Li Han could do whatever he wanted after that. Everything happened as scripted. The sergeant aimed the fire jet directly at the dragon and ignited it. After that, Li Han fired a shot towards the monster. Before applying the next shot, our hero realized that he had to rewind the laser wire faster. At the same time, Li-Han was going to increase the power of the jetpack to the maximum. It was time to finish off this dragon. Li-Han prepared to launch a melee attack as well. The tired sergeant asked what came to Li-Han's mind now. Li-Han reached high up, turned around, and, increasing his speed, moved straight at the dragon. The sergeant thought, does this guy really know how to deal with such a burst of electricity? Li-Han remembered Engineer Schumacher giving him advice to increase the mental discharge for a moment, but to the maximum. Octo added, the guy always does it his way, but he won't let him die so easily. If he's suddenly endangered by the dragon's psychosis, that's when you have to increase your psi power to maximum. Approaching the dragon at a tremendous speed, Li-Han shouted loudly. Due to the high proportion of dragon material in the second-generation telearmor, when the PSI force was released, it was suppressed by the same force. After the smoke cleared, the sergeant saw a colleague standing nearby. After that powerful strike, the dragon was destroyed. Li-Han stood beside the destroyed dragon. He threw back his helmet and looked at the approaching sergeant. The sergeant, because of the sunlight appearing from behind the clouds, could only see the outline of his battle comrade. Li-Han continued to silently stare at the result of their activities. In a moment, the sun completely illuminated Li-Han standing next to him. John Red said that the guy he had once fought with seemed like he had just saved the world. With the sun's rays directly in his face, Li-Han saw himself standing in the middle of a pristine forest. Lowering his head, Li-Han saw little dinosaur chicks under his feet. Seeing a path, Li-Han started to follow it. He was surrounded by prehistoric animals and insects on all sides. Li-Han came to the cannon of the forest. He saw dinosaurs flying in the air. High cliffs towered above the trees. On one of these cliffs rested a huge dragon. Li-Han took a closer look. It was indeed a dragon. It felt as if the guy had seen it before. Li-Han wondered, how could there be a dragon among the dinosaurs? Taking a closer look, the guy saw that the dragon's eyes were glowing. The dragon roared loudly. This dragon had 3 pupils in each eye. The dragon lifted up on its paws on this rock and flapped its huge wings. Its entire body glowed, releasing energy. The dragon pushed off the rock, flapped its wings, and appeared above the man. Li-Han lifted his head up and looked straight at the dragon without fear. Li-Han felt the dragon communicating with him. The communication was on the level of telepathy. The dragon told the man that it would do its best to convince him of its good intentions. Li-Han opened his eyes. He realized that he was in a hospital bed. Knut was also in the ward. He apologized and was glad that Li-Han was finally awake. Li-Han asked, how long did I sleep? Knut replied that it had been 3 days. Li-Han wondered, why is Knut wearing hospital clothes? Knut said that he had a psychological evaluation, but was told that he would have to be under the doctor's care for a while. Knut told his comrade how he had been hurt after repelling an attack of monsters that had fallen from the sky. Knut told how he had used his telekinetic powers to trap the monsters. He remembered that at that moment he was so furious that he didn't think about himself and was ready to destroy both himself and the monsters. Knut grabbed his dragon spear and turned around and rushed to attack the monsters chasing him. At that moment, he was not thinking of himself at all. Knut, pouring boiling water from the teapot into his glass, asked if Li-Han remembered saying he would fight for the sake of the people he cared about. Now he too would fight to protect his loved ones. Knut said seriously that he would destroy anyone who dared to harm his comrades, even if he had to travel to the depths of purgatory to do so. Since Li-Han was awake, Knut said he had to go. They would talk later. Catherine entered the chamber. This time the girl was dressed in a strict suit. She even had a different hairstyle. Catherine sat down next to her and asked how Li-Han was doing. The guy said that he was doing fine. He was recovering quickly. Looking at the way Catherine looked now, Li-Han assumed that she had decided to get serious. The girl said she shouldn't have dragged him in. Everything should have limits. Humanity had gone mad if it decided to subject ordinary 10-year-old children to such training, who would later become soldiers like the ones who had recently died in the Battle of Paris, and she despised them. Besides, it was inhumane of her to ask Li-Han to save Sergeant Red, but when the guy came out, she felt much better. Catherine cried again. She said that she was no different from them. The girl apologized for her tears and said she came to thank the young man. She ended up crying here. Li-Han, looking at the crying oracle, thought that she was a girl who was fragile and vulnerable. Catherine shuddered when she received the message. She got up and began to pack. Saying goodbye, the girl said she had to go. The funeral was coming up soon, and added that the young man should take care of himself. Already with an oracle's gaze, Li-Han said she had no need to apologize. It was his duty. The lad got out of bed and said that apparently before the war this would have seemed crazy, but not now. He would continue to fight. Li Han added that he would do everything in his power to protect the people he holds dear and destroy all the dragons. Kuro and Simon met quite by chance. Kuro asked what Simon was doing here, and where is Li Han or Knut right now? Simon replied that they are both in the hospital. Does Kuro really think he wanted to come here on his own? Kuro wondered. Did they get hurt badly? Simon replied that if he was interested, he could go himself. Simon added for Kuro to hurry after him. He's not going to wait for him. Kuro thought that this guy still hated him. Simon said about Li Han that he's a real psycho. He still pisses him off unbearably. He only came to his senses when his partner was destroyed. If he tries to say anything, he'll give him a beating. 3 days passed. Li Han was back in the ranks. The commander offered him a cup of tea. Li Han was treated to delicious Chinese tea at the reception of the chief of staff. Alexander Lacour also agreed that this tea was delicious. The chief of staff clearly wanted something from Li Han. He even offered him sugar to make the tea even tastier. After a long pause, Li Han said that the commander didn't invite him over to give him tea. He understood that it had to do with Kuro. Lacour looked at his interlocutor intently. The officer said the young man was right. He wanted Kuro to participate in a real battle under Li Han's command. Of course, he would also have to fight using second-generation tele-armor. The chief of staff said that the decision had been made to produce 11 new suits. At the same time, they planned to form 3 4-man teams to start with, and one of them would be led by Li Han. Lacour added that all the dragons except War Harmut had been destroyed now. Of course, if they had a team of 4 first-generation soldiers, they would have easily dealt with him. But now there is a new kind of creature that even the veterans can't handle. These creatures are evolving just like humans. Now the future of humanity really depends on the second-generation tele-armor. The chief of staff explained the whole situation to our hero. At the moment, Li Han is the only one who can handle the existing prototype, so Kuro will be around to be very helpful. Li Han realized that Ark really needed him right now. The balance of power was tilting in his favor. Simon walked up to Kuro and asked why he was taking so long to get ready. Kuro politely apologized. Simon said that all A-plus fighters have been ordered to assemble in the lab. They are already running late, so it is necessary to hurry. Kuro thought to himself as he promised himself that he wouldn't be weak, even though he has to make the decision himself. However, since Li Han is not around, it seems like he's becoming like before again. The cadets gathered in the lab along with the scientists and support staff. The military were also present for the test. Simon wondered what they wanted to show them. Could it really be some new device? It would even be able to measure their strength. The lab employees said that this device would gather information about mental powers and numerical values of their expression, and then output statistical data. All the cadets have to do is put on a helmet, sit in a chair, and maximize their psychic power. The system reports that the measurement is complete, level 8,000 ppb recorded. Simon pulled apart the cadets standing in front of him and told them to disperse. He wanted to check his readings too. Simon made himself comfortable in his chair and put on his helmet. The boy was completely calm. The staff announced that the measurement had begun and started recording the incoming data. The cadets watching Simon waited eagerly to see what results their colleague, their British genius, would show. The seeming calmness hid Simon's high tension. He was trying hard to squeeze the most out of his psychic power. The researchers reported that the measurements were complete. A reading of 10,000 ppb had been reached. Simon took off his helmet. His face was wet with sweat. The observers noted that this was the best performance. The cadets congratulated Simon. Simon handed the helmet to Kuro and told him to try it too. Kuro refused. After all, he had already measured this data before he switched courses. Simon approached the research girl and asked what Kuro's reading was. Sasha Grace came up to the interlocutors and said Kuro had 12,000. That said, he wasn't putting out his full strength. Simon turned around and stepped aside. He didn't say anything. It was obvious that Simon was nervous. Grace noticed the girl's reproachful look and said that Simon was just a kid. Therefore, he wouldn't back off until he knew. Kuro thought that Simon would now see him as a rival. There's nothing good about that. PP is a psychic power score. It's numerical value, like in video games. That's the explanation Li Han gave to Kuro. Li Han replied that he had never played games, but he understood what Kuro was talking about. Li Han thought that there was no way Ark would have done something like this without a good reason. They must want to use it in battle somehow. Knut and Silence, already in the helicopter, asked the commander what their mission was this time. Li Han said with utmost restraint that he would explain everything to his colleagues right now. The girl told the blonde-haired guy that she wanted to fight him. At the same time, she put her sword forward in the direction of her interlocutor. The guy asked why they wanted to fight. He also had a sword in his hand. Judging by their jackets, they were both ARC cadets. The girl said that his name is spelled the same as hers, which pisses her off. She thought that was a good enough reason. The guy put his sword forward, took a fighting stance, and said he agreed, and added, "For Leva to get started." All these memories flashed through Silence's mind. Silence wondered, what were those memories? Had they really been erased by the trauma? Worcester, a small town in the Pyrenees. The ARC cadets moved forward along a deserted road. Knut asked in surprise, could those monsters from Paris have appeared here? Looking at their habits and abilities, there was no way they would do such a thing. They must have a commander, Ella, for example. Li Han said that they needed to survey the city. A squad by the roadside discovered a dead body. Li Han concluded, considering the climate and the condition of the corpse, it had been about 2 days, but this was the only body. Are the others still alive? Knut told the commander that he heard someone coming. The cadets readied their weapons. Silence drew her sword. A civilian was walking towards the squad on the road. He was dragging a wooden cart with traces of blood behind him. Li Han told the man to stop and state his name, rank, and branch of service. The whip pointed its weapon at the traveler. The man stopped and leisurely lowered the cart to the ground. Judging by his clothing, he was a local. Looking closer, the military man wondered if they were soldiers from the ARK. How could they notice that he was an ordinary local farmer? The tattoo of a diving helmet with a skull on the farmer's arm did not escape Li Han's scrutinizing gaze. That's what he told the traveler about. This kind of tattoo is often done by Marines or sailors. Li Han added that if the civilian himself doesn't want to confess, they have ways to find out who he is. He relayed the information to the ARC base to get ready for a scan there. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said his name was Jacques. The military might call him that. Li Han said he was interested in the full name. Jacques remarked that it wasn't nice to ask like that. Li Han countered that it was better that way than to pass by potential danger. The farmer raised his hat and introduced himself. He was Jacques de Gaulle, an ordinary farmer. Li Han got the information from the ARC. This man had been retired for 6 years, and before that was a member of the ARC's Hisai fighter squad. Jacques admitted that he had been hiding for quite a while and didn't expect to meet them here at all. Li Han remarked that Jacques de Gaulle is not a deserter. What is he afraid of? The farmer said that even after his resignation, they were being watched. No freedom. The leadership worries that they are using their abilities for selfish purposes. Jacques lowered his head. He had nothing more to say. Li Han continued to look at his new acquaintance curiously. Jacques walked over to the corpse and asked if the military would help him. He can't bury them, but he would like to pay his respects to them. The military, helping Jacques, cremated the corpse they found in the middle of the square. Jacques said he originally settled here to avoid being followed, but he liked living in this place. Even planned to grow old here. Jacques de Gaulle asked the commander if they were trying to track these things down. Would they mind if he joined them? After all, before this, he had just watched people die one by one. Thanks to his specialty, he was able to survive, but he didn't stop being a coward. Li Han realized that this man's superpower was invisibility. However, Li Han didn't know his ability as a fighter yet, but with such skills, he would be a good help for their reconnaissance. The commander agreed. He introduced himself and said that his name was Li Han. They're taking him as a temporary member of their squad. Li Han gave Jacques a parabellum and said that now he would be able to shoot back. Jacques pulled out another dagger and said he would not let his commander down. The squad with the new fighter advanced through the forest. Jacques, as a local with a good sense of the terrain, was going to be of invaluable help to them. Li Han said that it was necessary to take a break. The patrol would take turns except for Jacques. Jacques was surprised at the stamina and endurance of these cadets. He asked if they were really human. He wouldn't say he was completely rusty, but their stamina was enviable. Jacques de Gaulle said that he would never have thought that without any equipment, he would not be able to keep up with the uniformed fighters. Li Han replied that they were Psi fighters who had undergone several surgeries to improve their abilities. Jacques de Gaulle was very surprised. Did the ARCA really still have this project going on? It turns out that these guys are from the second generation. Jacques thought he could tell from his eyes that this commander was really just a kid. He's about 13 or 14 years old, no more. They are much stronger than the first generation, but they are still too young. Li Han asked, why did Jacques leave ARC? Their gazes met. The farmer replied that he hated Ark as well as those dragons and monsters. Silence looked at Jacques and thought that it was just 6 years ago that incident happened. Silence grabbed her helmet as if she wanted to chase the bad thoughts away from her. She had armed men in front of her eyes. The guy held out his hand to her and told her to come with him. The bloody hand held a gun. They were not born to be bred like cattle, he said. All humans except them are enemies. Near the girl lay a man covered in blood. She sat on the floor. A young man in an ARC suit held out his bloody hand to her and called out to her. Her hand, her clothes, her face, everything was covered in blood. The guy stared intently at the girl and said one word, Levy. Catherine in her new uniform and Sergeant John Red stood in front of the doors. She told him not to slow down and to open it. The sergeant opened the door and the young men found themselves on the threshold of a large room. It was something like a vault or library. Probably all the records had been digitized long ago. Catherine told John not to be so naive. She had been out for about 10 years, and some of the records from 6 years ago had been erased. We need to find out what happened this time. Li-Han asked Jacques, so does that mean he hated the ARC because they take little kids and train them? Jacques de Gaulle said that if he were Li-Han, he wouldn't trust ARC so much if they're training kids like him. Li-Han has received information that Grant has been detected in Zone 2. Grant can't move due to severe injuries. It seems the kid has broken away from the group. This is their target. Li-Han gave the command to the squad that they should head out. The rest is over. Li-Han told Kuro to deal with the monster. He is relying on him. Kuro thought that this would be his first real-life assignment. Knut thought this was all set up to get Kuro into real combat. He should be used to taking down different creatures too. Li-Han said for Kuro to come back immediately after he dealt with the monster. Kuro went on the mission alone. Kuro got to the target. He had an automatic rifle in his hands and was ready to open fire. The wounded monster was sitting under a tree. Kuro, looking straight into the monster's eyes, thought he had to destroy it. Kuro looked at the monster through the scope of his weapon. He thought that he couldn't do otherwise. Otherwise, his friends would be in the place of the corpses they saw today, all because of the monsters. Silence was trying to deal with her emotions and memories. She continuously scratched and scrubbed her helmet. Li-Han tried to calm Silence down. Silence insinuated to herself that there was no malice in her actions. If anyone was out of order, it was this fucking world. An image of a person falling to the ground due to his injuries appeared in front of Silence's eyes. Li-Han was shaking Silence by the shoulders and trying to calm her down. Li-Han looked at his colleague with consternation. Silence even cried out from an overabundance of feelings. However, after a while, after calming down, she took the young man by the shoulder and said that she was already fine. Knut said that it was now Li-Han's turn to be on duty. Kuro came back from his mission. He was silent. Li-Han patted him on the shoulder and said Kuro did well. Jacques de Gaulle, assessing the cadets with a glance, thought, are these children really second-generation fighters? They looked nothing like the ones he knew. It was as if they were, even without genetic intervention, mature people. They just grew up early. Rummaging through many shelves of documents, Catherine whined. She couldn't find anything. The girl asked John. After all, he knew that there was nothing here, but continued to silently look. John answered, what was the point of holding her back? Catherine reprimanded herself again. The girl said she wouldn't leave here until she knew what had happened. Sarge has to come clean about why they erased the tapes. The sergeant silently handed the girl the key. His face expressed calmness. John Red said there was another one between the first and second generation CSI fighters. 50 men, and each had a high psi ability score. John took a picture off the wall and behind it was a safe. He added that the kids started acting weird and things got out of control. The plan had gone awry. John Red opened the safe and pulled out a folder labeled Top Secret. He handed the documents to the girl. The squad led by Li-Han discovered the monsters stationed on the forest lawn. It was nighttime and the monsters were resting. They had finally found them. Li-Han asked if Jacques could go on a reconnaissance mission. They need to find out how many enemies there are and what condition they are in. The farmer said he would do it with no problem and would follow the commander's orders. Jacques de Gaulle took off his shoes to move silently through the forest grass because he was a trained soldier and knew how to behave in such conditions. The monsters were resting peacefully on the grass and under the trees. Jacques de Gaulle, using his superpower, the ability to become invisible, penetrated into their location. The scout counted only 17 of the creatures. He figured that these ARC guys could definitely handle them. The farmer continued his observations. He was curious about the location of the ringleader, because he must definitely be around here somewhere. Li-Han was worried. He relayed a message to his scout. He wondered why it was taking Jacques so long on this mission. He should be on his way back. If Ella's mage is there, he will definitely be spotted. Jacques informed him that he needed a little more time. He'll be fine. There are only Grante here. Near one of the monsters, Jacques hesitated a little longer. The monster woke up and opened its eyes. Had it discovered the scout? Li Han informed his squad that Jacques was not making contact. The squad members woke up, gathered, and Knut stated that they would have to go after the farmer. They have to ensure his safety. Li Han said they would have to split into 2 groups. Under the cover of darkness, trying to move as quietly as possible, the warriors began to approach the monster camp. The movements of Li Han and his men were detected. The cadets, as they moved around, left traces behind them. Jacques de Gaulle remembered one of the past missions. He walked up to the commander, threw off his helmet, and asked, "Are they out of their minds? Do they really want to destroy innocent children?" The commander, with a cigar in his mouth, said, "No one is going to destroy them. They're just going to scare them. Some might die, but that's a statistical error." Jacques said that's not the way to do it. They are not human if they are willing to follow orders like that. Jacques de Gaulle says he's had enough. He's not going to spill the blood of innocent children. The warrior with the tattoo on his arm pulled out his battle dagger. Jacques plunged the dagger into the throat of his colleague who wanted to massacre the children. Jacques de Gaulle's eyes glowed furiously. The warrior, bleeding, fell to his knees. Jacques de Gaulle looked at the warrior lying face down. Blood was everywhere. A loaded automatic rifle lay nearby. The silence attacked the monsters that had woken up. The monsters already knew that they were about to be attacked, so they were armed. After destroying the monsters that came her way, silence traveled onward. The monsters and their body parts were left lying on the grass. Li Han told Kuro that they should go as well. His friend should back him up with telekinesis. Kuro clenched his fists. He thought he could handle it and wouldn't let Li Han get hurt. Kuro, using his telekinesis, backed up the monster attacker Li Han. The commander, thrusting his spear forward, marched forward to attack the armed monsters. Kuro, using his abilities, restrained the movements of the enemies. The monsters became sluggish and immobile. The flow of energy that rained down on the monsters demoralized them. There was nothing left for Li Han to do but massacre his opponents. Kuro was focused. He was doing well. This was his baptism of fire. Li Han saw the result of his friend's performance. Only an S rank could have such strength. Now he understood why the Ark was holding on to Kuro with all their might. Li Han told his friend that it was cool, but he should save his strength. The Grannies aren't that dangerous. It's safe to relax now. The commander decided to contact the 3rd group. He asked how he could be heard. Knut looked back and looked at Jacques, who was leaving. He said he didn't know what was wrong with him. Knut got to his feet and said that Jacques was now their enemy. Jacques de Gaulle turned around and, dagger in hand, tried to attack Knut again. Knut said he had no idea what was in that farmer's head, but if fighting, he offered to fight as equals. Knut angrily, eyes glowing, gripped his long sword in his hands. Jacques' eyes glowed too, but somehow unnaturally. Silence continued her bloody work. She stood over the bodies of the monsters she had destroyed, with swords in her hand. Li Han said as he advanced towards them. Jacques tried to resist the fierce attack of the disembodied Knut. Knut was clearly not going to forgive the farmer for what he had done to him. Jacques de Gaulle, using his skills learned in the ARC, tried to put up a decent resistance. Each of the opponents attempted to throw a punch. However, the blows were ineffective because they were both able to dodge. Jacques once again proved to be the stronger of the two. He once more pierced Knut's chest with his dagger. Knut dropped his spear from his hands and fell to his knees. Jacques, dagger in hand, moved closer to his opponent. Jacques swung and prepared to deliver the final blow. Knut knew what he should do next. Knut, using his telekinetic powers, stared intently into his opponent's eyes. A look of amazement appeared in Jacques' eyes. Jacques hesitated for a moment. That was enough for Knut. He lunged sideways to grab the assault rifle lying on the ground. Jacques' blow missed its target. Knut grabbed the automatic and, with the words, "Sorry, mustache," he opened a machine gun line at the farmer. The bullets reached their target. Jacques, struck dead, fell to the grass. Knut watched him in silence. Knut thought that even though Jacques might recover, he would still be in a lot of pain. By this time, Li Han and Kuro had arrived. The commander asked what had happened. Knut replied that the farmer attacked him out of the blue. From the look in his eyes, he was being controlled by someone. Silence also came to the clearing. The squad was now all together. Jacques was lying next to him with his leg shot off. Li Han said not to go near him. He was too dangerous. The commander saw the farmer bleeding. They must do something or Jacques will die. Jacques opened his eyes. They were still glowing unnaturally. Jacques de Gaulle raised his head and shouted with rage, "Qu'est-ce?" The cadets were horrified. It seemed as if someone had possessed the farmer. Jacques turned around and started crawling towards the cadets. A strange red glow formed above him, as if he was billowing. Li Han was as puzzled as everyone else. What was really going on? Jacques, having lost his strength, fell into the clearing. Some sort of gaseous creature appeared above him. This red-colored creature was bursting outwards from the farmer's body. This process was accompanied by a loud scream. Kuro assumed that it was a ghost. Li Han stated that there was a psi energy emanating from the farmer that was able to move around. Knut suggested that it was being controlled by someone. Li Han said that as far as he knew, something like that could be arranged with dragon weapons. Knut suggested that everyone should attack him. Li Han stated that he would deal with him himself. What if he had the power to enter someone's mind? We can't have Kuro or Silence get hurt by that. The commander told the rest of his squad to take care of Jacques. Li Han stood in the middle of the clearing with his dragon spear. His opponent in the upcoming battle was Jacques' PSI energy, probably controlled by someone. The PSI energy went on the offense. Li Han, effectively dodging and working his spear, evaded the attacks. The effectiveness of the spear at this point was questionable. Li Han didn't realize if it was helping at all. At some point, our hero found himself in the embrace of a hostile energy. It was as if he was in a red mist. Li Han resisted with all his might. The commander shouted for no one to approach him. He decided that he had to get rid of this weapon at all costs and threw his spear far away. Li Han continued to feel the pressure of the hostile energy. He was screaming loudly. He felt like he was burning up. At some point, the hostile energy began to shrink and disappear. It was as if Li Han was swallowing it. Li Han held on with all his might. He lifted his head up, and with glassy eyes, he shouted loudly. This scream and the strange glow could be seen and heard from far away, even being in the forest. Li Han fell on the grass and began to shake convulsively. His friends grabbed his arms and legs and tried to calm him down. The cadets didn't know what to do with their commander. Orders had come to return, but how could they bring him back like this? Knut wondered if Kuro with his powers would do anything. Kuro was at a loss. Jacques lay nearby with a bandaged wound. Kuro stretched his arm forward and tried to use his telekinesis to calm the commander and influence him favorably. Li Han imagined himself as a small child. He was standing in front of a huge red monster. This place seemed strange to him. Li Han remembered the moment when he stood in front of the old commander in the ARC office. Everything here was familiar. The boy thought that his subconscious mind had gotten deeper than last time. The child stood and looked at the strange monster wriggling in front of him. Li Han couldn't understand how his ego still remained. He had never encountered something like this before. The boy Li Han stood against the ghostly adult Li Han, who was holding a dragon spear in his hand. He must get rid of it. The child took a boxing stance and said he wanted to do the same. Knut asked what Kuro was seeing. Kuro has been trying to resuscitate the commander all this time. Kuro replied that he gets the impression that Li Han is fighting someone right now. He has to push it out of his head. Kuro added that he might be able to catch him with his powers, but he couldn't promise anything. Whip shouted in desperation that Li Han must win. He must do it, just like he always did. The child was lying on his back. The ghostly warrior Li Han stood over him, putting his foot down on the boy's chest. The dragon spear was at the child's throat. The ghostly Li Han said that was the end of it. He was about to die. The ghostly warrior said for the child not to be upset. Sooner or later, everyone he loves so much will be by his side. The boy can be proud after all. He has accomplished a lot. The adult Li Han pressed down on the spear. The child screamed. The boy screamed but did not give up. Ghost Li Han declared that he was the only one who could hold on for so long. Suddenly, something incredible happened. Ghost Li Han began to disappear. Only his head and clothes remained. The child jumped to his feet. The ghost wondered how the boy was able to overpower his strength. How was he able to repel his PSI energy? The child wondered. Had he really reflected it? Li Han remembered being told at ARC that they had never met anyone like him before. The kid had surprised even when he was inside the liquid chamber. Sasha Grace had said he was the first Psi fighter to be able to reflect energy. The child Li Han doubted maybe it was a fluke. The boy approached the ghost, grabbed his chest and swung his fist. He said that was the end of the games. The child shouted for the ghost to disappear and delivered a powerful punch to his opponent right in the forehead. The boy continued to throw punches. Each blow reached its target and the ghost flew farther and farther back. The ghost fell to the ground and cursed. The kid thought that he had to get out of here. The power of this ghost is extremely dangerous. Kuro and the others saw their commander open his mouth and hostile Psi energy flew out. Silence, Knut and Kuro cried out in fear. This was something they had never seen before. The ghostly Sesai energy flew into the sky with a terrifying scream, leaving Lihan's body. Knut pointed his finger into the sky and asked if Kuro could catch it. Kuro replied that he would try now and began to exert himself. He used his telekinesis to captivate this ghost. Kuro, thanks to his skills, was able to execute what he had planned, and the hostile PSI energy was captured. Kuro held the terrifying ghost tightly with his energetic hands. The monster tried so-and-so to escape, but Kuro was very strong and didn't let it happen. At this moment, Lihan rose to his feet and said that he would deal with it himself. The commander activated his metal brush and thought that he didn't realize he could use it outside of the lab. Lihan stretched his arm forward and fiercely attacked the ghost monster. A powerful explosion resounded in the sky. Everyone ducked under the impact of the blast wave. The attack was successful. Lihan stood there, lowering his arm with the metal brush. He looked exhausted. Knut asked in surprise what it was. Lihan replied that it was a test sample of Schumacher's engineer. It seems that Octo stole some bones while collecting the dragon remains. The sample was created in secret from the Ark, so using it is slightly problematic. Silence noticed that it could be useful even for someone with no special skills. When the monster was finished, the cadets turned their attention to the injured farmer. Jacques opened his eyes. Lihan said that it was necessary to be patient for a while. The Ark Brigade should arrive soon. Jacques replied that it was too late. The farmer added that he didn't regret anything and thanked the guys for getting revenge on those things. Jacques de Gaulle added that he would be able to see his friends again very soon. The farmer told Knut not to blame himself for his death. Knut looked at Jacques with regret. Jacques said that now he wanted to get some rest. A squad of Ark fighters escorted a former Ark fighter who had become a simple farmer to his final resting place on Dawn with honors. Spectrum. That's what they call a psychic entity of the parasitic type, although it is still unclear what exactly it is and how to fight it. There was a meeting at ARC headquarters. It seems the Spectre can use the host's memories and abilities. Alexander Lacour said that in some ways this creature was harder to deal with than a dragon. It is necessary to examine Lihan carefully. The chief of staff reported that retired veteran Jacques de Gaulle had died. After reading the report from the secret folder the sergeant gave her, Catherine asked, "Were the children destroyed?" Children, for that plan. Did they really wipe them all out? John Red replied that they had tried to take them alive, but those were many times stronger. In the end, they even had to use tele-armor to overwhelm them. Catherine said that they had gone completely insane. The sergeant said there were casualties, of course, but they took most of them alive. Where the children are now, he doesn't even know. Catherine said, "Does John really think she would believe that?" The sergeant replied that he wouldn't have fooled her. The girl thought that only the chief of staff and a few of his cronies knew. Perhaps the children were no longer alive. Catherine wondered what Alexander Lacour could have done with those children. Silence was wiping her hair after taking a shower. Her mask was charging on the table. The girl found no peace for herself. She laid down on her bed and couldn't understand why she suddenly thought of it. This guy was smart and calm, a man you wanted to follow and believe in. The next moment, the image of Lihan appeared in Silence's mind. That guy looked just like Lihan. Lihan also dressed in his daily uniform after showering. Our hero took up telekinesis. He tried to develop his abilities, such as making a pen perform its functions, leaving notes in a notebook. Since the portal in Paris, reports of new portals have been coming in from all over Europe. Escape monsters have just been spotted. It was Ella's warriors again, 5 of them. The command was to destroy them. Kuro was assigned the mission. He reported that they were being executed. Ella's warriors looked around and realized their pursuers were gaining on them. They would probably have to take the fight to them. Lihan ordered for Knut and Silence to spread out and be sure to not act alone. This time, the group commander used his metal brush. Engineer Schumacher would be pleased. Knut, as always, utilized the enemy's firepower. Silence skillfully dealt with the enemy by wielding swords. After a successfully completed mission, the squad rested, sitting on a small rock in the Ukraine forest. Knut noticed that the Silence was just a monster of some kind. With her blades alone, she destroyed all the enemies. Silence said that the real monster was the one who caused these things to appear. Knut agreed with that statement. The commander praised Kuro and told the boy to keep it up. He was much better at navigating the battle now. Silence requested that the commander give her this unique brush glove. Lihan wondered, why would Silence need it? This way, she would only waste the psychic power she could use for flicker. Silence said that she wanted to get the glove anyway. Lihan jokingly said if Silence would take off his mask, then he would give the glove. Whip immediately showed interest in this dialogue. Silence took hold of the mask with her hands with the intention of removing it. Knut looked intently at Silence. Silence sat in this pose and made a decision on how to proceed. Everyone present fell silent and looked at Silence. Silence lowered her hands and her head. She said she couldn't. The mask had already become a part of her. Lee-han replied that he thought so. The commander said not to let Silence get upset. He will give the glove next time for sure. Silence said that she is catching him off guard. Lee-han replied that he keeps his promise. Knut and Kuro also expressed their desire to try to use the glove in the future. Lee-han replied that he was fine with that. The 2-week raids helped reduce the public's anxiety level after the Paris incident. Lee-han thought it had only been 2 weeks and it felt like he had been working for a whole year. However, with the use of telekinesis, he was making progress. Engineer Schumacher summoned our hero to the laboratory for a talk. He introduced the 11th issue of the second generation and said that he had added Lee-han's prototype data to them. Lee-han asked if Octo wanted him to try them on. The engineer said that's what he invited the guy for, not to test them in combat. Schumacher made recommendations. He said to make sure Lee-han's strength distribution was correct. After Lee-han put on the suit, the engineer gave the command to start the test. Oracle said it would be in a month. The girl added that it would be in the United States in northern Arizona in a big canyon. Catherine stated that the next dragon will appear at that time and place. Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour said the countdown has begun. The telearmor created this time for the second generation was already the 11th. They currently possessed unprecedented strength, so immense that Lee-han in the prototype almost caught the dragon himself. The officer said that 2 teams for the second generation telearmor should be ready in 20 days. Suitable third-year students should be selected and assigned. John Red thought, are there really 2 teams and not 3? The cadets met in an alley near the park. Jose said that Kijo had turned out to be smarter than he thought. Kijo wondered what Jose was getting at. Jose added not only was he skillful, but he knows where to hit. He and Lee-han are similar. He too makes up for his lack of strength with brains. Jose told his interlocutor that it was time to get up. Jose stood in front of a panel of 3 supervisors. Sergeant Red said that Jose himself asked to test him for a promotion. Was he really that confident? The guy remembered the man on TV saying that the kid might have psychic abilities. In that case, it would be great to join the ARC and get benefits. The man watching TV thought that maybe there would be such people among his children. If there was at least one such person, they would be rich by now. The next moment, the man received a punch on the shoulder. His wife told him to stop watching TV and look after the children. The mother asked her departing son where he was going. Jose replied that he was going to a friend's house. The mother asked that Jose do something for her. Jose left the house and got on his bicycle. He could not say no to his mother. Jose accelerated on his bike and pedaled as hard as he could. The boy turned off the road and rode into a back alley. Jose left his bike and started playing soccer with the boys. One of his friends told Jose about Psy Boys. It's kind of like a psychic. The state is willing to pay a lot of money for kids like that. You can become richer than any soccer player. Hearing this, Jose became interested in this information. Doing his mother's errand, the boy bought vegetables at the store. The salesman told Jose not to believe any fairy tales. They just lure children to them and make them fight monsters so that they don't have to do it themselves. The farmer added that if a boy has any unusual abilities, you can't let the others know about it. In parting, the salesman said that otherwise such a child would come to an end. Jose, returning home, pondered whether the farmer had told him the truth. The boy took a vegetable from the basket and, looking at it, was able to lift it above his hand with the power of thought. As he approached the house, the boy thought that he really couldn't let others know about this. He doesn't want to have to fight monsters later. Jose came back and said that he was already home. He had run an errand for his mother. The woman told Jose to come in soon. He was just in time. His younger brothers were playing in the room. Jose, passing by, admonished the little ones to stop messing around. A woman asked Jose to put a bag of vegetables in a nearby cupboard. One of the brothers pushed Jose and the boy almost fell. Jose got angry and said that he was warning them one last time to stop spoiling. One of the younger brothers pushed the other and he hit his back on a cabinet next to him. There was a vase on the cabinet which shook from the impact. The vase could not hold on and fell from the cabinet. It fell exactly where the baby was lying in the crib. Jose saw this and cried out in fear. He rushed to the vase. The parents saw that a disaster could happen and rushed to the child. Terror was in their eyes. Jose reached forward in fear and a miracle happened. The vase hovered in the air and did not fall. All the family members witnessed that Jose actually had superpowers. The sergeant said that he was always mentioned as a candidate for promotion, but there is only one reason why he never made it past the last stage of selection. It's insufficient psychic powers. Sergeant Red suggested that the young man is just holding back. John Red, a member of the panel, told Jose to finally show what he could do. Jose concentrated extremely hard, and with his hand out in front of him, he initiated a stream of fire directed at the commissioners. The commissioners were tense and surprised. One colleague told Sergeant Red that it was too dangerous. Sergeant Red countered that Jose only burns what he wants himself. Of course, that's assuming he can control his abilities perfectly. The farmer who had told young Jose not to believe stories of superpowers had a specific tattoo on his arm. Jose once again remembered the moment when he first heard it from the vegetable seller at the store. This man who had told the boy to keep his abilities a secret was Jacques de Gaulle, a former ARC fighter. Jose, remembering that farmer, thought that now he had no reason to hide. The commission members, seeing Jose's abilities, were discouraged. They had never seen such power before. Only Sergeant Red, lighting his cigar from the fire, was indifferent and cool-headed. John Red, thanking the young man for giving him a light, remarked that such a level of skill was many times greater than the one the lad was now at. John Red announced that Jose was moving on to his third year as of tomorrow. Jose was leaving this room and thought that now he has nowhere to go back to. He will do everything he can to destroy them. Jose remembered his family. Jose became a third-year student. There were 28 days left until the invasion of the Grand Canyon predicted by the Oracle. A cadet in the mess hall became very angry. He scattered trash by kicking the container with his foot. Knut said that guy didn't qualify for second-generation armor. That's now he's venting his anger everywhere. Petrov added that he'd heard they only took people who'd been in the third year for more than a year. He must have been very upset. Li Han, on the other hand, was taken. Li Han made Team Alpha commander. He told his subordinates that this was their first mission. The goal is to get rid of all the monsters. Although it was more important to adapt to the Telebrons and establish teamwork, the commander thought it was necessary to sort out the composition first. Li Han evaluated his team with a glance. There were new fighters and new unfamiliar equipment. Musa, a Psi fighter from South Africa. He said that these monsters could be easily dealt with without a suit. Why form fighting positions? A colleague said Musa apparently didn't hear him. The important thing for them right now is not to destroy these things. The main task is to get used to the Telebrons and learn to work together. Musa said he understood everything. Amir could relax. He was just making a suggestion. Li Han continued to evaluate his personnel with his gaze. Musa and Amir were no worse than Knut or Simon. Silence, observing the commander, thought that Li Han must be very worried. After dividing up the duties and assigning everyone tasks, the commander led his unit into battle. There was a report that monsters had been spotted at the front lines. Li Han thought it was a good time to get moving. Li Han told Musa to slow down and added that everyone should follow him. Musa, seeing the monsters, smiled and said that they had finally arrived. Li Han wondered where so many werewolves came from in such a place. Musa pulled the bolt of his automatic rifle and said that he alone would kill them all. A burst of gunfire rang out and the brave warrior began to shoot the approaching monsters at point-blank range. The rest of the team came after him. Li Han warned everyone to get ready to shoot. Suddenly another monster of much larger size appeared. Was it a dragon? Li Han said it's not a dragon, it's a basilisk, and it's very dangerous. This beast is so powerful that even tanks become toys to it. Ordinary infantry can't handle it, but they have second-generation tele-armor after all. Li Han tells Silence to take on the basilisk. Amir will cover her. Li Khan told Musa that he would help him. On one side, our heroes were attacked by monsters. On the other side was a huge basilisk. Everyone acted according to the plan they had devised. Musa shouted that they should aim for the head. That way they could finish off the monster. Li Han thought, did he really want to distract the monster with 3 egg boards? And then independently attack it from the 4th? It actually turned out to be a good idea. After a while, the basilisk was already lying on its side. It had been safely deactivated. Musa and Li Han were finishing dealing with the monsters. The sun was slipping towards sunset. The mission had been accomplished. Li Han said that everyone could rest and deactivate the tele-armor for now. The warriors took off their helmets and sat down and decided to rest. They coped with this task amicably. The teamwork was organized correctly. Musa switched his weapon to automatic mode. Amir asked why Musa was doing this, or was he pretending that he had not heard the command to rest? Musa replied that he was continuing to study the weapons, especially since they had already accomplished the task. Musa added that he has no intention of destroying anyone. However, due to negligence, his finger was on the trigger. Musa noticed that as the tele-armor increases in body size, all sorts of guns get bigger too. That's why it's so nice to watch their barrels and how the monsters die. Li Han made a remark to Musa. The soldier replied that he understood and was stopping. Li Han thought, even if there is less dragon material in the suits, Everyone is doing fine with the new model. In battle, they simply have no equal. Li Han raised his head. There was a helicopter circling in the sky. The guy thought that his job now was to lead the squad and control the order of the unit. Li Han continued to stare at the helicopter that had arrived behind them. Was this really what his mission was right now? Ella's mage, accompanied by monsters, rushed towards the opponents and shouted, "Kisayo!" The Alpha squad waited for the monsters to approach. Weapons were already at the ready. The soldier in second-generation Telebrons had his assault rifle forward and was ready to pull the trigger at any moment. He was only waiting for the command. Silence worked exclusively with swords. However, in terms of efficiency in destroying monsters, it was unrivaled. Silence saw Mage Ella's fighter in front of her and said that this opponent was hers. She would deal with it herself. The monster words were destroyed. One more mission completed. Musa stated that it was too easy. Even the excitement is disappearing. The warriors took another breather. Another group of monsters was destroyed in its entirety. Li Han relayed the information to headquarters that the task was completed. It was reported that a transport had already been sent for them, so they could rest now. Musa asked if Amir was tired of being the backup forever and offered to compete. Who will destroy more monsters next time? Amir did not agree. Musa was indignant. Why wouldn't Amir agree? Amir said that Musa had once again lost to Silence and now decided to get even with him. Musa said he hadn't lost and offered Silence the same argument. Li Han thought that these arguments were expected. Their current strength far surpasses that of the monsters. They no longer fear for their lives, but fight as if they were in a computer game. Now it seems like he didn't take any risk at all to catch a single werewolf. Li Han said that Musa and Amir are a kind of elite, but that's the reason why they don't trust him. Li Han hoped that in a real battle, they would put aside their pride and follow orders like soldiers should. Li Han added that they should never question his decision because by doing so, they might set the others up. Musa said that's just ridiculous. What can you worry about when you have the same fighter in second-generation Telebrons working next to you? He is sure that everything will go off without too much trouble, even if as many as 3 or even 4 dragons arrive. Musa added that it pisses him off that he's being treated like a servant. In terms of his abilities, he was just as good as the others. Amir reminded that the squad leader is Li Han, and he didn't say anything bad. Musa added that he was still stressed out by this arrangement. Silence witnessed this conversation. Silence couldn't tolerate a riot in the unit. She made a leap and found herself in close proximity to Musa. Silence threw a powerful punch and Musa, bleeding, collapsed to the floor. Silence realized that it was impossible to destroy him. These were her fantasies brought on by her displeasure with Musa's behavior. Silence unfortunately realized that it was now impossible to replace the squad members. But they wouldn't be able to fight in a team of 4 either. Silence turned around and walked in the other direction. She thought that she would have to endure this rascal for Li Han's sake. Grand Canyon, Zone D5. The camp was set up in a vast area. A cargo transport has brought all the necessary equipment. The cadets have concluded that the infantry sweep can be avoided here, so they would probably get rid of the monsters with a tactical nuclear strike. Derek asked apprehensively if they too would suffer with the monsters. Petrov said they would be provided with protective suits. Knut asked if they would turn into some kind of mutants afterward. Kuro said Knut had nothing to worry about. He wasn't very handsome as it was. Simon said to shut those two up. You could definitely go crazy with them. Knut said he didn't like Simon's tone. Why does he have to be angry with them all the time? Is it their fault that Simon wasn't given second-generation tele-armor? Simon got even more angry. Del rose to his feet and told Knut that he wanted to talk to him outside. Knut replied that he didn't think Simon would offer anymore. Everyone in attendance escorted the young men out with a look. The 2 men walked out of the tent. Derek offered to stop them. Petrov said they'd better go and see. Catherine was lying in a hospital bed. At this time, she was being given an IV. How did she end up here? The girl thought she might have passed out from a seizure. Not paying attention to the IV, sitting down on the bed, Catherine thought that the time between seizures was getting shorter and shorter. The girl began to see a silver dragon. Catherine covered her eyes with her hands. She saw the dragon bursting out of the crevice, accompanied by many monsters. Had the prophecy changed? Catherine ran out of the hospital room. We have to tell her about this right away. Catherine ran out before finishing the procedure. The medicine kept dripping onto the floor. In the Grand Canyon area, a cloud with lightning appeared over the camp in Neva. It was a harbinger of a crevasse. A red alert level was declared. The interdimensional gateway opened. Knut and Simon forgot about figuring out their relationship. They looked up at the sky. Their petty strife no longer mattered. The cleft that had formed did not bode well. Monsters and a dragon could now be expected to appear. The chief of staff irritably said that according to the predictions, there were still 5 days left. The warriors began to put on their telearmor. Things could change and happen much faster. Li Han was the first to be ready. He had a special metal glove designed by engineer Schumacher activated and in place. Li Han, knowing about the predictions, nevertheless decided that today's appearance of the interdimensional gate could change the balance of power. They should be on full alert by now. The worst assumption was confirmed. The clawed paws of a dragon emerged from the crevice. Oracle rushed into the control headquarters. The chief of staff was in place. He gave orders to Alpha Team and Blue. Be ready to go. Oracle looked at the monitor screen with horror, and everything became clear. The prediction had indeed changed. The girl realized that not only the date had changed, but also the prophecy itself. However, why did it happen? Catherine thought that it couldn't be because of the silver dragon. The dragon's head appeared from the crevice, and it let out a loud roar. Everything around it shuddered. The dragon completely emerged from the cleft and descended to the ground. The whole crevice was on fire. The dragon began to devour everything around it. It was a black dragon. He was devouring his own. It looked like it had swallowed the silver dragon's core. Musa shouted indignantly, "What's going on here? A dragon destroying a dragon? How can this be?" Li Han outwardly showed calmness, however. He was very agitated. Li Han said for everyone to calm down. It really wasn't that bad. Now there was one less opponent left. The black dragon raised its wings up and roared loudly. Its victim's blood flowed out of it. The silver dragon's core was shining through inside. Everyone noticed that the interspatial gate had closed. The dragon remained in this world. The duty officer reported to the chief of staff that there was only one dragon left. There were no monsters. The officer ordered the Alpha and Blue teams to begin the operation. The black dragon continued to roar loudly, shaking the air and causing a state of oppression in everyone around it. The dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Li Han reported as he powered up and deployed the drone network. The commander said that they would deal with the left flank first. After that, the Blues will eliminate everyone on the right flank and move on to Phase 2. Li Han said that Silence would attack and he would assist. Musa and the others distract the dragon. Amir is covering. Alexander Lacour said there is nothing difficult. Li Han, for example, was even able to catch the dragon by himself. And now there are 8 more second-generation soldiers. If that thing isn't stronger than Jupiter, they can definitely handle it. Jupiter was the code name of the golden dragon that Li Han had once caught. Li Han said that everything was going great so far. Their coordinated actions caught the dragon's attention. He ordered for Silence to deal with the wings. Silence approached the dragon a fair distance away and, working their swords, tried to cut off the dragon's wings. The dragon swung its tail and hit Silence. She lost her orientation and began to fall. Li Han managed to grab Silence's arm. With his other hand, he held onto the airboard. Silence dropped the sword from one hand. Li Han held it tightly. "Silence," thanked the commander. The two of them soared upward, and Silence severed one wing of the dragon with her sword. Li Han ordered that everyone attack the dragon at the same time. Each of the warriors, using their skills, proceeded to eliminate it. The dragon lost its aeronautical qualities. With only one wing, being in the air was impossible. Li Han and Silence attacked the monster again. The dragon lost another wing. The chief of staff, Catherine, and everyone present saw the dragon, finding itself without wings, began to fall to the ground. This caused everyone to cheer. The dragon fell to the ground, forming a crater as it fell. The warriors moved down with the desire to finish off this monster. Team Alpha thought that these Blues had decided to take all the glory for themselves. Musa angrily told the commander that it was time for them to head to the dragon as well. Without wings, the dragon was on the ground. It had been injured in the fall. The Blue team surrounded it. Li Han and his team also arrived at the dragon. Musa followed ahead of everyone. He was happy that he wasn't late. Musa rushed towards the dragon as fast as he could. He wanted to finish it off faster than the Blues would. Li Han thought it was strange. Why send such a weak dragon here? The commander thought it was more of a distraction. He ordered all his men to immediately move away from the dragon to a safe distance. The chief of staff jumped up from his chair. He saw on the screen a dragon without wings lying on the earth. Lacour commented that it was amazing. Everyone is just doing great. The officer, shaking his fist, shouted that the RK project was a success. Oracle looked at him in amazement. The girl thought it would be nice if that was the end of it. However, she was plagued by vague doubts. Orders had come in for the Blue team to get the dragon gear. They wanted to try to get rid of the dragon all at once, simultaneously. The Blue team was approaching the dragon. The Alpha team stood aside under the commander's orders. Li Han shouted for the blue team to also stop and move away from the dragon. Musa disagreed with the commander's order. The laurels of the victor were giving him no rest. Li Han said that we can't let our guard down, especially now because things are going too smoothly. It might be a trap. We must first calm down and think soberly. Li Han added, if he's wrong, they can laugh at him all they want. But if not, they have big trouble ahead of them. Musa asked, what is the commander suggesting? Was it to stand around and wait for the dragon to wake up? He could use a choice too. Musa was incredibly angry. He personally wanted to cut off the dragon's head. Silence watched the stroppy warrior's actions. She realized that there would be trouble with him before this operation even began. Musa said that he disagreed with the commander's actions and knew what he had to do himself. Musa told Amir to stay out of it. He wants to finish with all this as soon as possible and rest. Musa says that Amir would do well to make his own choices too. He should stop agreeing with all the commander's orders and think with his own head. Musa turned around and, without listening to the commander, headed for the dragon. Amir said he thought Musa was right in this case. The commander could only hope that he was worrying for nothing. Team Blue, Musa and Amir came very close to the dragon lying senseless. Li Han and Silence stood at a safe distance. The warriors near the dragon swung around and decided to strike at the same time. About 3, everyone brought their swords down on the dragon's body with a swing. However, the unbelievable happened. The body of everyone standing next to them was pierced through. Blood splattered in different directions. Li Han shouted for Silence to immediately run aside. No one could understand what had happened. Who had attacked the warriors? Finally, Li Han realized everything. It was Ella's mages. They were all using invisibility magic. Ella's mages appeared and destroyed all the warriors near the dragon. All 5 of them were destroyed. The telearmor didn't help them. One of the warriors, apparently the commander, gave orders to his loyal subordinates to attack the survivors, Li Han and Silence. Our heroes prepared for battle. Li Han thrust his spear forward. Silence swung their swords. But it wasn't that simple. Ella's mages could become invisible. That made it difficult to fight them. Li Han and Silence stood in battle stances. However, they couldn't see the enemies sneaking up on them. The commander thought it was all down to their armor, but it didn't hide the tracks. Scanning the area around him, Li Han saw the traces left by Ella's mages. They must be around somewhere by now. Li Han used Schumacher's metal gauntlet to vaporize his opponents, raising the air temperature to incredible levels. Ella's mages becoming affected by the effects of the gauntlet would become visible, and Silence would step in. She immediately attacked and destroyed the opponents. The result of this coordinated operation was that Ella's mages were destroyed, all but one. He stood in the distance watching the battle. For reasons unknown, the commander's helmet was destroyed. Li Han shouted that he knew it. Only one weapon was capable of destroying telearmor, a weapon with a dragon component. These things now had it too. A huge monster appeared right beside Li Han. The guy thought that dodging its blows would not be easy. Li Han was retreating, Ella's mage was advancing. Silence was preparing to deliver a staggering blow. Li Han abruptly turned around and struck his opponent's head with his spear. The spear had a huge striking effect as it contained the dragon component. Li Han thanked Silence for distracting the monster. The monster withdrew to a safe distance and prepared for another attack. Ella's mage was in a protective suit. He was not so easy to defeat. He was 1 level higher. Suddenly, the dragon behind Ella's mage stood on its paws and roared loudly. Our heroes realized that this dragon had come to its senses. Li Han couldn't let anyone get hurt again. He decided to finally deal with this dragon. Li Han thought it would be a good idea to attack the dragon from the inside. Silence jumped high up, intending to attack the dragon from above. Silence was approaching the dragon and was about to jump on its head. She had already swung her swords. Li Han, fending off Mage Ella's attack, broke his spear and fell down. The dragon raised its paw and could crush our hero. Li Han tried to run away to a safe distance. At this time, Silence came to the rescue. Silence was already on top of the dragon. She thrust her sword straight into his head. However, the weapons entered shallowly. Li Han, after running away to a safe distance, tried to attack Ella's mage using the unique capabilities of the metal gauntlet. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat, Li Han knocked the sword away from Mage Ella and intercepted it, thrusting that weapon straight into his opponent's body. Li Han had destroyed his opponent. Silence ran away from the dragon to a safe distance. The dragon continued to roar loudly. Li Han thought to stop, there was enough doom for today. The dragon opened its mouth wide and everyone could feel its fiery breath. It was urgent to retreat. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The place where the dragon had just been lit up with a bright glow, and a blast wave spread out from there. Li Han thought that he had miraculously survived. However, within a second, another dragon appeared. The Telbron-clad warrior who appeared praised Li Han and said that he had done well. He was too good to die now. The warrior said that from now on they would be called Team Omega, and they will take care of everything. The warrior, looking at our hero, asked where the rest of the tele-armor was. Li Han recalled the moment when he stood outside the ARC in front of Sergeant Red. The sergeant replied that it was in the vault, although Li Han was unlikely to believe it. The sergeant added, just like Li Han said, there's another team, but there's no point in trying to dig further. Excessive curiosity could lead to disaster. Li Han stated that Jacques de Gaulle said that 6 years ago, the children who were trained at ARC were wiped out. Li Han asked if something suddenly goes wrong, will they be dealt with as well? Sergeant John Red said, does Li Han really think they don't have better things to do, other than dealing with them? Li Han thought they might have somehow gotten rid of the past recruits, but someone might have survived. The wingless dragon was immobilized. Its paws were fixed tightly to the ground. The warriors who appeared took control of this wounded dragon and were in charge of it from now on. The warriors asked Silence, did the skull mask also want to help them? Li Han said if they were going to aim and attack at the neck, it would hit the lower core. The warriors, cohesively working as a single organism, attacked the wounded dragon. The dragon screamed, wriggled, but could not even defend itself. Its paws were fixed tightly to the ground. Li Fan thought that this was exactly how the Omega team should work. The dragon had been destroyed. Its entire body was covered in blood. The warriors went to investigate the newly appeared crevice. Silence reported that she wanted to meet those children. Sergeant John Red listened to the request of Cadet Silence. The sergeant told Silence that they were too dangerous. They are criminals who destroyed instructors and partners. Indeed, she knows this very well. The sergeant said that the one who shot her in the head could be among them. Did Silence really think she could keep her composure if she met him? The girl remembered that guy, his hair, his eyes, the look on his face. Silence replied that she was certainly hurt by it, but at least she wouldn't fight him. The sergeant sat pensive. He was now in a position where he would have to talk her out of it too. John Red had said that at this point, they were true monsters who refused to be human. He doesn't know how exactly the ARC is controlling that right now. Well, anyway, it's something that's hard, really hard to watch. It's like watching metal welding. Walking out of the sergeant's office, Silence pulled out a bug and asked if Li Fang had heard everything. Li Fang had not only heard everything, but he had memorized it all. The guy thought, if Sergeant Red isn't lying, the real power should belong to the Chief of Staff, not the mentally ill commander. And if war breaks out, it will be the Chief of Staff who will be the commander. One might consider the Omega Command to be a credit to him and the second organization. However, the question remains, for what purpose did the Chief of Staff arrange all this? The sergeant thought he was even ashamed to say such a thing, refused to be human. John Red covered his face with his hands. It wasn't their fault, after all. John Red looked at himself in the mirror. The ARC was responsible for everything, and him, Sergeant Red. The sergeant looked in the mirror and was disgusted with himself. He realized what he had come to. John Red thought, we just have to wait until the war is over. But would there be an end? Li Fang was helmetless with a dragon spear in his hand, against a backdrop of blazing fire. A destroyed dragon lay nearby. From a bird's eye view, the scale of what had happened was clearly visible. The huge dragon had been destroyed by a small number of people with second-generation tele-armor. The mission was complete. Knut said there was nothing left here at all. Now this place had become uninhabitable as well. The Chief of Staff told the Alpha team that the mission was complete. The current composition of this team was more than perfect. Li Han, Silence, Knut, Simon. At this point, they had managed to prevent the 6th invasion since the Battle of the Grand Canyon. Liqueur told the Oracle that now for the 3rd time the prophecy was proven wrong. The girl gave her opinion. She believes the reason is the Silver Dragon. Every time he appears, the future changes. Like railroad tracks, they move when a lever is moved. Also, the other dragons have been massacring all the Silver Dragons. They seem to be hostile to other members of their own kind. To summarize, each dragon has its own distinctive abilities, depending on its color. It is highly likely that the Silver Dragon's abilities are related to opening gates, and for some reason, they've distanced themselves from their kin. Gray said they scrutinized Ella's mages because they were able to capture them alive, but they still don't know anything about dragons. Liqueur concluded that they had no other soothsayers besides the Oracle anyway. The Chief of Staff said that the only thing they have the power to change is how they are going to react to everything that happens next. It's best to deal with the dragons quickly. It was time to truly prepare for the final battles. The ARC has undergone a massive reorganization. They have stopped recruiting freshmen here because it is impossible to train new soldiers from scratch in the time left. Some of the soldiers who had been assigned as instructors decided to return to duty or go home. Sergeant Red stated that his colleague was returning to his home country. The instructors looked each other in the eye. Sergeant Red realized that his colleague had made an unconditional decision. After parting, the sergeant said he felt sad. The lab girl said not as much as some of the others. However, the battle with the monsters periodically resumed. Here and in this operation, there was a Red 2 on the line. Red was at this time luring the monsters to the designated location. He was being pursued by several hundred of these monsters. Red reported that there were already almost 300 individuals following him. Gradually, their numbers were increasing. Red 4 reported that there were about 500 monsters running after him. HQ replied, "It doesn't matter how many monsters are present now. We have to work carefully and cleanly. The squad leader must deal with all the creatures at once." The squad leader, after rising up, changed trajectory and moved with a flaming hand towards the monsters downwards like a dive bomber. The job was done amazingly, as always. After the operation was completed, on vacation, co-workers wondered how is this possible? He just took and burned several hundred enemies. Jose was the commander of the Red Team. The headquarters was amazed at Jose's ability to destroy a large number of monsters at one time. His gift of pyromancy works well against monsters. This guy is the best among all the arsonists. The sergeant thought that this guy excelled at hiding his power and always controlled it discreetly. Even though Jose could already use telekinesis, he hid his ability until he was transferred to another class or until the survival test. Though he could have easily been promoted, he remained a sophomore for a long time. John Red pondered, why did he choose to reveal himself now? He hoped it wouldn't add to their problems. The chief of staff asked the oracle how things were going with the prophecy. Had there been any changes? Catherine replied that there are changes. She knows the next point of invasion. The next location will be Ireland, the Dingle Peninsula. She sees a huge army of monsters and dragons. Lacour said that Team Alpha will be involved in this operation. Team Red will also be participating. Li Han and Jose are the commanders of these units. Li Han thought that this time he won't let anyone die. Jose thought that he would send those things to the deepest depths of the underworld. Our hero didn't know if his last name was Li and his first name was Han, or if he was simply called Li Han. He was dropped off when he was a baby. His parents gave him up. When the child grew up, he started stealing. This time, Li Han was running away from prosecution after stealing. In those days, the head of the IRC unit, Major Kang Bacon, and the first Sai fighter, Zhang Qijong, were introduced on TV. Li Han had stolen a bag of groceries and was running away from pursuit. He ran past a store that sold televisions. On the screens was an ARC presentation. The officer was saying once the war with the dragons is over, PSI fighters can be the backbone for their army. They are doing their best to get as many of these recruits as possible. There are normal military operations going on now. But what if an uneasy Psy war breaks out later? The man at the next encounter with Li Han got tired of running after him. He stopped for a second to catch his breath. Li Han ran into an empty alley with a bag in his hands. Suddenly, the guy was hit in the side with a fist. Unable to hold on, he fell to the ground. The stalker said that this thief was the one who got caught. The guy bent over in pain. The man inquired, "This boy's name is Li Han, right?" He told the boy to give him back the bag nicely. Li Han asked what would happen if he didn't return the sack. The stalker said he knew the boy would be a tough nut to crack. He wouldn't have survived on the streets otherwise, though. The man told the boy that he could be useful and asked how he thought he knew Li Han's name. The man threateningly said that he knew where they were hiding. He was the only one who would be able to escape, if anything. His brothers, however, would not be able to escape. 1 month passed. Li Han was still walking alone in the evening city. One evening, Li Han noticed an old man walking alone with groceries in his hands. The boy followed him. The old man saw the boy, turned around and beckoned him over. The old man took an apple out of a bag and handed it to the child. The old man asked, "Will the kid like this apple?" He sincerely wanted to help him. The child was surprised. Could someone really just offer groceries like that? It was a complete surprise to him. Li Han thought it was some kind of trickery. The old man is trying to trick him. What is he really hiding in his bag? There must be something more valuable than an apple in there. Li Han ran up to the old man and snatched the bag from his hands. The guy turned around and started running away, leaving the old man without groceries. He had once again committed theft. In a secluded place, Li Han checked. The bag really only contained apples. The boy realized that the old man was just being kind and decided to give him a treat. This made him feel very bitter. The little boy sat and wondered when it would all end. He wanted to change his life. Li Han was found again by the man from whom he had once stolen a package. The racketeer approached the kid and told him that he hadn't paid the tax for his brothers and had run away for a month. The bandit, kneading his fists, asked if the kid knew what interest was. Would he finally wake up to the fact that one of his younger brothers was hurt? Lee Han, knowing that the brothers might be threatened, moved them to a safe place beforehand. The guy wasn't scared of the bandit and said he could take the risk. As long as he was alive, no one would dare to touch his brothers. The villain, flashing his eyes, said that this boy is funny. He is really determined. Clenching his fists, Racketeer said that he will definitely kill this boy today. Grabbing a bag of apples, he started to run away. The villain rushed in pursuit, shouting that this scoundrel would not get far from him. In the pouring rain, in an abandoned part of town, the boy was running away from the bandit chasing him. Lee Han had no intention of stopping. He only picked up speed. However, the man who was chasing him did not lag behind. As he was running away, Lee Han looked up and saw that there was a railroad crossing in front of him. The barrier was being lowered. A train was about to show up soon. The boy slowed down a little, and the pursuer grabbed him by his jacket. The man pulled the kid toward him. The criminal tried to grab the kid. Lee Han was struggling and trying to get free. This fight took place right at the railroad crossing. The train shone its spotlight on these men. The train was very close. There was a loud signal. The child managed to dodge and kick the pursuer in the face. The man lost his balance and fell. The train did not have time to slow down and passed by. The stalker was hit by this train. The boy dropped the bag of apples and they scattered. Lee Han cried out in fear. In front of him was a frightening picture. The red apple lying in the rain near the railroad crossing. The child remembered for a long time. The little boy found himself in the police station behind bars. He sat alone in a corner, hungry, wet and scared. The policeman, looking at the baby, asked his colleague what kind of baby it was. He was told that they found this kid at a crime scene and brought him here. The policeman asked if anyone really thought this kid could push a big man in front of a train. The coworker replied that the kid was here because the sensor was off. The policeman wondered, had the PSI sensor on the west gate gone off? The policeman approached the kid and apologized. He said the kid would have to wait a little while. The policeman said maybe the kid is one of the psychokinetics. Lee Han was very surprised. The detective said they notified the ARC and asked that they send one of their own to check it out. So we have to be patient for a while. The policeman who was talking to the guy saw that a military officer, Major Kang, had arrived at the station. Major Kang Bayan, whom the kid had recently seen on TV, said that he personally wanted to talk to the kid. He would only talk to him. The policeman immediately realized that something was going on here. He didn't like the fact that the conversation would be without witnesses. After that conversation, Lee Han decided that he would do everything he could to protect his brothers. In the future, when fighting dragons, Lee Han would always remember his promise. Lee Han remembered that his younger brothers were left in the care of the likes of the military man, Major Kang Bayan. Lee Han realized that by fulfilling the mission assigned to him, he would protect this world and his comrades. Our hero set himself the goal of destroying every single dragon, and he moved unstoppably towards this goal. The Red Squad received the order to begin the operation. The warriors immediately set about their tasks. Along the city street, coming from the Celestial Rift, a huge horde of monsters moved straight at the warriors in red telearmor. Firing back, the Reds thought, aren't these Grontes too smart? These monsters cover themselves with the dead like shields. Either they have a commander who is guiding them properly. A warrior in Telebronze from Alpha Squad appeared in front of the monsters. He was on an airboard and told the Reds to cover him. That warrior was Lee Han. He said that Alpha Squad would take over the destruction of the dragon. The Alpha Squad, led by Lee Han, approached the dragon flying in the sky. This battle could take place in the airspace. The Reds were repelling the onslaught of monsters on the ground. Jose was ready to destroy the monsters using his pyrotechnics. Jose created a field of fire around himself and watched closely as the enemy approached. Alpha Squad attacked the dragon before it landed. The whip jumped on the monster's head and intended to drive his spear straight into its skull. The warrior couldn't keep his footing on the dragon's head and began to slide down. To prevent his fall, he thrust his spear into the monster's head in an attempt to keep himself up. Losing his balance, the Alpha Squad fighter began to fall headfirst downward. There was no airboard under his feet. Simon reached out to help. He couldn't let his colleague get out of this battle. Silence, observing the situation, thought that there was a benefit to this as well. It at least distracts the dragon. Silence rushed into the attack, and after chopping up the dragon's body, he discovered the location of the core. The dragon, having lost its orientation and ability to stay in the air, began to fall chaotically onto the blazing city. The red dragon that the warriors had defeated today was of the first type. Such individuals appeared at the very beginning of the war. The second type was an abnormal species. For example, Jupiter. What distinguishes them from the first type is their deviant behavior. And lastly, the third type are dragons, with incredibly powerful psychic abilities. These dragons have perfectly developed self-awareness. War Harmut and Kronos fall into this category. Li Han was taking a shower after the battle. His body, despite his young age, was covered in scars and abrasions. The first type of dragons are quite easy to defeat, but they appeared more and more often each time. Tori had managed to attack twice this month. Who knows, if they keep showing up, where will it all end? At the rate they're going, in less than a year, they'll stage a mass invasion. Li Han walked into the room after taking a shower. Wiping his head, he saw a letter on the table. The letter was addressed to Li Han. The message was from his brothers. The boys wrote that they were doing well. The state is helping them a lot, and they hope that one day they too will be able to serve for the good of the country. After reading this message, our hero crumpled up the paper and threw the letter into the trash. Li Han thought that his brothers would not have written such a letter. Major Kung must be holding him for an idiot. Our hero was having a hard time. Lying on his bed, he pondered how he should proceed. However, Li Han believed that he could handle everything. 2 weeks passed. Li Han and Knut, with their battle spears behind their backs, followed to fulfill a new mission. In order to successfully accomplish their goals, the RK was allocated 12 reinforced fighters this time. Knut wondered if he was sending too many warriors this time. And that's just for one rift. Li Han assumed that the leadership wanted to minimize the possible damage. After all the places they had been to had turned into ruins. Simon said that Australia is the main sponsor of the ARC. The authorities want maximum protection because they put the most money into the event. That's why, in his opinion, the ARC is going out of its way to please. The silence has just been silent most of the way. Knut concluded that there were as many as 12 tough guys with them this time, so they could not worry about the possible number of dragons. Li Han, tired of this talk, said that they could rest while they were in flight. Silence nodded in agreement. Upon arrival, the commander said that everyone would be staying in separate rooms, so one must choose their accommodations wisely. There's nothing on the schedule for tonight, so we can go out and unwind. Knut naturally was pleased and asked where the nearest bar was. Australia, Cairns Air Force Base. Australia was virtually unaffected by the war. Because of this, many educated and talented people asked the local authorities to provide them with shelter during the fighting. Because of this, the country became a great power fighting for world domination. Silence checked her bed and said that it looked good. It had been a long time since they had been given such comfortable conditions. Li Han went into his room as well and looked around the interior. There was even a computer here. Our hero had received a message from Silence. She wondered what the guy's plans were for tonight. Li Han replied that he would like to go swimming and then go to see engineer Schumacher. Silence offered to go together. She has some things to finalize on the Telebrons too. Li Han said that in that case they would meet in an hour. Silence agreed. Simon went into the bar to rest. There were already enough warriors from other units there. The bartender, a stern-looking man with a cigarette in his mouth, stared at the new visitor. Looking at Simon, the bartender thought that this guy looked young. He must have recently turned 18. The bartender said he hadn't seen him before. Probably he was from ARK. Simon looked at the customer next to him and said he wanted a glass of the same drink. Simon sniffed the liquid provided to him and thought the liquor smelled like tobacco. The bartender noticed that the young man drank the contents of the glass in one gulp. The bartender told the boy that this drink was not to be drunk that way. Simon replied that he didn't care and asked for a repeat. A blush appeared on his cheeks. Silence decided to go in after the commander and approached his room. The door appeared to be open. Silence walked in. Li Han had just gotten out of the shower. From his clothes, he was wearing a towel and slippers. The guy saw Silence and apologized for being late. He said he would clean himself up very quickly. Silence couldn't take her eyes off the commander. It was the first time she had seen him with a bare torso. Silence ran out of the room and closed the door behind her. At that time, Knut walked by. He noticed his colleague and inquired what Silence was doing here. Silence told the truth. She was waiting for Li Han. Whip inquired where they would be going. Silence replied that they would go to the technical department. Knut said that was great, and then he would go with them. He has nothing better to do anyway. Silence said that if the guy has nothing to do, he can go to his room and sleep. Knut wondered, was Silence really turning him out? The door opened and Li Han appeared on the doorstep. He asked if Knut was going to Octo's too. Knut replied that he would, but he didn't have time to say anything. The guy was immediately hit in the side by Silence's fist. Knut crouched down from the pain and thought that he would really be safer in the room. Silence told the commander that Knut wasn't going anywhere anymore. The two of them would be going alone. Suddenly, a warrior appeared and said that urgent help was needed. The soldier said that there was a problem with Simon and urgently needed to stop him. The soldier was extremely agitated. Simon was at the bar drinking alcohol already out of the bottle. The bar patrons and broken furniture were lying around. Those of the customers who were still on their feet thought that this guy was a representative of the PSI fighters. What should they do now? Lee Han and his buddies appeared in the bar. Lee Han immediately rushed over to Simon, who was finishing the rest of the liquor from the bottle. Lee Han told Simon to calm down and go back to his room with him. Simon smiled, thinking that Lee Han was acting like a commander, and wondered what Lee Han was doing here. Lee Han tried to be calm and composed. Without causing irritation, he looked at Simon with a long look. Lee Han said that he and Simon would talk later when Simon came to his senses. Simon didn't agree to such a suggestion. Simon clenched his fists and angrily asked Lee Han what he had done wrong. The bar patrons shouted fearfully that this guy was dangerous and needed to be subdued immediately. Simon shouted that everyone knew perfectly well that he was doing a great job. How could they do that? He began to aggressively affect those around him again, releasing his belligerent energy. Lee Han hid behind a nearby bar table to avoid the damaging effects of Simon's attack. Taking advantage of the pause that appeared, Lee Han jumped to his feet and rushed towards Simon. With a kick to his chest, Lee Han deactivated his opponent for the time being. Lee Han held his comrade in his arms and apologized to the customers for ruining the evening. The frightened bartender cautiously peeked out from behind the bar. The evening had really gone bad tonight. Simon opened his eyes. He was lying in bed in his hotel room. How had he gotten here? Simon remembered what had happened to him the night before and blushed with shame. He decided he wouldn't take another drop of alcohol in his mouth. He started pounding his fists on the wall in anger. There was a knock at the door. Simon opened it. Knut stood on the doorstep. The boy wondered if Simon was still drunk. He'd been banging on the wall since this morning. Simon closed the door and told Knut to get lost. Closing the door, Simon smashed Knut's nose. The guy thought that everyone was going off on him lately. Had he really become a punching bag? Simon sat alone in the room. He felt like he was surrounded by soldiers with blood on their hands. Each of the soldiers was asking Simon to help them. The number of men around Simon increased. They moved around the blood and kept asking for help. This nightmare continued. The visions did not leave Simon. Cries for help came from all directions. People encircled Simon and started touching him with their hands, clamping their mouths and pulling him in different directions. Everyone was asking for help. Simon imagined himself drowning in a sea of blood. The nightmare never left him for a moment. As of late, this nightmare haunted the young man constantly. Simon kept sinking to the bottom of the sea of blood. This nightmare tormented him and kept him awake. Simon thought if he had a drink, maybe he would feel better. Perhaps the reduced dosage of stimulants was to blame. The bartender told the young man that it was not to be drunk in volleys. Simon swore in response and told him to repeat it. Before going into battle, most elite fighters are given combat stimulants. They completely block the feeling of fear and increase aggressiveness. This is how fighters become more belligerent, true berserkers. However, there is a downside. He became worse at thinking and controlling his psi power, which recently caused him to cut his dosage in half. Therefore, alcohol was necessary. But if he gave up altogether, where was the guarantee that he wouldn't be frightened when he met the dragon? These thoughts were driving Simon crazy. Further, in the evenings at the bar, everything repeated itself. Simon drank a lot of alcohol. Customers who got in Simon's way suffered from his aggression. This time, Simon punched one of them in the jaw. Two big guys decided to take the guy down. But how could this happen again? The guy remembered his nightmare as bloody hands reached for him. Simon again scattered his opponents in different directions, and again furniture and dishes were broken. This behavior of the young man was repeated every night. But it couldn't go on like this forever. Simon shouted to the customers in the bar that if it wasn't for him, they would all have died long ago. He's trying to protect them. Once again, Lee Han appeared in the bar. He called out to a coworker in a quiet voice. Lee Han told Simon to calm down. Simon asked again, "Does Lee Han really think he is his commanding officer? What business is it of his?" Simon said that Lee Han was the only one in the ARC who didn't take stimulants. Simon wondered how Lee Han was even tolerating all this. The guy kept getting turned on. Why is Lee Han the only one who is all special? Simon wondered how he was worse than Lee Han. At this, the liquor bottles and dishes were flying in different directions. The bar patrons were once again shouting that this man was dangerous. It was time to do something about him once and for all. Simon continued to yell. He can't even sleep properly for a long time now. How does Lee Han manage to act like nothing happened? Lee Han was once again biding his time, hiding behind the bar table. It was the same from night to night. Lee Han's next move was the same as the night before. Lee Han took a moment, flew up to Simon, and deactivated him with a knee to the chest. The interesting question was, what would it take to be like Lee Han? The officer, parsing his subordinate's behavior, shouted, "Why did he trash the bar?" The officer asked if there were any casualties from these incidents. Simon stood silently with his head down. Lee Han replied that there were no casualties. No one had made any claims. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again. The commander sighed in relief and sat back in his chair. It was good at least we managed to avoid harmful consequences. Sir asked if this cadet is not forbidden to drink. The soldiers tolerated the bar fight. One of the PSI fighters was at the center of it, and it was a little tense. But since there were no serious injuries, everyone quickly forgot about it. Lee Han thought, what exactly did Simon want to tell him? It was uncomfortable to ask right now. Simon regretfully recalled the past, realizing that it wasn't a dream and felt like a real idiot. Simon felt uncomfortable and didn't understand how he could talk to Lee Han now. Lee Han didn't understand how he would be able to talk to Simon now. One thing was clear to both guys for sure. There was no way they could drink alcohol from now on. Simon's debauch was just a minor incident. After all, at the same time, was approaching the main battle, on which many lives depended. At the preparatory base, fighters from different squads were putting on their uniforms. They were also adjusting their equipment. One of the warriors suggested to Dmitri, the commander of the noble squad, a bet to see who could take the dragon's head off faster. Octo warned all the warriors that there were no jokes ahead of them. They must take what was happening seriously. Lee Han thought that it wasn't a bad thing when the team's morale was high, but they couldn't let their guard down in the face of it. After the signal to begin, the operation sounded. The warriors saw the base go into the bowels of the earth. It was an unprecedented defense. Long-range guns were ready to strike at the dragons. The warriors, after studying the situation created, realized that the base in this case was a true fortress. Even engineer Schumacher couldn't believe they were so prepared. Octo said, if the war ends and the balance of power does not change, Australia could become the world leader. Lightning appeared in the sky above the horizon. It didn't bode well. Apparently the rift was supposed to be at that place. Lee Han said that the local military would take care of the monsters. They should concentrate on the dragon. Petrov was surprised at his colleague's confidence. He was sure that he would cope with the task at hand. Paramilitary units have received orders to capture the site of the formation of the rift. It is necessary to prepare for bombardment. Large-caliber guns were put on full alert. Seeing the railgun, Schumacher thought that these Australians have no money, chickens do not peck. Hordes of monsters poured through the rift, sweeping away everything in their path. They moved straight to the settlements. Following the monsters, a Type 2 death worm appeared. This caused a certain amount of tension. Knut said that this worm was too huge, so last time they only got a larva. Shouldn't they be fighting monsters like this? The monsters and worms were advancing. They had already entered the dense forest. Before sunset, they could have time to occupy vast areas. Shots were fired from the railgun. The explosions occurred right at the exit of the rift, causing considerable damage among the advancing fowl. Octo and the attendants watched the situation unfold with interest. The monsters looked back to see what the human bombardment of their squads had led to. The telebronzed warriors on the front lines were amazed at the effect that the bombardment had had. Petrov said that it would be nice if they had such weapons as well. Knut replied that Petrov would not have been able to handle it. Lee Han, observing the situation in the theater, said for everyone to get ready. It would soon be their turn to go on stage. Information came from headquarters that a dragon, a blue-colored object, had been spotted at the gate. The order has been given to open fire. The railgun fired again. This time it was a volley of fire. Flames erupted around the blue dragon. Schumacher shouted, "He knew it! Those guns won't take him! It's our turn to test the telearmor!" The command came to drop the warrior pods to the ground. There was a blue dragon just below in the drop zone. The capsules detached from the aircraft and began to descend to the ground. The dragon lifted its head up and saw the approaching danger. Lee Han, Petrov, and Knut realized that they had been discovered ahead of time. The dragon let out a breath of lightning. The powerful electrical charge released by the dragon was directed vertically upwards. The capsules suffered damage and were destroyed while still in the air. However, the warriors survived and continued their descent on their own. None of the warriors were injured. It was an abnormal situation, but quite controllable. Such situations were dealt with during training flights. Simon was the only one who had an emergency. He was unable to release the airboards and continued his uncontrolled descent. A colleague launched his airboard to save Simon. The airboard reached its target and ended up in close proximity to the soldier. In the end, the landing of all the warriors was successful. Everyone remained alive. The dragon, flapping its wings, hovered over the warriors' landing zone in Telebrons. Simon, who had made a soft landing, tried to get to his feet at the bottom of the crater. A colleague came up and gave him a hand. It was just in time. Knut was overjoyed when he found out that his colleague Simon was alive and well. Simon snapped back that nothing bad would happen to him. Li Han told all the warriors to conserve their strength and not to take any unnecessary risks. The situation was turning out to be quite unusual. Although the dragon had appeared, the spatial rift hadn't closed. The squad of braves was ready to fight the impending danger. Li Han thought, did the prophecy turn out to be false again? It looked like it was. However, Li Han realized that it wasn't that bad. He evaluated the situation and the balance of power with an experienced eye. Right now, there were 3 teams within the dragon's range. They would show him what it meant to deal with humans. Li Han remembered the oracle's words that if the prophecy kept changing, it was because of the silver dragon. The number of dragons increased. An order came from headquarters that each team would take on 1 dragon. Li Han gave the order to Team Alpha to attack the dragon. They took on the blue dragon. All other teams stay in their positions and just escort the other dragons. Petrov, confident in his strength, said that he would see how long his opponent would hold out. Petrov, eyes sparkling, said he had wanted to try something for a long time, attacking a dragon innovatively. Using his aerodynamic abilities, Petrov decided to jump right on top of the monster's head and attack from there. Petrov thought that it wasn't just his knife that they should be wary of. Ever since he was a kid, he had been practicing Sambo. He said that he would break all the bones of the dragon. Li Han asked, does Petrov really think that way? Does he want to defeat the dragon that way? The cocky Petrov thought that if he had to, he would at least try to strangle it. However, as he got closer, he realized that the dragon was too big. He wouldn't even be able to wrap his arms around its neck. Petrov began to descend urgently, inevitably approaching the dragon. He said he would break the dragon's wings instead of its neck. The battle in Neva continued, and the dragon was experiencing the attacks of the restless warriors in tele armor. Knut, attacking the monster, said that someone's blood was about to be spilled. Li Han shouted that it was time to end this and swung his spear and headed straight into the monster's open mouth. The Ark attendants watched the warriors attack in the open sky. The dragon inevitably lost altitude and fell to the ground. Octo was delighted. He thought it was amazing. All 3 dragons in one fell swoop. The first type of dragon was no longer their opponent. No monsters could be seen near the rift now. The area had emptied out. At the Ark command headquarters, the observation department reported that all the dragons had been destroyed. The observer on duty stated that the battle in the sky could be considered complete. However, suddenly a powerful explosion was heard in the sky. Everyone raised their heads in fright. Octo shouted out, "What can it be?" The observer on duty, rising from the floor with a bloody head, couldn't believe what had happened. Why had the rift originated in a military base? This was something out of the ordinary. Flying monsters appeared in the sky that had the properties of swelling up and exploding. So the attack is still going on? The soldiers on the ground were perplexed. What was really happening? The flying creature's attack was accompanied by explosions. It was an unprecedented attack. The world had never seen anything like it before. The ground army was attacked unexpectedly from the sky. Engineer Schumacher tried to contact Li Han. He said that a little more and there would be no trace of Cairns Air Force Base. Octo said they couldn't send a plane to pick them up now. Additional support is not possible. Octo added that Li Han and his men have no one to rely on. They must hold out and stay alive. Knut gave a juicy curse. He didn't understand how it had come to this. Had the men lost? Had they lost even after catching all the dragons? How could this happen? Li Han now realized that the 3 dragons were just bait. This meant that for the dragon army, the dragons themselves were no more than mere expendable material. Looking at the rift, our hero made an assumption that someone would appear from there now. We must be vigilant. Li Han ordered them to retreat while they still had strength. The unknown is unsettling. Petrov disagreed with such an order and said that only cowards do that. He suggested destroying all the dragons right now at the entrance. Dmitri felt that he couldn't do otherwise. He must continue to destroy the monsters. Li Han tried to calm his colleague down. Octo showed blood on his head. The staff shouted that their boss was injured. He urgently needed medical attention. The employees who arrived grabbed Engineer Schumacher under the arms and tried to pull him to safety to administer first aid. The aide told Mr. Schumacher to bear with him for a while. The plane was already waiting. Octo replied that he should be taken to the water. The monsters had already taken over the sky. Retreating through the air would be a reckless decision. The monsters attacked the helicopters in the air. Li Han, using his teaching skills, tried to calm down Oleg Petrov. The Noble Division had already agreed to deal with all the monsters. If there are no dragons, they can hold out until the transport arrives. Petrov said that if Li Han wanted to retreat, he would agree. They will buy time that way. Li Han took off his helmet and looked around the area around him. The field was strewn with the bodies of destroyed monsters. Dragons were lying nearby. Li Han saw that 2 of his fighters were injured, Amir and Musa. The commander realized that this time he couldn't leave it that easy. Force would have to be used to stop the noble unit. He couldn't let anyone die. Simon decided to help the commander and used his telekinetic abilities to try and stop his colleagues. Simon stretched his arm forward and directed a stream of his energy towards the noble unit. Dmitri was angry. He didn't want anyone to stop him from dealing with the monsters. Petrov turned around and rushed towards Simon. He grabbed his opponent's chest. Dmitri held Simon by the throat and asked what he was doing. Is he really sick of living? Simon retorted that Dmitri needed to come to his senses. Had he become addicted to combat stimulants? Simon continued, because they don't last forever. Once the PSI power runs out, they'll all end. Doesn't Petrov realize that? Li Han told Petrov that they wouldn't be able to cope if the dragons suddenly arrived. The representatives of the 2 squads were figuring things out. The representatives of the 3rd squad watched silently. Petrov let go of his opponent and apologized to Simon. He said that he hadn't thought about it. Li Han wanted to calm his colleague, but Simon declared that the commander should shut up. It's sickening without him. Simon added that he didn't want to talk right now. Li Han stated that in that case, it was time for them to move out. However, there was a massive explosion at the Australian Air Force Base. All the soldiers grabbed their ears. The explosion was huge. They didn't realize what it was. The commander said that all the communication devices had failed. This did not bode well. All 3 squads decided to move on foot. Knut said the same thing happened in Shinju. The warriors were by now 10 kilometers away from the base when powerful lightning appeared in the sky again. Communications still remained blocked. Li Han said that he didn't like all this. It seemed as if someone was hunting them. Petrov suggested going to a village nearby. If they could, they would be able to contact the headquarters. Li Han supported this and said it was a good idea. All areas had to be evacuated after the sirens went off. Li Han told everyone present that they still can't avoid communication blockage, even if they head to the village. There is hope that they can find food in the village. Right now, they don't even have dry rations with them. However, there is a need to hurry up. In an online meeting, the chief of staff was asked the question, have they failed? Lacour replied that they had not yet, but the Australian army has failed. Lacour was rebuked by mysterious interlocutors that somehow he had failed to deal with the rift again. The real war hadn't even started yet, and he had already disappointed them. Alexander Lacour thought as if they had a better plan. The holographic map showed the Australian situation. The center of Australia was occupied by my monsters. The interlocutor expressed satisfaction that the gate had opened at least in Australia. The other continents were safe for now. However, it is only a matter of time. They are able to use the teleporter. The chief of staff was told that they could no longer count on the ARC. Lacour thought that was kind of idiotic. What suggestions would there be? One suggestion was the use of nuclear weapons. It was time to use it. Lacour was horrified by what he heard. How could they even think such a thing, let alone voice it? Lacour said with fear that they couldn't even talk about it. There was no way he would go for it. During the exchange, the chief of staff heard an Australian accent. It seemed to be one of their commanders. One of the interlocutors said that monsters were like cancer cells. If they want to get rid of them completely, they'll have to spill some blood. There was a motion to vote on the use of nuclear weapons. Alexander Lacour thought that they were thus going to get rid of their main rival, Australia. Different opinions were heard in the debate. It is incomprehensible to use nuclear weapons. However, it is better than letting everyone die. So many nations died during the last war. After launching the warhead, they would be able to use the telearmor again. Others felt that it was out of the question. Everyone realized that such decisions were not made easily. Someone stated that this was all being done in the name of saving humanity. None of those present were bent on using arrogant words. It was as if Lacour could see their evil, smiling faces. The chief of staff wasn't sure if they could win the war this way. Kicking the door from the outside with their foot, the warriors entered the building. It was a residential, abandoned house in a neighboring village. The first thing everyone wanted to do was to find something to eat. That something was immediately found. Everything tasted edible. However, it was not possible to watch television to find out about the news. Not a single channel was working. Li-han wasn't interested in food, he was looking for something else. When he found a secret door, he wanted to open it. To achieve his goal, Li-han even refused the appetizing sandwich offered by his colleague. After connecting the devices to the power sources, Li-han only now decided that it was okay to take a break. After getting his sandwich after all, Li-han asked Silence where her sandwiches were. She replied that she was already in her stomach. Silence asked what he was going to do after the war was over. Li-han replied that he hadn't thought about it yet, but first of all he would go to visit his brothers. Silence asked Li-han to take her along. She wants to go to see his brothers too. Li-han, finishing his sandwich, said he doesn't mind. The two of them would be more fun. Suddenly the alarm went off. A connection appeared. Li-han and Silence rushed to the source. Li-han said that ARC had just sent them the operation plan. The guy reported that the nearest assembly point was a mountain 15 kilometers to the southwest. If the sky was still unsafe, they would have to get there on their own. Li-han still hadn't finished his sandwich. He told Silence that it was time for them to pack up, or they would be late. The next moment, there was a massive explosion. The flash and the blast wave that followed were of tremendous power. The house the warriors were in was attacked by flying monsters. The order came to switch to the local network and check if there were any casualties. Li-han said over the internal network that he had sent the coordinates of the rally point to everyone. We need to throw the enemy off the trail, so the route will be a bit winding. Li-han added, given the remaining SESI power level, the only thing they can do now is to get to the location. Those who can fight stay here to buy time for the others. Li-han said that he and Silence stay here. They will take on the monsters. The rest of us have to split into groups. Everyone meets at the endpoint. Petrov wondered if Li-han could handle it. Maybe he needs some help? Simon said he's staying behind too. He's not going anywhere without a commander. Knut stated that, for that matter, they'll be together until the end. He's not going anywhere either. Knut, smiling, said that they aren't called Team Alpha for nothing. One for all and all for one. Li-han said that in that case, Knut will help Simon. He was injured on the descent. Knut resented it at first, as there was constant conflict between them. Simon said he didn't see anything wrong. It's just a small crack. He won't be a burden to anyone. Li-han told Simon that he's not going to sacrifice anyone here right now. He thought it over before making this decision. Li-han added that if he is still their commander, he is asking everyone to trust him. He wants them all to survive and meet again in the future. Team Alpha was assigning roles, who would do what in the upcoming battle. Outside the building, the fire continued to blaze. The warriors, according to their assigned roles, entered the battle. The monsters were being destroyed in every way possible. Li-han thought that he should save his mental strength. It was better to use firearms for now if there were no other options. The soldiers had to ford a river when changing their deployment. This was to their advantage. It should help them cover their tracks. Li-han felt that he had almost no strength left. At least he had enough to reach his destination. Knut, watching the commander, wondered if Li-han was all right. The new prototype of the telearmor consumed many times more mental strength. The squad, forcing the river, sank deeper and deeper into the water. Having crossed to the other bank, the Alpha squad met the enemies again. They had to allow themselves to be discovered and open machine gun fire. This time it was a dragon. Fighting a dragon is much more difficult than destroying lowly monsters, their henchmen. After the ammunition ran out, there was nothing else left but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. However, the strength did not increase. Li-han called for his faithful assistant, Silence. Li-han told Silence to advance to the intermediate destination point and wait for him there. The fellow added that if he didn't return in half an hour, then she should go to the rendezvous point. Silence thought that the commander was not feeling well. Li-han stated that this was an order that was non-negotiable. Silence must comply. Silence knew that it was not worth arguing with the commander. She thought she trusted him unconditionally, and they would definitely meet because everyone would survive. Li-han found himself hanging over a cliff when he changed his deployment. There was not much strength left. However, our hero managed to get out of this mess. Moving along the established route, Li-han finally found himself at an intermediate gathering point. The guy thought that Silence might already be on its way to the gathering point. We should take a breath and move forward. Li-han tried to linger a little longer to recover his strength. He sat with his eyes closed, leaning against a tree. When he heard some rustling, Li-han opened his eyes and saw the face of a monster in front of him. It was Ella's mage. Li-han was surprised by the appearance of the enemy in front of him. Grabbing his spear, he stepped into the confrontation. The opponent was disarmed. However, he was not alone here. The psychic power was felt by all of his organs and senses, just as they hear a sound or smell an odor. The bleeding warrior grabbed his spear and said that the enemies could attack if they were so bold. There were already helicopters at the assembly point to transport the warriors. The soldiers were present almost in full force. To guard against a surprise attack by the aircraft, a circular defense was organized. The Silence approached the assembly point tiredly. However, here was not the entire composition of the Alpha Group. The pilot said that the Alpha Group commander was nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, they could not wait any longer. The pilot said that the leadership ordered them to bring the Alpha team in full, if possible. The pilot said for the Silence to get settled, they would be departing for the flight. The pilot said a nuclear warhead will be coming here very soon. If they don't get out of here right now, they will be trapped. The helicopters began to take to the sky. A wounded fighter, a member of the Alpha Group, was bleeding and struggling to reach his destination. Li Han was well aware that he was running out of time and didn't expect the helicopters to wait for him. Having reached the agreed place, our hero saw no one. He lacked literally a little bit. Raising his head up, Li Han saw that one helicopter was returning. It hovered directly above him. The pilot on the intercom said that this guy was pretty banged up. He was about to be dropped an escape rope. Knut and Simon were also in the chopper. Across from them sat a bloodied Silence. The tired Li Han settled down next to him. The guy felt unbearably tired. Li Han thought that ARC needed him right now. The balance of power is stacked in his favor. The young man thought that he was wrong then. The initiative still belonged to the ARC. All this time he had taken their support for granted. But now that it was gone, the true state of affairs was revealed to him. There was a massive explosion where the helicopter had come from. The blast wave shook the aircraft. Everyone aboard the helicopter was shaken violently. The helicopter leveled off and continued its flight. The ocean raged beneath it. Simon said that they had already flown far enough. Knut noticed that this explosion was very powerful. Li Han thought that all the power belonged to the ARC, the equipment, the developments, and even their lives. What will become of them when the war is over? What would happen to all the arcade cadets? It's been a few days. ARC training base. Catherine asked John what happened to the children. Where is Li Han? Sergeant Red replied that everyone was back. John wondered if Li Han had taken a liking to Catherine. The girl replied that the guy was different. She had tried several times to see his future, but nothing had worked. It was strange that he was still alive. The sergeant agreed that the guy was a special case. John politely offered his interlocutor a glass of tea. Catherine said that it would be only natural if this guy died at any time. After all, she doesn't see his future. Catherine, lowering her eyes, said she wanted to go home at least once before she died. She won't get another chance. John said that there is only ruins in that place now. There was nothing left there. Catherine sadly continued to sit on the hospital bed. The girl said she didn't see anything wrong with it. She wants to paint a picture there. The sergeant sat silently, lowering his eyes. Catherine said, please. After all, John Red can do it with his authority in the ARC. Catherine burst into tears. Sarge apologized, but felt there was nothing he could do to help. Catherine began to berate John and asked how could he be so insensitive. Sarge remained silent, turning his back to the girl. Catherine said that earlier he would definitely have listened to her. Large tears flowed down the girl's cheeks and dripped onto the bed. Catherine repeated that he would have listened to her sooner. The sergeant said nothing and left the hospital room. A crumpled paper teacup lay on the floor. The girl continued to cry bitterly. In the park, Li Han and Simon met in an alley. Simon said that he was going to transfer. Li Han noticed that they had worked well together during the last operation. Or did he just get that impression? Li Han added that he wouldn't discourage him. But what was the reason? Was it because of the incident at the bar? Simon told his interlocutor that they were different. The last operation clearly showed that. Simon said that Li Han thinks he has to protect his team members. He's not comfortable with that. He wants an ally, not a protector. Li Han remarked that it is the job of any commander to protect his soldiers. Simon said that he can't speak as nicely as Li Han, so Li Han can just keep quiet. At that, the young men parted ways. Knut was furious. Did Simon really go to the Reds? But that's Jose's team. When did they become such friends? Knut noticed that now he could see why Jose had been avoiding them lately. Knut could not calm down when he heard this news. Li Han lowered his head and continued to sit in silence. Knut asked, did the commander not care? In the cave near the fire, young Jose said that when the war was over, Kudo and Li Han might come to visit him. They would play together. He added that it was certainly not as hard for him as it was for his interlocutor, but he too was living in those still ruins. Hinting at the campfire, Jose said that perhaps thanks to it, they could heal well and start eating normally. Jose had said in the cave that his mother was a great cook. The boy cheerfully reported that he would love for his friends to try what his mom cooks someday. But he doesn't know if they would like Spanish cuisine. These memories flashed through Li Han's mind. Li Han said excitedly to Knut that Jose might have his own motives. We should wait for him to decide to tell everything himself. The sergeant nervously lit his favorite cigar. In this case, as usual, he did not use a lighter. John Red sat in his chair, smoking and staring silently at the ceiling. He thought back to a conversation he had had with Catherine last night. She had said that he would have definitely listened to her before. John pulled out and looked at the old photos. What was he like before? In one of the photos in front of him was a cheerful girl in a summer hat. That was Catherine Sam. She was said to be American and had come to Sabrina to see the local sights. For days, Kat led squads of survivors and sent out SOS signals. The soldiers wondered how she could be in a place full of monsters. Catherine even then predicted the future and found safe places. The girl behaved casually. Taking out a cigarette, she looked around. She didn't have a lighter. There was a young man standing nearby, a military man. The girl asked him for a light. The guy gave her a light without hesitation. So the young people got to talking. Catherine asked why the guy was smiling. The young man replied that inveterate smokers are not to his taste. The girl replied that she did not like him very much either. Time passed. The young men stood next to each other and did not separate. The girl asked the military man when the war was over what he would do. The guy replied that he would be demobilized. He was fed up with all this militarism. The girl asked and then what he would do. The stranger offered the military man to go with her to Texas and open a barbecue restaurant. The girl said she knew a secret sauce that her grandfather had taught her. With military skills, cooking would be easier. The interviewer continued. They would split the profits 70-30. The military man wasn't serious about it. After a moment, the guy smiled and said he agreed, but he would take 70% for himself. The girl, smiling, said that this is a real robbery. The young men decided to go into the future together. Sergeant John Red looked at a picture from the past, those times when they decided to go to the future when they entered the ARC. Johnny Schwartz was in the photo. Schwartz set up the camera and said that this junk even worked. After setting the proper shutter speed, Johnny quickly ran to his friends. Joining John and Catherine, he said that everyone should smile in friendship. The photo came out memorable, however. They were not smiling in this photo. Johnny looked at the result and asked why they weren't smiling. Did they really like such sad faces? Red wondered why they were taking pictures at all. Smiling, Johnny said that they needed to at least leave some memories of themselves. There might be an end soon. Only the seventh dragon remained. The warriors and Telebrons fought fiercely and selflessly. John Red thought that the war was almost over. He wanted to live the rest of his life in peace. Catherine turned to Johnny and asked if he wanted a cigarette. John looked at his friends in surprise. They said amicably that they had quit smoking. Johnny Schwartz, realizing the situation, said he would go for a solitary walk somewhere. There were a lot of unfinished cigars in the ashtray. The gadget on the table nearby was receiving some kind of messages continuously. Sergeant John Red sat in his chair and did not react to the messages. He was making a plan of further action in his head. A planned summit meeting was taking place at the ARC headquarters. Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour was listening to the reports of his subordinates. Lacour asked Dr. Sasha Grace what was wrong with the Oracle. Grace reported that if the girl had another seizure, her body wouldn't be able to take it. Things had gone too far. Grace added that she assumed the Oracle herself was well aware of that. John Red listened to this information in silence. The Chief of Staff asked if they could put her into antibiosis again. Lacour added that this was an irreplaceable member of the ARC. They can't let her die. Grace, Schumacher, and Smith looked fearfully at the Chief of Staff. Lacour said menacingly that she just needed to use her abilities one last time during the final battle. The sergeant was cut to the heart by those words, one last time. They would do it to Katie one last time. Sergeant John Red had made his decision. They had finally defeated him, the last dragon. The happy sergeant burst into the girl's room. He wanted to tell her the good news. Catherine was sitting on the floor with her arms around her head. John was frightened for the girl and shouted out what had happened to her. There was terror in his eyes. Catherine was hysterical. Her face was tearful and she mouthed, "This can't be happening." The young men's gazes met. Each of them had fear in their eyes. This fear was different. John ran up to Catherine and asked what she had seen. She must tell him. The girl said fearfully that it wasn't over yet. She stopped crying, but the fear didn't go away. Catherine said that they hadn't won. This war was just a test. Veins showed on the girl's arms and face. Her hair began to change color. The girl said that in 15 years they would really all be dead. For some reason, Catherine's hair turned blue. Sergeant John Red didn't want to hear any more of this. He rose from the table. There was determination in his eyes. The sergeant asked, "Are they really going to keep treating her like a thing, even when this girl has only a short time to live?" The chief of staff was indignant. How dare the sergeant talk to him like that? The sergeant, without another word, turned around and walked out from behind the desk. The chief of staff ordered his subordinates to follow the sergeant. This is true insubordination, another one out of control. The sergeant sat with his prosthesis exposed. The interlocutor said it was done. It came out very clean this time. Red told engineer Octo that he hadn't been taken to any fights yet. Octo replied that even a sergeant sometimes gets left out. Red said that he was just like Octo now. The engineer, smiling, replied that he didn't know what the sergeant was talking about. Old Man Smith came up to the sergeant and said that this Baldy was a long way from him. After all, they are still using his schemes. Octo thinks he's accomplished a lot just by applying them. John, getting up, said he had to go. Smith asked if he was okay. Smith inquired if Red is sure he won't regret it. The sergeant said he already did, something that would be regretted for the rest of his life. The pensive old man turned away and walked away, leaving the sergeant alone with his thoughts. The old man thought they were originally supposed to get rid of him, but he fixed it himself. Old Man Smith yanked back the blanket and showed off his design. It was a huge prototype. Smith said that even if they put Catherine to sleep, there was no guarantee that she would be able to awaken again. Alexander was going to take the risk, even though he understood the risks. The sergeant thought that Oracle had already saved a huge number of lives, even if she is seriously ill, but she has the right to be happy. They agreed to meet in the 4th hangar. We should take the Oracle with us. Smith to prepare the telearmor and the cargo plane. The sergeant was called out. The man asked where he was going at this hour. The sergeant stopped. Behind him stood the cadet, Lee Han. Lee Han asked where Sergeant Red was going. John Red thought, why did Alexander send the most annoying recruit to follow him? The sergeant replied that he had decided to take a little walk. There was disbelief in Lee Han's look. The sergeant said, if the cadet understands everything, why is he being impertinent? Lee Han prepared his Schumacher metal glove threateningly. Lee Han thought that all of his actions were intelligently thought out. Surely there must be some reason for this. The cadet adopted a fighting stance. The sergeant responded in the same way. Both of them realized that there was no way to avoid a fight. Lee Han stood up to his full height, fixed his cap, and asked what the sergeant was up to. Had he already thought of a way to disengage with the ARK after taking Oracle away? The sergeant asked, shouldn't the young man be following him? Lee Han replied that he came here to help. At her request, the sergeant asked in surprise, did Lee Han just accept? Lee Han, pointing his finger back, said that he had already dealt with whoever was supposed to be following the sergeant. The sergeant said that the young man should answer. After all, he asked a question. Why is Lee Han doing this? Lee Han said that he has conspired with Oracle. He has to help them escape. In return, Catherine will give him the files that hold important information about the Ark. Lee Han says that they should get Katie first. He's sure she's being followed right now. The young men cautiously crept up to the building under the cover of darkness. Lee Han said that she is now on the 2nd floor in the building. Lee Han added that they now need to sneak in through the 3rd window on the right. There are no guards there, and it's near the emergency exit. The sergeant looked at the guy with disbelief. I wonder what he's really up to. John Red thought that Lee Han had been able to plot a route to him, and he'd gone to places that the cameras couldn't see. No one else could have pulled something like this off. It looked as if the guy considered Ark as his enemy and was ready to fight the entire structure. Lee Han, as if reading the sergeant's mind, said that John Red understood why he had to resort to such measures. Lee Han remembered well the words of his teacher, the corporal. Only those who are well-informed and prepared can survive. The sergeant wondered if it was Lao Cha who had taught him. Was that why he had decided to go this far? The sergeant, smiling, said, this guy is sick. No matter what happens in this world, Lee Han will be the only one to survive. After sneaking into the building and climbing to the necessary floor, the young men cautiously peeked out from around the corner. Lee Han said that the changing of the guard was just about to take place. We should wait for a while. Lee Han noted that there were only 2 guards. There's little concern for security. Apparently, it didn't occur to anyone that Red might go against the leadership. The ARC was still completely defenseless against attacks from within. Sergeant John Red was terribly surprised. Is the guy seriously going to beat the guards with those gloves? However, Lee Han was determined. He jumped towards the unsuspecting guards with lightning speed. With quick and coordinated blows, our hero deactivated the guards. 1 blow was enough for each of them. The sergeant, watching this picture, refused to believe his eyes. This guy is helping him so well. Moving closer, the sergeant asked, are these 2 alive? Lee Han replied that nothing bad had happened to them. They will just be unconscious for a while. Lee Han said that during sparring, He had practiced strikes on Knut many times. Therefore, he was able to find the balance of power. The sergeant had nothing to worry about. As a result, Catherine ended up with the sergeant. Next, Li-Han helped the sergeant put on his armor. Eventually, all three of them ended up near the helicopter, ready for departure. It was time to say goodbye. Catherine handed our hero a flash drive and said as promised. The girl expressed her gratitude to Li-Han and the joy of knowing him, wishing the guy to be careful in the future. The sergeant, smiling, said that he was grateful to Li-Han and added that he didn't think he would ever utter such words. Li-Han escorted the fugitives in silence, realizing that there was no turning back. What's done is done. Catherine asked what they would do with the flying machine. The sergeant replied that they had found a pilot who had offered to help. Sarge added that while it may seem like he was blackmailing him a little, Li-Han asked if Sergeant Red wanted to give one last piece of advice. The sergeant replied that the guy had a lot more experience fighting dragons than he had in a long time. John Red still found something to say. He advised the lad to control his emotions, but not to suppress them. John Red added that no one had the right to blame him for showing his human side. Li-Han smiled. Is this really what the toughest instructor is telling him? Li-Han said if one gives a slack, he will simply be devoured. He knows this better than anyone. He doesn't need such advice. The sergeant understood. This way, the kid shows he's in pain. In that case, John Red added that he had nothing more to say and wished Li-Han good luck. Li-Han stood in the hangar and saw off the flying machine with his gaze. Moments from the first time he saw the sergeant flashed before his eyes. They had a complicated relationship. The helicopter left the Archie base under the cover of night. Li-Han mentally said goodbye to Sergeant Red once more. The sergeant's escape had caused a commotion at the base. The military men in the mess hall were discussing the act, thinking it was treasonous. How dare he do such a thing? The soldiers, discussing the sergeant's act, said that he was completely crazy. How could he do it because of some girl? He's not a hero, but a traitor. At first, it seemed like he was insensitive, but it turned out to be the opposite. It's so romantic, the others said. Knut remarked that now everyone only talks about Sergeant Rada. Petrov replied that they were right. The sergeant did a despicable thing, doing it at a time like this. The strangest thing is that the brass still hasn't taken any action. The sergeant must have had accomplices. He couldn't have done it all by himself. Li-Han listened to these conversations in silence. The resentment continued. Was no one going to catch his owner? Li-Han went into his room. He was finally alone. The guy took out the flash drive Catherine had given him. At the very beginning, the girl apologized. She could not do it, all because of Red. In the winter woods, a lone hunter was carrying a trophy. It was the carcass of a shot deer. An SUV could be seen up ahead, just a little farther to go, and we could load the carcass into the vehicle. It's done. The deer is loaded into the car. It is possible to follow from the forest to the destination point. The driver knows very well where to go. It was already dark when the car pulled up to a house at the edge of the forest. The driver got out of the car and a girl ran out towards him. It was Catherine and John. The girl said that John had been out longer than usual today. Was he able to sell the loot? John replied that he did everything. At the same time, he took something for dinner. The young men smiled happily at each other. It was the house at the edge of the woods where the fugitives had settled. It was good for the two of them. They had dinner and talked about how their day had gone. The girl smiled and offered to drink from their plates in a volley. John agreed, although he added that it all seemed very strange. Watching the girl, the guy told her to take her time. It was like entertainment for them. While doing this task, the young men drenched themselves in food. However, it was fun, and they were smiling. John Red thought that he had betrayed everyone just to see that smile again. It was snowing outside the window. The young people continued to fool around. They felt happy being together. It was worth it. Li-Han continued to study the information given to him today at his computer desk. Li-Han kept remembering Catherine's words. I apologize. She said that if she hadn't, then John Red would have died. Li-Han thought that the girl knew more than she was telling. What's really going on? Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour was enraged. Had 2 squads of first-generation CSI fighters been wiped out by some pathetic bunch of monsters? He countered by saying that one had survived after all. The survivor has no physical injuries but is unconscious. He was being treated in a solitary ward. Lacour rose from his seat and said that he should check him out himself. The Chief of Staff thought that even though Red was missing, it had started. The main forces are the second-generation fighters, but the first one is still needed for now. The officer showed the Chief of Staff where the surviving fighter was located. The door to the military was opened by a young man. He looked with surprise at the Chief of Staff and the officer who came with him. In the eyes of the Chief of Staff appeared horror. He did not realize what was going on. The man was carrying an automatic weapon. He opened fire. The chief of staff was severely wounded in the arm. Since the weapon was a large caliber weapon, the officer lost his arm and it fell to the floor. The perpetrator, flashing his eyes, pointed his weapon at the officer. Liqueur was not going to surrender and looked at the armed man with hatred. However, salvation came from nowhere. Li Han suddenly appeared with his dragon spear. After realizing what was happening, Li Han immediately destroyed the armed raider. The chief of staff was saved. Liqueur continued to scream in pain. The villain was defeated and fell to the floor. The chief of staff asked where Li Han had come from. He should get out of here immediately. Li Han replied that he wasn't done yet. A demonic spirit began to emerge from the destroyed man. It was a ghost, just like once in the forest. Li Han told the chief of staff to leave immediately. He would handle it himself. Leaving the place, the chief of staff shouted for Li Han to call for reinforcements. The guy replied that it couldn't be done. The ghost might possess someone. Li Han said he would do it all by himself, though his training might not be enough. Li Han pointed his dragon spear straight towards the ghost that had appeared. We had to deactivate it. The question of how to capture this ghost had to be solved. Li Han thought that if the ghost's goal was to possess someone, there was no point in trying to injure it. It could easily move. The only thing left was to fight with psi power again. Li Han, using all his abilities just like last time, attacked the dangerous ghost. At the cabins on the edge of the forest, the day started with John deciding to chop wood. Catherine, looking out of the window, watched him with interest. The girl, yawning, said she was bored. She asked Red to finish and come to her. John replied that if she didn't want to starve to death, they should make firewood. Catherine said that if it was cold, they could warm each other with their bodies. John, looking at his companion, said that she had changed a lot. In the evening, the young people sat on a bench near the cabin. They were not bored. They enjoyed each other's company. Catherine silently looked at the sky. John, intercepting her gaze, also looked there too. They were not saying much. Catherine said it was a very beautiful sky. She hadn't seen one like it in a long time. The girl said she felt a sense of calm. It's like it's the beginning of the end now. John reminded Katie that she had promised him that she would never use her powers again. There was sadness in his words. John looked at the girl and thought that she wouldn't survive another seizure. Right now, Catherine was healthy since she wasn't using her powers, but that could change at any time. Catherine turned to John and, smiling, said she was hungry. John perked up and said that he would make something right away, adding that she had scared him. Catherine asked what exactly she had scared him with, to which the guy replied that it didn't matter. Li Han was lying in a bunk in a hospital room and couldn't sleep. He was constantly haunted by some thoughts. The guy got dressed and came to talk to the chief of staff. Alexander Liqueur stood silently and looked out the window. Liqueur offered the young man tea and drank it himself too. He said that he wanted to hear the report after all. A report on how Li Han was able to subdue the ghost. Li Han said that when he had surgery to improve his physical form, he began to reject his psi power. The doctor said that this had never happened before in their practice. In the same way, his body reacted to the ghost composed of psychic energy. Li Han said that the ghost had possessed him and tried to subdue his body but ended up dying inside. The chief of staff listened to the young man's report, and he had every reason to distrust him. Liqueur thought that this Li Han was clearly hiding something. The officer let the young man go and said that he could go. Liqueur thought that according to the previous report, the ghost was destroyed not because of rejection, but because he was simply thrown out of his body. The chief of staff couldn't escape the thought that this guy was hiding something. If John Red were here, he would have figured it out quickly. Li Han walked out of the chief's office and looked at his hand. In fact, he himself didn't know what had happened the day before. What was he thinking about at that time? Li Han tried to trace the course of his thoughts. He simply held out his hand in front of the ghost. This was enough for the ghost to scatter and disappear. Li Han thought that he had rather little psi power before. He couldn't even handle tele-armor normally. Li Han began to think of it as some sort of feature of his ability to control and apply a small amount of psi power. However, was this really the case? It was up to Li Han to find the answers to the questions he was asking himself. Half a year had passed. Since the cabin at the edge of the forest was in the mountains, the snow had not yet melted. Catherine, meeting John, said that he was back early today. The guy asked if everything was well with Kat. The girl held the guy up on the doorstep and told him not to come in. Catherine asked John to go get salt. It was rather unexpected, but John agreed. John wondered, was the salt really that necessary that she wouldn't even let him home? Catherine replied that she knocked over the salt shaker, and the soup was already boiling. The girl turned the young man around and pushed forward. She told him to hurry up. Catherine was at ease. She, smiling, told him to hurry up and get her the salt she needed. John muttered that he was leaving and went to the car. He couldn't get the salt right away because he had to go to the store to get it. The store was in the nearest village where John went. John thought, since he was in the city, it would be good to update a few details. The guy parked the car in the center of town and went to the store he needed. In the store, John Red scoped out the items he'd come here for. It was business as usual. Finally, the salt he was looking for caught his eye. One salt shaker would probably be enough. Something seemed suspicious to John. He turned around and could barely dodge a punch. Some man was trying to knock him out. It turned out exactly the opposite. John knocked out his attacker. "What's going on here?" John Red knocked the villain down and poured salt in his eyes. He said the villain had been following him from the moment he got out of his car and had spotted him a long time ago. Sergeant Red pointed a gun at the villain and asked who he was. The stranger told the sergeant not to simmer down. 3 more armed strangers appeared nearby and told John Red to drop the gun and leave their comrade alone. Red put the gun on the floor, stood to his full height, and put his hands behind his head. He asked what they were going to do with it. The stranger asked, "Is he from the ARC?" Alexander Lacour, the one-armed chief of staff, walked into the store. The officer said things were so bad they needed even scum like Sergeant Red. The sergeant said hello to the chief and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. So what had brought them here? Sarge realized what it was. They were interested in Catherine. He was very scared for the girl. John tried to run away. However, they tried to hold him back and, pointing a gun at his chest, told him to stand still. However, John broke free and ran away. The chief of staff said that it was not necessary to grab him now. Let him go home and they would follow. That way, they would find out where he was living now. The chief of staff thought it had been 6 months. He didn't even hope Oracle was still alive. John, as much as possible, tried to drive quickly through the forest home. The pursuing car moved relentlessly behind him. John could see the car following him, but he needed to get home as quickly as possible. The sergeant was angry with himself for leaving the girl alone this time. He hoped he would catch Catherine at home and she would be all right. Once home, Catherine sat down at the table and began writing a note meant for John. Catherine apologized in the letter for being selfish. John, after failing to control his car, drove it off a cliff. The car crashed into a tree and caught fire. The bloodied guy climbed out of the wrecked car. He should still make it home. Catherine wrote that every day spent with him was more important to her than the future of all mankind. John, limping as best he could, hurried home. The prosthesis was no longer obeying the sergeant. Walking became more and more difficult with each step. Blood kept dripping onto his clothes. John screamed, cried, and tried as best he could to keep moving forward. Finally, the sergeant reached the house on foot. No one met him on the doorstep. The lad opened the door and peered into the house. For a moment, John pictured Catherine in front of him as he had once seen her, in a summer dress and a light hat. John opened the door and entered the house. Catherine was lying on the floor in front of him. She had written in a note that she loved Red and would always love him. The pursuer's SUV pulled up in front of Sarge's house. No one got out of the car. The driver asked the chief of staff what he was going to do next. Alexander Lacour replied that he wanted to wait first. John Red knelt down and took Catherine in his arms. A bloodied sergeant bent over Catherine's emotionless body. The sergeant's tears dripped down and ran down the girl's face. The crying man lifted his head up and, out of desperation, screamed loudly. Red continued to cry and scream loudly, holding the girl in his arms. No one ever got out of the military vehicle. The chief of staff remained inside. John poured himself a bowl of still warm soup that Catherine had made for him. The boy laid Catherine's body on the bed. He himself sat at the table near the window. In front of him was a bowl of soup. John took a spoon, then set it aside. He lifted the bowl of soup over the table. As he had done before, he drank the soup from the bowl in one gulp. Placing the empty plate on the table, John stood up. John promised Catherine out loud that he could handle it. The boy went into the bathroom, pulled out a razor, and shaved thoroughly. John pulled out his military uniform and put it on. He walked over to the girl lying motionless on the bed. As he left the house, John said that at first he wanted to go after her, but it seems that he still had unfinished business. Parting ways, Catherine, Sergeant John Red burned the house to the ground. Alexander Lacour, the chief of staff, got out of the vehicle. John told Catherine to wait for him for a while. John Red said that he loved Catherine. Everyone at the ARC was surprised. Why did Sergeant Red come back? Turns out the official story was that he was just on sick leave. Lee Han said he didn't have time right now to even think about why John Red was back. Kurt agreed, since they have a lot on their plate. The helicopter commander says to have everyone sworn in. The vehicle is coming in for a landing. The monsters have occupied the city again. Over the past year, the ARC organization has begun to mass produce armor. Due to their lack of firepower, there was no way they could afford to be defeated by the dragons. Therefore, the dragons were fought with second-generation armor. There was a need for more such warriors. After another battle and victory over a dragon, Kuro once said that he could vomit from what he had seen. Normal, everyday life continued. Kuro, complaining, said, "It would be nice to lie down at least for a while." Kurt said that he too had been sleepless for 2 days. Overwork could kill him before the final battle. There was one problem: the soldiers were living on a murderous schedule. It shouldn't go on like this. Kurt noticed something unusual going on near the gate. Was Omega Team in trouble? There was a huge explosion near the gate. Kuro wondered if they were again involved in blocking the gate. Knut replied that they were always being dragged into it. Knut said that these guys probably like it. Either they are very brave or very stupid. Lee Han thought that these guys are being treated like expendable. Lee Han noticed that someone was trying on the local intranet to contact him. It was the Omega Team. They were requesting reinforcements from the Alpha Team. Lee Han replied to his colleagues that it was outside of their duties. Couldn't they figure it out on their own? The reply came back that they couldn't take out 2 dragons at once. While they are fighting one, they release the other. Lee Han said for Omega to request reinforcements from headquarters. The Omega commander was surprised at this response from Lee Han. He said he thought Lee Han was smarter than that. Lee Han stood pensive. His squad asked what happened to the commander. Lee Han said that Omega squad needed urgent help. He and Silence are being sent to them. Silence looked at the commander but didn't say anything. After all, she obeyed all his orders without question. The Omega commander asked for Alpha fighter Lee Han to come to the rescue faster. The Omega commander said that he couldn't wait to see Lee Han. Lee Han and Silence arrived to the Omega's aid. Many monsters were appearing from the rift that had formed in the sky. They were bloodthirsty, with glowing eyes and heavily armed. Lee Han said that it was necessary to ignore these creatures. It was necessary to move clearly towards the target. Lee Han and Silence continued moving towards the rift. They were interested in the dragon. After approaching a sufficient distance from the dragon, our hero told his colleague that they were at the target and now they should take care of it. Silence headed towards the dragon's mouth, which was peeking out from the celestial rift. Our heroes saw the Omega team on the ground in front of them. Those were hoping for reinforcements. The commander of the Omega unit stood without a helmet and waited for help to arrive. If it was Lee Han, then he had kept his word. Lee Han saw Omega and thought that the dragons were finished. Omega's commander said that Lee Han did a good job if he ended up here. He was glad to meet him. Lee Han replied that it turns out Omega lied to bring them here. They did it on their own. The interlocutor said that they really needed help. True, Alpha was a little late. Lee Han said that if the Omega commander pierced the Dragon Core, the nearby areas would lose communication. Lee Han added that Omega commander couldn't lie. The interlocutor replied that he was not interested in Lee Han. Lee Han, with Silence and the Omega unit, stood near the destroyed dragon. The Omega commander said that Lee Han was right. However, this was a great opportunity for a serious conversation. Lee Han asked if his interlocutor was planning to raise another rebellion despite his defeat. The Omega commander said that they had been careless back then. Lee Han wondered if anything had changed since then. Omega said, "We are only alive because the ARC lacks labor. There's no guarantee that they will keep alive after the war ends." However, Lee Han doesn't think his situation is any different from theirs, does he? The interlocutor added that he was sure that Lee Han had already thought about it. The Omega commander asked Lee Han, what will he do when the war comes to an end, and what will happen to all of them? To survive, they must stick together. He acts in the best interest of his comrades, just like before. Lee Han asks, what comrades is he talking about, the ones he destroyed? He's just an assassin. Omega commander said that Lee Han just doesn't know the whole backstory. Since he's lost his memory, he'll have to be reminded. Omega commander said that their surviving comrades had gone insane. It was painful to watch. He tried to escape with those who had retained their mental clarity. The Omega commander pointed at Silence and said she had also gone insane. The guy told Silence to try to remember about how she had asked him with tears in her eyes to destroy her. Lee Han was very surprised. Did Silence really beg to destroy her? What kind of shocking truth was this? Silence clutched her hands on her head. Did she really ask for such a thing? Lee Han looked at Silence and thought that she was currently hesitating. Lee Han thought that his group might lose balance. He has to convince Silence that Omega is lying. Lee Han said that everything that was just said was a lie. Silence doesn't have to believe him. Silence began to doubt everything. She didn't understand what was true. Omega commander asked Lee Han, why is he claiming this without proof? After all, it didn't sound like him. Silence placed her sword on Omega commander's shoulder. Guy thought that these people blindly believed Lee Han. The Omega warriors raised their assault rifles and pointed them at Silence, telling her to put her sword away. The commander told them that it was fine. The Omega commander told Lee Han that the negotiations were over for today, and added that he looked forward to the next meeting with Lee Han. Lee Han, when saying goodbye, said that Omega Commander ARC, they all looked like they forgot something. Lee Han added that for now, their goal is to win the war. They will think about the rest later. There was no need for discord right now. Commander Omega said that he put a lot of effort into this meeting. It looks like it's going to be much more difficult than he thought. However, he would need to convince Lee Han to bring everyone to the 3rd level. At the next test, the committee members asked if Kuro was ready. At this moment, Kuro was in the testing lab behind the glass. From the expression on the guy's face, it was obvious that he was slightly worried. Perhaps he was not psychologically ready yet. The chief of staff told Engineer Schumacher that Kuro was not equipped with psychologically corrective equipment. What is he going to do? Octo, correcting his glasses on the bridge of his nose as usual, said that now everyone would see. The cannons mounted on the lab stands were put on alert. Alexander Lacour cried out in horror, "What is this? It must be stopped immediately." The cannons, almost at point-blank range, began shooting Kuro. Kuro instinctively activated his defenses immediately. The projectiles did not reach the young man and exploded in front of him. Kuro's psycho-energetic armor was perfect. There was fear in the test subject's eyes. Everything that was happening to Kuro now was happening on a subconscious level. Octo said that after participating in real battles, Kuro would be able to unleash the potential of his S-rank abilities. By maintaining a high concentration of mental energy, he was able to block physical attacks without psycho-correction. Schumacher excitedly yelled into the microphone for Kuro to destroy them all. Kuro understood what was required of him. He increased the intensity of his outgoing energy, and the effect he achieved became much more effective. Kuro had gotten the projectiles to return back to where they came from. Octo said that this ability, superior to telekinesis, would make the battlefield an easy walk for him. The chief of staff, watching what was happening, thought that this guy was a real monster. Sergeant Red was also watching with interest. Liqueur shouted excitedly that this guy would bring victory to the people. The ARC project had finally succeeded. John Red thought that it was astonishing. Would this young man be able to handle such a destructive force? At the knock on the door, Knut looked out and wondered who was bothering him. Why is Lee Han asking what he's been doing here for an hour? Knut, holding his shoulder, replied that he just wasn't feeling well. Lee Han pushed his colleague aside and went into his room. He wanted to figure things out for himself. In the room, there was an injection gun and medical supplies on the table in front of the mirror. Lee Han took one of the packets from the table and examined its contents. Inside the bag were various pills. Knut continued to hold on to his sore shoulder. Knut recognized that these packets contained a combat stimulant. It was something he desperately needed right now. Knut became nervous. He had survived thousands of situations in which he should have died. Knut admitted that he was probably used to it by now. The boy added that if he does nothing, it's as if his body's judging him. To avoid this feeling, he stimulates his body with these means. He doesn't see any other way out yet. Knut was angry with himself. He himself did not realize how he had gotten to this point. Knut replied that he didn't know when it would all end. There was no telling when they would win the war. The boy said that when peace comes, he'd like to buy a motor ship, one that would be the envy of everyone. Knut thanked Lee Han for his concern and told him not to worry. He hoped he could manage it. Kuro heard that question while sitting in the dining room. He wasn't thinking about when they would win this war. Silence answered that she was going to start an Aikido dojo in Japan. Of course, after visiting Korea with Lee Han and seeing his brothers. Kuro was surprised. He had never heard of Silence's addiction to Aikido. He doesn't know what Aikido is at all. Silence even dropped the fork from his hands. How can a person from Japan not know about Aikido? She said she would enlighten Kuro on the art. Kuro apologized and said that he would gain information about the fight himself. Octo, with a screwdriver in his hand, said it was a done deal and asked if Lee Han was comfortable moving his arm. Lee Han rotated his arm in different directions and said he had a strange feeling. He couldn't even believe that this was the last maintenance. 88 psycho cadres, ultimately 22 squads. The aircraft were on the airfield in full readiness. 22 human weapons. Squads of new warriors were ready for the mission. All available resources had been put into their creation. Lee Han and Silence were at the top. Knut and Kuro were also the leading fighters of these units. ARC was placing big bets on them. Among the Reds, the leading positions were occupied by Jose and Simon, who had also successfully proven themselves in battles with dragons. Petrov and Derek were also present at the moment. There was a command for everyone to go aboard the flying machines. Cadets with full ammunition took their places in the helicopters. Before leaving for their aircraft, the young men exchanged glances. This silence before departure spoke volumes. In parting, Lihan did say that he hoped they could all survive and meet again. Jose said that when the time came, he would tell everyone the real truth. The friends, smiling, wished each other good luck. The chief of staff, watching the departure of units, thought that the enemy would make many attacks. His units would split into 3 groups to counter the enemy. If what happened 15 years ago was just a test, it was time for a real war. However, Licor believed that they would not lose. The chief of staff ordered the Mongolian grasslands to be shown on the screen. Paramilitary units were deployed over vast areas. Equipment and personnel were in full combat readiness. Sergeant John Red addressed the military. He said that even though they were not equipped with psychoframes, most of them were part of the psychological forces. The sergeant added that their job is to support other units and destroy enemies. The soldiers must do what they were trained to do. One of the soldiers grabbed his arm and said he couldn't hear a word the sergeant said. The soldier reassured himself. He said that Jung Kijo should stop being afraid. The soldier told himself that he would not die. He would return home by all means. Jung Kijo, even in critical moments, believed that he would survive no matter what. A sergeant noticed this soldier and approached him and asked what was wrong with him. Jung Kijo replied that he was fine. The sergeant, already in full gear, said that this guy should pull himself together. Sarge, looking up at the sky, thought, "Is this really going to be the last fight?" John Red, turning to Catherine, asked her to wait a little longer. The officer in the observation post looked through binoculars at the vast Mongolian steppes. It seemed incredibly quiet to him here. Military equipment was deployed and in full readiness. Everyone was waiting for the rift to appear. The military man lowered the binoculars he no longer needed. He saw with his naked eye that there was a change in the sky. The headquarters reported to the chief that the gate had activated, but there was a nuance. Alexander Licor, watching from his headquarters, thought it was unbelievable. He'd never seen anything like this before. A huge number of rifts appeared. The military opened fire to kill. Many monsters emerged from the rifts. This kind of attack had never happened before. The soldiers were working their asses off. The number of hostile creatures was such that the human psyche simply couldn't take it. Each of the soldiers had to show their best to survive the battle. Thanks to their good weapons, the humans showed a decent fight back against the dragons and monsters. Ella's mages were present in large numbers. They led the low-level monsters in attacking with their shouts. Sergeant Red led the unit into battle and told the soldiers that there were more and more enemies. It was necessary to remain vigilant. The chief of staff, nervous, ordered to request reinforcements from the Air Force. After all, they are now attacking the gate itself. Warplanes appeared in the sky. They began carpet bombing the oncoming monsters. The number of missiles falling from the planes was unprecedented. In response, flying monsters with the ability to explode while attacking humans began to appear from the gate. They were like flying warheads. The Mongolian steppe was strewn with corpses, but the monsters continued to come out of the gate. The commander reported to headquarters about the appearance of the dragons. He requested urgent military assistance. The dragons appearing from the gate were powerful and aggressive. Simple weapons simply did not work on them. The huge dragons opened their jaws and roared loudly and intensely. The sound they made was like an acoustic weapon against humans. The soldiers' eardrums and psyche could not withstand it. The headquarters was informed that the soldiers were being exposed to the breath of the dragons. It was necessary to send an assault squad to that region. The chief of staff didn't expect much, but was this really all they had? It was unfortunate, but they would have to use the soldiers as bait. Psychic power must be used to distract the enemies some more. The soldiers repelling the monster's attack on the ground were fighting with their last strength. Many of them died. The remaining ones engaged in battles of attrition against the enemy. The dragons descended to the ground and attacked the military units. Sergeant Red found himself face to face with one of them. John Red raised his assault rifle up and began to empty the clip, firing into the body of the huge dragon. The sergeant told the soldier next to him for Jung Kijo to gather his thoughts and attack the enemy. The soldier was frightened. It was reported to the chief of staff that the number of casualties was approaching 10,000. About 200 dragons were visually recorded. A decision had to be made whether to send assault squads to the battlefield. Alexander Licor sat in thought. He now had to make one of the most important decisions of his life, on which the fate of humanity would probably depend. The sophomores lacked experience in the use of psychic powers. However, there was nothing that could be done now. The chief of staff gave the appropriate order, and the assault squads were sent to destroy the dragons. The aircraft were in the landing zone. Below on the ground, the dragons were rampaging. The capsules with the tele-armored stormtroopers inside were undocking and descending to the ground. The dragons attempted to attack these capsules using an acoustic attack. The capsules, under the force of gravity and their own acceleration, rapidly descended downward. The chief of staff said that the assault pods were created from dragon remains. They should be able to withstand the breath of the dragons and be able to resist them. The first assault group consists of 6 units and is highly air mobility. Their goal is to attack the wings of the dragons, thus making them fall. Their attack was aimed at those dragons that were still in the air. After the mobile group dealt with one dragon, they would immediately go to the next target. The mobile assault teams knew their business. Dragons devoid of wings and aerial navigation abilities began to fall from the sky onto the ground troops. Chung Kijo found himself near one such fallen dragon. The dragon roared loudly. The soldier approached its head. Chung Kijo opened fire to kill it and fired an almost point-blank automatic rifle line at the snarling monster. The soldier shot at the dragon and thought that it was too early for him to die himself. He still had things to do back home. The chief of staff reported that more than 60% of the dragons were already on Earth. The second assault squad is advancing to the battlefield. The officer thought that at this moment, 24 people are currently fighting against 200 dragons. However, they must not lose. The scouts reported that several Type 2 dragons were spotted appearing from the gate. It was decided that the elite second assault team would move to the location. They would act according to the situation. Li Han told his colleagues that they should show these dragons where the crayfish were. This is their moment of glory. He doesn't know what awaits them after this battle. They might not be able to live freely. His colleagues listened to him attentively. However, he doesn't want his friends to continue risking their lives. The hero activated his Schumacher metal glove and said that this will be the last time. It's time to put an end to this bloody war. Li Han, with his dragon spear in hand, showed his colleagues an example of bravery and selflessness. Li Kan, using arrow boards, flew up to the dragon and delivered striking blows to it. The brave commander succeeded despite the fact that the dragon in front of him was a Type 2 dragon. Silence also picked out its victim in the sky and prepared to attack this dragon. However, the dragon flapped its wings and forced the Silence to retreat, creating intense turbulence. At the same time, Silence, having lost its orientation, began to sink to the ground. Li Kan, using his spear, metal gauntlet, and his telekinesis abilities, continued to furiously smash the enemy. Petrov stated that the Alpha Squad was already in place. They certainly couldn't lose. Petrov was on Earth. In front of him was a dragon without wings. Petrov said that he would now send these wingless fallen dragons back to the heavens. Jose, using his pyrotechnic abilities and great ball handling, was doing considerable damage to his opponents. He and his team in the sky and on the ground were doing a great job. Kuro, after passing the test, realized the full extent of his power. Now he had the opportunity to utilize his full potential in combat conditions. The dragons within Kuro's range were suffering tremendous damage. The young man's colleagues constantly felt his support and assistance. The chief of staff, observing the theater of war, was satisfied. He thought that everything was going well. The stormtroopers, while wearing second-generation body armor, were indeed showing wonders of courage and bravery. Their battle weapons were paving the way for victory. The war might finally be over. A certain amount of time had passed. The battle was not an easy one. However, the result of this battle was that a huge amount of dragons were destroyed. A lot of dragon material was obtained by the warriors in this battle. However, this was still not a victory. Knut, wiping his sweat, asked, "This wasn't the end yet, was it?" Li Kan replied that it was. The enemy still has the third type of dragons, the Bahamut, in service. Soon the next wave will begin. The stormtroopers raised their heads and looked up into the sky. The gate was still open, so it was too early to celebrate victory. The chief of staff thought that the third assault team was still in the rear. If they could deal with the dragons without their support, it would be an advantage. From the multiple gates in the sky, flying monsters with the ability to explode appeared. The number of monsters was so large that the sky darkened considerably. It seemed unbelievable. Behind the flying monsters, dragons appeared. The chief of staff was informed that dragons continued to appear from the gate. There are about 100 of them. They seem to be of the second type. Alexander Lacour thought that dragons of the first type are like newborn babies compared to the second type. They would have to fight another 100 dragons. The commander gave the order to send out a third assault squad. The helicopters flew to the landing point in full readiness. Li Kan said that it was necessary to merge all the squads into one and hand over command to the most experienced commander. A single command center on the battlefield was indeed necessary. The first assault squad was to focus on reinforcements. Silence, attacking another dragon, thought that this was the meaning of her life here now. Silence was here and now fighting for justice and world peace. Silence believed that if she destroyed even one more dragon, everyone's burden would become less. Among the destroyed dragons and monsters on the battlefield, a wounded soldier was lying on the battlefield. The co-workers approached him. The soldier was lying on his back, bleeding. It was a rookie recruit named Chong Kijo. Sergeant Red asked him if he was still alive. All of the soldiers had some sort of injury, some more, some less injured in this battle. Chong Kijo rose from the ground, holding his head. The soldier said he was alive, greeted Sergeant Red, and asked, "What about the dragons?" The sergeant, looking into the distance, replied that the dragons had scattered. Chong Kijo asked, "Why?" John Red replied that they would find out soon even if they didn't want to. The ground troops realized that the respite was temporary. There were dragons circling in the sky that had no intention of returning through the gate to their world. A tired Chong Kijo said that he was a little disappointed. The sergeant asked what was wrong. Kijo said he didn't think he was so powerless against the dragons. The chief of staff was told that 90% of the Type 2 dragons had been destroyed. LaCour thanked them for their service and told the warriors to keep it up. On the human side, 12 casualties were recorded. Alexander LaCour prayed to the Almighty that it would be over sooner. Petrov and Knut looked up and noted with horror that the Heaven's Gate was turning into something else. Kuro, looking the same way, said that the gate was not turning but uniting, becoming one. A huge unified gate appears in the sky. At this time, the stormtroopers in telearmor continued to destroy the remaining dragons. Li Han said to hurry up, focus and destroy the remaining dragons. There is unusual activity at the gate. It won't end well. Humans have never seen an enemy of this size before. The ARC headquarters watched the events unfold with tension. The chief of staff jumped up from his seat and said, "Perhaps Bahamut will appear now, in person, the dreaded and terrible one." The first ARC commander, a sickly old man, lifted his head up and shouted loudly. The old man shouted in an incomprehensible language similar to the one Ella's mages used to communicate. His eyes were glowing furiously. A powerful glow appeared from the heavenly gates, accompanied by a huge release of energy. The warriors who were on the arrow boards, under the influence of the huge shockwave and the most powerful energy field, lost control and began to fall. A huge clawed paw of a dragon appeared in the sky from the gate. Its appearance was accompanied by numerous lightning bolts. Following the paw, a dragon head of incredible size appeared. The stormtroop commanders, gathering their strength, were able to rise into the air and watch the appearance of the dragon from a safe distance. Li Han saw the spear that he had previously thrust into the dragon's eye. It was clear that it was indeed Bahamut. Coming out of the gate, the dragon lowered itself to the ground. Every step he took on the ground was accompanied by a deep dent, for he was of unimaginable size. The dragon, through telepathy, began to communicate with the warriors. He said that in front of him were miserable vermin, and this time he would destroy them all. The chief of staff was told that it was almost certainly Bahamut, 97% match. On the screen in front of the chief of staff was the dragon in all its glory. LaCour was surprised. Could a dragon really talk? It seemed impossible. Bahamut roared loudly. Everyone within its striking radius grabbed their heads and felt unbearable agony. The soldiers couldn't get rid of the noise. It wouldn't come out of their heads. Kuro believed that it was impossible to bear it. It was necessary to escape from here. Just a little more, and all living things in the neighborhood would disappear. The dragon stood with its wings spread. The warriors in Telebron stood at a safe distance, but no one had attacked yet. Kuro urged everyone to retreat before it was too late. He said that definitely all living things around them would die. Kuro was approached by the Red Commander. He didn't understand why Kuro was panicking at the moment. Simon told Kuro to repeat what nonsense he was doing. You can't behave like that at a crucial moment. Li Han asked, "Is there really no way to survive?" Did he understand Kuro correctly? Li Han and Kuro silently looked at each other. Kuro's silence spoke volumes. Bahamut raised his head up, stretched his neck, and roared loudly. The dragon unleashed its negative energy upon the humans, thus attempting to destroy their will and ability to resist. The dragon's breath was so powerful and strong that the warriors, even those in telearmor, had to resist intensely to stay on their feet. Alexander LaCour watched from his headquarters as the dragon pushed off the ground and soared high up. He thought that Bahamut had incredible speed. In a short time, Bahamut had already crossed the thermosphere. This was an unforeseen circumstance. They had nothing to counter. The dragon continued to gain altitude at an incredible speed, and now it was already in outer space. Being at this height, the dragon opened its jaws and sent a powerful attack energy beam towards the ground. The beam was directed just into the battle zone where the dragon had been before taking off. The ARC headquarters was insidiously attacked. Powerful explosions rang out everywhere. External sensors were destroyed, and the headquarters lost access to battlefield information. The chief of staff shouted that they had no time. They had to prepare a cargo plane immediately. Moments from the not-too-distant past flashed in my mind. The freshmen had been fighting amongst themselves. Simon had used his telekinetic powers against Li Han. During freshman year, Li Han and Petrov had sparred over spears to see who was stronger. Li Han and Jose were on a deserted island fishing to stay there for a week. A moment came to mind when Li Han wanted to help Kuro, who was in a temporary detention cell. Li Han at this moment saw a huge crater in the ground in front of him, which still showed the effects of the energy impact. The warriors couldn't understand what kind of barrier was surrounding them, as they were completely unaffected by the powerful dragon attack. The infantrymen on the ground were also unharmed, but they noticed that everything in front of them had been destroyed. Sergeant Red and Chonkijo looked at what had happened with astonishment. It was simply impossible to survive such an attack. The sergeant thought that even if the stormtroopers in tele armor somehow survived, this dragon is attacking from a place where it can't be reached. This is the worst possible scenario out of all possible scenarios. Kuro, using his abilities and bleeding out, continued to hold on to the armor protecting his comrades. Simon, seeing how hard Kuro was going through right now, shouted that he shouldn't do that. Kuro continued to stand with his arms stretched upwards. However, his condition was pitiful. Kuro had lost his strength. Li Han rushed towards his friend to prevent him from falling to the ground. Simon, following Li Han, also ran screaming to help Kuro, who had saved them all. Simon had a medical device in his hands with which he wanted to resuscitate Kuro. Li Han used his metal arm for the first time for peaceful purposes to bring his friend back to life. Kuro's body received a powerful electrical charge from Li Han's glove like a defibrillator. Immediately afterward, Li Han began to give his friend CPR in an attempt to restart his heart. Everyone around was very worried about their friend and hoped he would be okay. Each of the fighters held up their fists for good luck. Li Han shouted for Kuro to wake up immediately. He had no right to do this. Simon tearfully said that Kuro couldn't die this way. Not him. A military transport helicopter was circling in the sky above the young men. It was already on its way to land. The chief of staff asked how long it would take to get there. He was told that the helicopter had almost arrived at the gate. Alexander Lacour inquired, "What about? Where is it? And where is it attacking from?" The duty officer replied that they were trying to determine his status based on psychic senses. Duty officer reported that they've detected a concentration of psychic energy outside the atmosphere. They are powerless there. It looks like Bahamut is going to use Dragon's Breath again. According to their calculations, they had about 30 minutes left before the strike. The chief of staff had ordered them to move faster, and they should be able to make it in time. The resuscitation measures had their effect, and Kuro, coughing up blood, woke up. Everyone present was insanely happy. Kuro had finally woken up. The flying machine had almost landed. Everyone on the ground looked at the vehicle with hope. The command was to immediately select the people who would board the vehicle. There's no time to explain. There's no more than 20 minutes left. They must be able to take off in time to strike the dragon first. The chief of staff begged Li Han to do his best. It was necessary to stay in the rear as the gate was still open. Only a few people would come aboard. "Silence, Simon." Everyone listened to the commander's order in silence. Li Han added that he, too, only 3 would remain behind enemy lines. The Omega Squad commander asked Li Han, was he checking his mental strength readings? He has more resources left than Newt and Dimitri. Those 2 could only take up attacking positions while he would be able to act as support like Simon. The Omega commander said that Li Han can rest easy. He won't fail. Guy added that he promises not to interfere. After all, he doesn't want his life to end like this. Already on board the helicopter, Li Han said that they have about 10 minutes left. They must work clearly and according to the plan. The chief of staff, Alexander Lacour, showed up at the end of the cabin. Li Han said that instead of wings, they will attack the Dragon Corps. Since Bahamut is preparing a strike, this might be their only chance. The commander added that everyone should work according to their roles in the squad. The warriors listened attentively to their commander. Bahamut continued to fly in space, storing energy for the strike. A military flying machine with warriors on board also rose to the same altitude. A hatch opened in the flying machine and all the warriors stepped out into outer space. It was impressive to them. Li Han warned everyone to act immediately. The dragon was surrounded. The Ark warriors were approaching it from all sides. The dragon flapped its wings, and strange bubbles appeared around it. If they came into contact with anything, an explosion would occur. It was like a minefield. Li Han said that it was necessary to avoid contact with them. Silence showed aerobatics and miracles of equilibrium as she dodged these air mines. Other warriors behaved in a similar manner. However, this was much more difficult for them. Each of the warriors overcame the difficulties and continued to approach the target. Li Han prepared his dragon spear for the attack. When everyone was at their starting positions, Li Han gave the command that they were starting. The dragon spear detected the attackers and said that the nasty humans in front of him, how dare they come here? The spear in the dragon's eye continued to bother him. With its mouth wide open, the monster roared again, with all the consequences that came with it. Li Han thought that he had come to the end. He was hit by a powerful energy wave coming from the dragon. As he lost control, he began to fall. However, Simon was already rushing to his commander's aid. Reaching out, Simon tried to grab the commander and save him. Li Han screamed as he continued to fall chaotically. Simon grabbed his friend's arm and held on to him, saving him from an imminent fall. Li Han saw Simon rush past him, changing his dislocation. Omega told the commander to stay focused. Otherwise, they could all die. Li Han approached the dragon's head again. In this case, he was interested in the dragon's core. Therefore, it was necessary for the dragon to open its mouth. Bahamut examined the guy at close range and said that he recognized him. After all, it was him last time. Li Han and Bahamut looked at each other and thought the same thing. Must destroy no matter what it takes. Li Han put his dragon spear forward. Bahamut put his clawed paws forward and approached the man. The dragon said that once the man's mental strength was depleted, it would tear him into small pieces. Li Han shouted to his team that the dragon's target at this stage was him. Everyone should act while they had the chance. Omega shouted to Silence that he would attack the dragon and urged her to join the attack. Silence flew up to the dragon and attacked it. However, it could be seen that the weapons designed for fighting dragons were clearly not enough to cut through its hide. Silence continued to strike the dragon's body with her swords, but all her attempts were futile. Li Han and Omega kept an eye on Silence, but another tactic had to be devised. At the control headquarters, Alexander Lacour also realized that this weapon was ineffective against the dragon. Was this really the end of humanity? The military aircraft continued to be at a safe distance from the dragon. Something had to be done. Li Han also realized that his effective mastery of the spear would not help in this case. The dragon wouldn't be able to take it all. The Omega commander said that he would support Li Han until his colleague came up with a new plan. Li Han kept thinking what to do. After all, this dragon is invulnerable to their attacks. Li Han remembered his first fight in the arcade when he was Sergeant Red. Back then, he was also deciding the question, what should he do? Right now, Li Han was forcing himself to think. The pen that was in the sergeant's pocket had helped him last time. What could he do this time? Then he stabbed the pen into his chest. This pen stab decided the outcome of the battle. It seemed that a way out had been found. Li Han told Silence to act on the signal. The commander added that this was their only chance. If they can't attack it from the outside, they must destroy the dragon core from the inside. Li Han told his co-workers that they should attack the dragon through its mouth. The dragon periodically opened its mouth and let out menacing growls. Omega said that this is fundamentally wrong. After all, this was Li Han's way of sending Silence to certain doom. Silence approached the dragon. She said that she trusted Li Han completely and knew that he would not let her down. Silence accelerated and rushed straight into the dragon's mouth. Li Han followed her so that he could cover her in case of anything. The dragon at this time said that it could sense every single one of the pathetic bugs in front of it. Silence to Bahamut. The dragon opened its mouth and roared that all humans were about to disappear. Silence moved without changing direction. Omega shouted that the dragon's breath was about to be used. They have almost no chance. Li Han thought that he wouldn't let the worst happen. Nothing bad would happen to Silence. Li Han strengthened the control, increased the manipulation, and canceled the restriction. Everything should work out now. Everyone was surprised at how Silence was able to move in this direction, straight into the dragon's mouth, overcoming all the obstacles. The dragon at first didn't even realize what had happened. He clearly didn't expect this. When the monster realized what was wrong, however, Silence was already inside. Li Han told her to find that core and destroy it. Omega tensely watched this maneuver. Lacour couldn't believe it. Did they really stand a chance? Bahamut screamed in pain. How could this be possible? Bahamut began to flap his wings more intensely and his body wriggled unnaturally. The dragon was screaming in pain and really wondering how the pitiful humans dared to do such a thing. Bahamut, looking at his rival Li Han, thought that this man was dangerous to him and his kind. Li Han was in close proximity in front of the dragon, but he did not fly unforgivably close. The dragon itself plucked a core from its chest with its clawed paw. Li Han was horrified. Bahamut had pulled out his own core. What was the meaning of his action? Bahamut said, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would destroy all humans. In space, above the planet, there was a huge explosion. Its epicenter was in the dragon's core. A bright flash illuminated everything around it, and it was clearly visible from the surface of the earth. Li Han clutched his eyes, trying not to be blinded by such a flash. However, he could not resist the shockwave. The shockwave also reached the flying machine. The resulting shaking caused everyone to fall to the floor. Omega watched the commander. How is Li Han feeling right now? What is happening to him now? Li Han, having regained control of his body, continued to be in space, keeping his balance. The shockwave engulfed him. Li Han found himself completely engulfed by the bright flash, and there was no chance of escape. Omega turned his gaze to the dragon, or rather what was left of it at the moment. It was as if the dragon's body had begun to dissolve into thin air. It became translucent and gradually disappeared. Somewhere in there was Li Han as well. Omega thought that he would not forget Li Han. He wouldn't let people forget the hero who was here. Omega continued to watch as the destruction of the dragon took place. The dragon was disintegrating into small shards in space. The dragon said that humans would not defeat them. Doom does not exist for them. Omega continued to watch what was left of the dragon. Waramut said he would still come back. Omega was frightened. What did this dragon say? After all, it had just destroyed itself. The aircraft was coming in for a landing. From Earth, the warriors raised their spears and joyfully chanted, "This is victory," Knut said with admiration. Did they really win? They actually did it. Kuro and Jose were also immensely happy about this victory. Silence finally decided to take off her helmet. Li Han watched her with undisguised curiosity. The girl happily said that they had succeeded. The war was finally over. They had defeated Bahamut. Li Han said that it was all thanks to Silence. She reacted quickly and did everything right. Li Han asked in surprise, since when did Silence talk? The warrior in Telebronze was lying in the grass of the primordial forest. Primordial birds were flying above him. The warrior rose to his feet and threw off his armor. Now he felt much freer and breathed easier. That warrior was Li Han. He said that it was good that the equipment had fallen apart. He could barely get it off. Li Han tested himself and was surprised to notice that he couldn't use mental powers. Hearing a noise, Li Han raised his head and was dumbfounded. He saw a huge living dinosaur high above the trees. Li Han was truly frightened. How did he end up here? How did he end up among the dinosaurs? Impending hunger forced our hero into action. Using rocks, he built himself a hunting tool. His military dagger also served him well. Li Han built himself a hunting spear and went out to get food. He still didn't understand how he had gotten here. Li Han felt like a full-fledged hunter in this impenetrable jungle. His fighting skills should serve him well. Li Han fearlessly attacked a huge dinosaur many times larger than himself. The young man also collected the fruits of various plants that grew in this forest. It seemed like it had already been several months since he had gotten here. Li Han thought it was hopeless. He might be able to survive, but how to go back, he has no idea. He didn't know how to do it or how long it would take. One thing our hero knew for sure. He should not despair, because he was sure that he would come back. Li Han, covered with palm branches, sat alone under the huge tropical trees. The boy put his arms around his head. On his face was an endless sadness. As night fell, our hero sank into loneliness. He hoped he would not perish like this. Then Bahamut was destroyed. Li Han discovered his abilities too late. What should he call those abilities? He thinks he'll have plenty of time to think about it. Could it be an anti-psychic wave? Wouldn't that be too childish? After packing for the road, Li Han decided that he should move as far east as possible. After another hunt, while eating, Li Han pondered, when he returned, would his friends believe him if he told them that he had eaten dinosaur flesh? Suddenly, a shadow flashed over the forest. Something in the sky flew by. What was it? Li Han raised his head. It can't be. A dragon was flying overhead, above the forest. Where did it come from? Li Han grabbed his spear and decided to follow the same direction. Once out in the open, the guy saw that there could be no mistake. It was indeed a dragon. Li Han's eyes lit up like the old days. He must find it. He now had a clear and precise goal. Li Han realized that if the dragon discovered him, he would most likely die. However, our hero had no other choice. Through the thickets, he began to make his way in the direction where the huge dragon had flown. Li Han came to a huge clearing. In front of him were the bones of a dinosaur. The young man proceeded further. He realized that this dinosaur had been eaten by a dragon. The boy stopped near the huge head of the powerful dinosaur. Judging from the bloody teeth, it was a predator. However, he had fallen victim to this dragon. Li Han thought that even a Tyrannosaurus couldn't stand up to the dragon. Li Han was constantly worried. Would everything be all right? After all, his impatience was leading him straight into the dragon's mouth. The boy saw huge rocks towering high above the forest. He realized he had to go there. Experiencing insurmountable difficulties, Li Han began to climb the highest cliff. He realized that he had no time to worry. Li Han kept climbing upward. He couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. Finally, when the full moon was already shining in the sky, the young man stepped on top of the cliff. After catching his breath a little, Li Han raised his head and looked around. He had reached his goal. Right here on the cliff, a huge dragon was sleeping. Its size was exhilarating. He had never gotten so close to a resting dragon before. The dragon opened its eyes. It was something familiar. It had 3 eyes on each side. Li Han had nothing to lose. He thrust his makeshift spear forward and shouted loudly. The dragon asked if the man understood his language and added that he would not destroy him. The dragon said he wanted to talk to the man. A full moon shone in the night sky. A lonely tall rock towered above the pristine forest. On this rock was a huge dragon and a small man. The dragon said that this was a very interesting story. The dragon said that the man fought his brothers, or rather, they were his former brothers. He was banished here as well as the man. The dragon said he didn't know much about the past. Could the human tell him more about this place? Li Han said that the place where they are now existed many years ago. Are dragons able to travel through time? The dragon said that they can change the course of space and time, but that power is unstable. If they could control it, they would become deities. Li Han asked why the dragon doesn't open its eyes. The dragon said that the man is afraid of him, and his will wants to tear the man to pieces. It is hard for him to resist that feeling. The man asked, is it really their instincts? What are dragons really like? The dragon said it cannot be explained in words. The man can look and draw conclusions for himself. Li Han closed his eyes, and the unbelievable happened. He began to move through space and time. The dragon said that the man must find the answer to his question in his memories. Li Han realized that Bahamut was in front of him. The dragon wondered, do people really give them names? This is curious. Bahamut said that 1,200 years later he came back here. Bahamut asked his kin why they were all gathered here. The dragon said he was traveling through space and time as he always does, and suddenly stumbled upon this. Something they despise and hate, they finally recognized it for what it was. All the dragons agreed that it was about a human. It was necessary to open the gate and destroy them all now. This decision was made. Bahamut told the human that he too wanted to destroy the human race. However, the dragon wondered, was it their will? Why would they want to destroy the humans? It felt as if their desires were being manipulated from the outside. The other dragons asked, does it matter that much? After all, humans annoy them enough as it is. Bahamut asked, where did this feeling of disgust come from? The black dragon said he didn't want to continue this conversation any further. Black dragon asked if they need a reason to trample on these little bugs. The black dragon said that if his brother didn't open the gate, he would destroy it. However, dragons are immortal creatures. The only way to get rid of them is to send them to a dimension where psychic powers don't exist. To deplete his energy reserves, Bahamut damaged his core. This happened before his own core was destroyed. The explosion of psychic energy triggered changes in the time streams. Dragon added that Bahamut was willing to sacrifice his body once to get rid of him. Li Han thought that Bahamut had used the same method on him as well. Li Han came to his senses. He was standing beside the lying dragon. The man had just learned a lot about dragons and what had really happened. Li Han grabbed his head. It was going round and round. This can't be happening, he thought. Li Han thought, it turns out Bahamut wasn't the only dragon of his level. The dragon replied that there are 7 dragons, 1 for each color. They call themselves the Hive. The dragon added that Bahamut, who was defeated by the humans, was only a member of the Hive. That person should realize that other dragons could have emerged from the gate, and the humans might not have been able to handle them. The dragon added that this person's world has probably already been destroyed. The dragon said that humans are very stupid. They cannot unite even being on the brink of extinction. He believes that humans will lose this war. Li Han suggested that this is exactly what might happen. They probably won't be able to defeat the Hive. Li Han thought that even if that was the case, he should still return to the battlefield. Even if the world ends, he wants to make sure his loved ones are safe. Dragon asked, what makes this man different from other people who are steeped in greed? He's not much better than them, and that's disappointing. Li Han said he could live with that and added, couldn't the dragon help him? The dragon wondered, does the man still not understand? He has nowhere to replenish his mental energy here. Li Han said that mental energy is not generated in the body. It is absorbed from the environment. In other words, as long as he is connected to his world, he can't replenish his energy reserves. Dragons are a race dependent on psychic energy, so it is slowly dying. Dragon said, their nature is such that they don't need water or food. They only hunt to reduce their mental energy consumption. Lihan said it's convenient that he doesn't have to voice his thoughts. Does the dragon like his idea? The dragon said he won't be able to return, but he has enough energy to send this little body to his world. Lihan wondered, the dragon is willing to do this. Isn't he doing it for the humans? He's doing it for his kin, right? Dragons do it to prevent the intelligent race from becoming a race that goes by primal instincts. The dragon said that baseless hatred destroys reason. Only by overcoming it could they call themselves deities. Lihan thought that this dragon had transcended his instincts. The dragon said that with this, humans must continue their legacy to save their race from tyranny. The dragon added that this was proof of his pure will, his test of the will of man. The dragon directed his breath, and with it, his inner energy at the man. He told Lihan to accept it, for he knew how to use it. Lihan replied that he knew everything and told the dragon to give it to him. The dragon said for the man to accept this weapon that he's so familiar with. He personally refuses to follow his primal instincts. The dragon said they don't have much time left and added that they have nothing more to talk about. Now the man can depart. Lihan thanked the dragon for bringing him home. The dragon replied that he was not to be thanked, but he felt that he had stored up the remnants of his strength for this day. Lihan recalled that many years ago, he had come into contact with the machines of a certain dragon. Later, this dragon came to him in many dreams. Could an infinite number of coincidences create a single inevitability? This must be what people call a miracle. Lihan said that he was grateful from the bottom of his heart to the silver dragon. The dragon asked what name people gave him. Lihan replied that people call him Kronos. The dragon laughed and said he liked it. A huge, bright flash appeared above the lonely rocks in the pristine forest. The sewer manhole cover on the road lifted. Someone inside gave it a nudge. Then a man peered out. 3 men came out of that manhole. They were armed. They looked around and saw that the area was clear. The men, looking around, continued to move quickly. One of the men took out a cross hanging on his chest and after praying, asked the Almighty to get him through another day. The co-worker said he would be fine. The man pointed out that it was a very marvelous day. It is said that dragons only appear in cloudy weather. All around these people were ruins. The city looked abandoned. The people, looking around and keeping their weapons at the ready, continued through the center of the city. One of the travelers suggested walking up to a nearby building. Something seemed to interest him there. The men entered a grocery store and were very excited about it. They decided to get as much groceries as they could carry. The 3 travelers in the abandoned town continued on their way. They had heavily laden backpacks with provisions on their backs. The sky was almost cloudless. One of the travelers asked if it was time for them to go back. He was very tired. The leader said they needed a lot more supplies. The tired man objected that they were already carrying a lot of food. They would think about the rest later. The leader agreed and said that was enough for today. The way back they took a different route. Something seemed suspicious to these people, and the leader told them to be quiet. He noticed some sort of movement up ahead. Up ahead on the ruins, a man lay motionless. How had he gotten here? He hadn't been here yesterday. The men came closer, weapons at the ready. One of them asked, was it a man or a monster? It was a man. Turning the gaunt man on his back, they thought he was from the east. One of the travelers asked what they would do with him. He was still breathing. The tired man said they should leave him here. They were in a hurry after all. The leader said they would settle the matter now by a vote, for they were in America after all. 2 of his associates voted differently. One was in favor, the other against. The leader took off his backpack and gave the weapon to his colleague. The fellow said he would carry the stranger himself. The stranger sighed, opening his eyes.